Good morning and welcome to the 81st Scotch Summit on State of Governance with focus on education, employment, environment, transport, energy, and so on. The year 2021 tested the resilience of governments and economies around the world, with organizations slowly recovering from the impact of the pandemic. We've been no different. Our growth committed to minus 23% before we started to see the recovery. Slowdown in exports, loss of jobs, managing aspirations of the youth, yet keeping the engine running has been Herculean for both the center as well as the state governments. India did not give up. You did not give up. The year proved to be challenging as much as for every one of us, and each supported its electorate and businesses in a best possible manner to keep the engine running. The result? Buoyancy is returning with enhanced revenue performance and reasonable movement towards investments and profits. We succeeded in running the largest vaccination program in the world. Yes, there is still a long way to go for us to catch up pre-19 and our objective 2047 for India to become a developed economy. There have been many such beacons of hope that have kept the torch burning, working tirelessly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the pleasure of having some of them with us this morning. It's time to cheer their achievements. With this, I go into the announcement of the first round of Scotch Orders of Merit. And I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Nanda Kishore, Managing Director, Andhra Pradesh Technology Services Limited for APTS RX Telecare.
Hi, sir. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for the wonderful platform that Scotch has given us to present our products and how it's really helping the governance in terms of serving to the citizens and build for effective governance. So thanks again for the wonderful opportunity it's been provided for the Scotch.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Arunachal Pradesh Forest Corporation Limited, I invite Mr. Tapu Gapak, Managing Director for Socio-Economic Upliftment of Tribal People through Forestry and Non-Forestry Activities. Mr. C.D. Mungyag, Director and Member Secretary, Arunachal Pradesh State Council for Science and Technology for Geothermal Heating and Cooling System integrated with solar power at CHC Kimin. Mr. Mungyag.
Good morning, sir. Thank you Scotch for providing the platform for recognizing the initiative taken by all the citizens of India for Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we are very happy and thank you for recognizing us and giving opportunity to this our initiative, our government initiative for technology intervention. Thank you.
Congratulations. Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board for Rainwater Harvesting, Mr. Suresh B., Chief Engineer.
Hello, very good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Manjunath from BWSSB, PRO. We have initiated rainwater harvesting in Bangalore city in 2009 itself. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Center for Health Informatics, Ministry of Health and COVID Welfare for COVID-19 India Portal, Mr. Ankit Tripathi, Additional Director.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And thanks a lot for the opportunity and showcase the effort which all the health worker and the health ministry has put into to fight against COVID-19, and we'll try to keep the zeal going on to fight against Corona. Thank you. Thanks a lot once again for Scotch for giving this wonderful platform and recognizing the effort behind the frontline workers. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Well, congratulations to you and wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Chandigarh Housing Board, Mr. Yashpal Garg, Chief Executive Officer for Slum Rehabilitation and Affordable Housing. Chhattisgarh State Forest Development Corporation Limited for Oxyzone Raipur, Mr. Prakash Chandra Pandey, Managing Director. Let me go back to Chandigarh before I come back to the next announcement. Mr. Yashpal Garg, Chief Executive Officer from Chandigarh Housing Board. Please unmute yourself. You're still muted. Mr. Bhatia, you are muted. Yes.
Hello, very good morning, everybody. I am Anu Bhatia on behalf of Shri Yashpal Garg, Executive Engineer from Chandigarh Housing Board. I am really thankful to you for choosing us for this slum rehabilitation program which we are running in Chandigarh as well as affordable rental scheme. Thank you.
Congratulations. Chhattisgarh State Forest Development Corporation, Mr. Prakash Chandra Pandey, Managing Director.
Hello. Very good morning to all of you. I am Bhajan Kumar, Executive Director, and I am thankful to you for recognizing our board to getting loan in. Thank you, sir.
Well, congratulations to you and the entire team. Commissionerate of Higher Education, Government of Gujarat, Udyam Cogent, Mr. M. Nagarajan, Commissioner. Ms. Saeed Sehrish Asgar, Director, Department of Information and Public Relations, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, for Project Sukoon. Mr. Amandeep Singh Bhatti, Director, Department of Technical Education, Chandigarh, for Project Gyani, Government ICT Training, a new initiative. Ms. Nisha Oraon, Director, Department of Agriculture, Government of Jharkhand, Jharkhand Krishi Rin Maafi Yojana.
Thank you, sir, for receiving this award on behalf of Ms. Nisha Oraon. Asim sir is present with us. I would request Asim sir to please receive this certificate.
नमस्कार. हेलो.
Yes, we can hear you.
नमस्कार, मैं असीम रंजन एक्का,
Namaskar.
डिप्टी डायरेक्टर एग्रीकल्चर इंजीनियरिंग फ्रॉम डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर झारखंड रांची. मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं कि हम लोगों को बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म आपके द्वारा दिया गया और हम लोगों ने अपने फ्लैगशिप स्कीम JKRMY झारखंड कृषि ऋण माफी योजना को इस पर फ्लैग किया और धन्यवाद आपका फिर से पुनः.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I now invite Ms. Bimla Kumari, Deputy Director from Directorate of Education, Government of NCT of Delhi, implementation of innovative ideas for improvement of CBSE results of class 10 and 12 of District South West B2.
Good morning all. Myself is Bimla Kumari, Deputy Director Southwest B, Directorate of Education, GNCT Delhi, and I am very thankful to the Scotch platform where the efforts made by our district for improvement of the results of the 10th and 12th class before COVID, during COVID and after COVID. I am very thankful to them, and due to this COVID scenario, we were able to implement very innovations like the online teaching and other efforts. And I am very thankful to the Scotch for showcasing our efforts of our district. Thank you, sir.
Well, congratulations. Dr. S. Siddharth, Additional Chief Secretary from Finance Department, Government of Bihar, Comprehensive Financial Management System. Mr. Tejas C. Patel, Nodal Officer, Gujarat Pollution Control Board, Emissions Trading Scheme for Particulate Matter. Mr. Shah, please unmute yourself. Mr. Shah, can I request you to unmute yourself? You're still muted. We cannot hear you.
Now am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
I am Tejas Patel, Nodal Officer for Admission. First of all, at the outset, on behalf of GPCB, let me extend my immense gratitude to be recognized for our efforts on controlling air pollution in Gujarat. Through this innovative market-based program, Amazon Go, we work very hard to make this project a success. We work hand in hand with industry and our counterparts, Nepal. So, thanks a lot for recognizing our efforts, and it has huge potential for scalability. And with encouraging results, project has been now scaled up to Ahmedabad cluster, where there are around 200 participant industries. And we look forward to work with Ministry of Environment, Forest and CPCB to make ETS a pan-India project in the near future. Once again, thanks a lot for recognizing your efforts. Thank you very much.
Well, congratulations. Mr. A. Srinivas, Managing Director, Haryana Dairy Development Cooperative Federation Limited, Reforms in Dairy. Ms. Syed S. Asgar, Mission Director, Jammu and Kashmir Rural Livelihoods Mission for Project Saath.
Very, very good morning to all the judges, the panelists, and fellow colleagues. I'm Dr. Syed Serish Asgar. I'm Managing Director, Jammu Kashmir Rural Livelihoods Mission, an IAS officer of 2013 batch. It's my pleasure that I got this Scotch Order of Merit for the initiative of Saath. Saath basically is for rural women, and it was to improve the living standards, the livelihood positions of the women, because whatever the mission was doing was just giving them money in the form of soft loans, but for a very, very long time, they were not being given the expertise. They were not being told how to market their produce, how to do branding, and how to sell their products, just not in the local markets, but even in other urban areas and also online. So the Saath initiative came in as a result of the brainstorming that we did in the mission, and thought how to improve the living standards of the women. And today I'm very happy to say that after this initiative, we have onboarded 7 products of our rural women online on Amazon, Meesho, Flipkart. Not only that, we have also been successful in training 5,000 rural women who had no idea of how to brand their products, how to sell their products, market their products, how to do publicity. And in addition to that, we have also created a platform for them, Bang opposite Dal Lake in Srinagar, and also we are doing that in Jammu also, in the major capitals of the UT of J&K, where these women are on a rotational basis being brought in, and they can sell their products in a span of just 4 days. On an average, they are doing a sale of around 4 lakh, and this is for just 25 to 30 women in one go. So lot of enthusiasm has come into in all these women who have done this online training as well as offline training. The online training was very important because it was a COVID situation and we could not call everybody all the time for offline courses. So it was an innovative thing because what we wanted is that they should come to just their blocks. So it was throughout J&K. We did this project throughout J&K. We just got our training partners through a tender process, and we asked them, the first criteria was that they have to do a survey who all people are eligible for such training, because we have 5 lakh women who are associated with us. So we did a whole survey first of 1 month and found out those women who were doing a lower order enterprise and who could be handheld, and then they could be taken to a bigger level, a higher order enterprise. After that survey, we found out 5,000 women who were given online trainings, and out of them, after those workshops, we found out 500 women who were given rigorous training, and out of them 100 women were finally selected for one-to-one business models. So at each stage we gave them certificates from Government of India, Ministry of MSME, and at the end there were 2 women who were selected by Ministry of MSME and who were awarded on 8th March because of the work that they had done in Saath. And our 5 women with their products were selected for Las Vegas market to sell their products in the only handmade market in the whole world. So it was a privilege for Jammu Kashmir because nothing of this sort had been done earlier. And our products and these women were selected for Las Vegas market. Unfortunately, that could not happen in January. And so it has been shifted to June, and they'll be sending their products in June. But what I want to express here is that the enthusiasm that has come in the rural women, that they can make a difference. They were earning 4,000, 5,000 per month, or at the max 8,000 per month, their expectation of earning has also increased. There are many women who are now earning 20,000 to 40,000 per month, and they are a role model for all our other women. And we are going to take it into phase 2, phase 3, and inshallah, we have also projected our achievements to the national level. The teams had come here, and they have also appreciated our endeavors, because this is something which was very uniquely done. And they have also supported us. In fact, for the Scotch also, we informed them that we have now won the Scotch Order of Merit, and they were very, very happy with it, because they think that now this can be emulated in other, because RLMs are present in all states and union territories of India. So Saath, as a takeaway, what I want to say in the end is that it was not just training of 5,000 women who were doing some kind of boutique or parlors or cow sheds, whatever they were doing on their own. And we trained them in 10 different sectors. But it was the first step towards giving a sort of hand-holding for these women to market their produce nationally, globally also, internationally. It was the first kind of exposure, and we expect that this will go on. Thank you so much.
Great effort. Worthy of being clapped once again. So it's not only a program of women empowerment, this is the economic empowerment and bringing independence to them and positively impacting the families, multiplied by at least the number of people who get benefited. You said 5,000, so an average size of the family. So excellent work. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. So let me add, the inauguration of the project and the culmination was both done by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu Kashmir. And in fact, the Umeed Haat that I talked about in just bang opposite Dal Lake, 2 canals of land that we got from the government, because it was a custodian land and we got it transferred in our name. It was inaugurated by the Honorable Home Minister of India. So in all these things, we involved all the government departments, because without coordination and cooperation, it cannot happen, because this was something, it was not something which was done earlier. So we had to take everybody on board.
Certainly. Well, congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir.
Now invite Mr. Nand Kishore Singh, Managing Director and Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Jharkhand State Forest Development Corporation for minor forest produce.
A very good morning to everyone. On behalf of Jharkhand State Forest Development Corporation, I would like to thank Scotch Group for providing an opportunity to showcase our working and recognize our efforts. And in the process, we have learned from other organizations also. And we will continue to do the good work that we are doing, and in the future also we will continue to do the same. Thanks very much.
Karnataka Antibiotics and Pharmaceuticals Limited, Mr. Sunil Kumar Kaimal, Managing Director, for creating health awareness and improve health conditions of women.
Good morning, sir. This is Supriya, Company Secretary representing Karnataka Antibiotics and Pharmaceutical Limited. Sir, thanks a lot for providing an opportunity to showcase a small initiative by our company in improving the health conditions of women. On behalf of our MD, I once again thank you all, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks for providing my opportunity. Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Mr. Kaimal and the entire team. Mr. Sanjay Kaul, Chairman and Managing Director from Kerala Financial Corporation, Project Chief Minister's Entrepreneurship Development Program.
Good morning, everyone. This is Harish Mutadu along with Ashita from Secretariat of Chief Sanjay Kaul. We extend our sincere thanks for giving this opportunity. So thank you once again on behalf of KFC and Sri Sanjay Kaul. Thank you.
Congratulations. Mr. Pushkar Singh, Managing Director, Madhya Pradesh State Minor Forest Produce Cooperative Federation Limited. Development of public awareness through herbal products for health security. The next one also goes to Madhya Pradesh State Minor Forest Produce for minor forest produce tendu leaves collection during pandemic. Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board for Project Humsafar. Kishore Shekhar Shukla, Principal Secretary and Managing Director. Mr. Kailash Pagare, Managing Director, Maharashtra Film, Stage and Cultural Development Corporation for Maharashtra Film Set Single Window System.
Yeah, good morning all. On behalf of MFS CDCL, I would like to thank Scotch Committee for choosing us and making us reach to the semi-final awards. Unfortunately, Mr. Pagare could not join. I once again thanks all. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Ms. Shraddha Sharma, Managing Director, Mahila Arthik Vikas Mahamandal, Tejaswini Maharashtra Rural Women's Empowerment Program.
Good morning, sir. This is Mahendra Gamre, Manager Mavim. Actually, our Managing Director, she is busy with one important meeting, so she asked me to join. First of all, thank you for giving us opportunity. And I would like to talk about Tejaswini's program. It was a 8-year program, especially focusing on women empowerment and institution building. We have formed more than 1 lakh SAGs in Tejaswini program, and we cover more than 10 lakh women. We also form 300 plus federation in 10,000 villages, and I think this is very, very important steps we have taken, because these federations are independently working till now. This is where I think this is one kind of pilot project we had in India. So these federations are still working, and during this project period, we have given bank linkages of more than 3,000 crore to these SHG groups, and 99% is a repayment rate. It's very, very important achievement we have done. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, National COVID-19 Vaccination Program, Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, Secretary. Mr. Alok Prem Nagar, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Panchayati Raj for E-Gram Swaraj.
Yeah, good morning all. So I'm here on behalf of Nagar sir. He's in a conference today actually. But on behalf of the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, I'd like to thank the Scotch Group for giving us an opportunity to showcase our e-governance initiatives, which has always been our main focus. So yeah, thank you very much.
Well, congratulations.
Sorry, this is Dr. Veena Dhawan for the National COVID-19 Vaccination Program.
I'm coming back to you. I couldn't see that you are present. Let me announce once again. So this goes to Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, National COVID-19 Vaccination Program. Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, Secretary.
Good morning to everybody. I represent the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and I am the Additional Commissioner for Immunization in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. As you are all aware that as of today, we have proudly covered more than 185 crore doses across the country. And we have been able to, since the beginning of the pandemic, we have been involved in containing the COVID pandemic within the country, and also successfully conducting the COVID vaccination program across the country. And I'm sure all of you who are participating in this program have been vaccinated and had a very good experience for getting yourself vaccinated. So we are proud that we have been able to successfully conduct this program, and also being selected for Scotch Order for Merit. Thank you so much.
Well, congratulations to you for running the world's largest vaccination drive and program, and successfully doing so and scaling up.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Dr. Dilip Kumar, Chief Executive Officer from Minor Forest Produce Processing and Research Center, Vindhya Herbals. Vocal for Local, Sustainable Development of Rural Livelihood Generation. Mr. Shamim Uddin, Managing Director, MP State Dairy Cooperative Federation, ERP Software for Sanchi. Mr. Vikash Kumar, Managing Director, Mysore Sales International Limited for Chit Funds.
Good morning to all. Mysore Sales International Limited is very popularly known as an MSIL. MSL, being in a government of Karnataka enterprises, has played a very important role of curbing illegal activity of unrecognized chit fund operation, thereby protecting the interest of the general public, especially middle and lower section of the society, which helps for their education, marriages and house loans. Thank you once again for Scotch recognizing us, sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. National Health Mission, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Pankaj Agarwal, Mission Director for Leveraging MP-RCH portal for conditional cash transfer of maternal health benefit scheme. Mr. Subrata Sarkar, Deputy Secretary, Personnel and Administrative Reforms Department, Government of West Bengal, for integrated COVID management system. The next one also goes to Personnel and Administrative Reforms Department, Government of West Bengal, for WhatsApp bot on COVID-19 vaccination. Mr. Manjeet Singh Brar, Managing Director, Punjab Agri Export Corporation Limited, for 5 Rivers app. The next one also goes to Punjab Agri Export Corporation Limited for organic and seed potato traceability. Mr. Mohammad Tayyab, Managing Director, Punjab Infrastructure Development Board, for QR code-based track and trace system for liquor in the state of Punjab.
Sir, Dr. Dilip Kumar is a CEO MFP available here, sir.
Let me come back. Yes, you are. Dr. Dilip Kumar, please.
Good morning, all of you, respected judges and panelists. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. This is one of the 8 pharmacies recognized the government ability, and we have produced about 38 doses of the anti-corona vaccines and distributed all the vaccines during the corona pandemic. And this gave the respite and also helped in containing the corona in the Madhya Pradesh. And this is one of the initiatives taken by the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us and congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mohit Verma, Executive Engineer, Punjab Water Supply and Sewerage Board, for innovation regarding development of low-cost sustainable solutions for mechanized sewer cleaning. Mr. Pawan Kumar Ojha, Assistant Manager from Rajasthan State Cooperative Marketing Federation, Online Procurement.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Pawan. On behalf of our Managing Director, ma'am, MD Sushma Arora, madam, I would like to thank you for recognizing our efforts. Thank you.
Congratulations. Dr. Malsar G, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Telangana State Mineral Development Corporation Limited, for EBS ERP implementation.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of Government of Telangana and Telangana Mineral Development Corporation, I thank you, everybody, especially Scotch, for considering the Telangana State Mineral Development Corporation EBS ERP implementation for the semi-finalists. Thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations. Ms. Vandana Yadav, Secretary from West Bengal Mineral Development and Trading Corporation Limited and Industries, Commerce and Enterprise Department, Sand Supply Chain Management System.
Good morning. This is Mohan Gandhi, CMD, West Bengal Mineral Development Corporation, on behalf of Ms. Vandana Yadav, Secretary Industries. We started this sand supply management 6 months back, mainly to promote eco-friendly and sustainable sand mining in the state, and to control the illegal sand mining. Within 6 months, really it rewarded us. Almost our revenue has doubled, and the illegal sand mining complaints have reduced a lot. Once again, I thank Scotch Group for giving this opportunity to showcase there. Thank you very much.
Well, congratulations.
Myself, Dr. Sunita Mehta, representing Shri Amandeep Singh Bharti sir, for Gyani project, UT Chandigarh.
Which department?
Sir, Technical Education Department, Chandigarh. Yeah, myself, Dr. Sunita Mehta, ICT Coordinator of Gyani project, would be receiving this on behalf of Amandeep Singh Bharti sir. We are so honored and grateful to be the recipient of this award, and we really appreciate the efforts made by the Scotch Group, as they have given us the platform to showcase our project. Otherwise, like earlier, there was no such kind of platforms, and this is really very much helpful. Thanks to all the jury members who have spared their valuable time in face-to-face evaluation of the project. And this award, it also gives a benchmark to compare our project with the other members, so that like we can learn more and more in detail, like how we can improve our project. And definitely this process will also be helpful for all the other people who are working on the similar projects.
Like if in the initial stage we come to know the weakness of the project, then we can easily overcome those things. So we have got the exposure to implement such innovative projects from the other organizations too. So there is no doubt that this process is really very much helpful. We believe in changing the country with technology. So thank you so much, Scotch Group.
Well, thank you very much. And, Scotch team, is there anybody else in the person is present?
Hello, I am Kumar Jadhav from MSRTG.
And with this, we come to the end of the announcement of first round of Scotch Order of Merit. For live voting, I request everyone to kindly keep referring back to the agenda, and the timings are given, and kindly stay online so that you can give your preferential popular vote as an expert to the projects which are participating today.
मैं नितिन जयराम गडकरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा।
उस समय मुझे मेरी माँ की याद आ रही थी। मुझे हमारे पार्टी के लिए जब हम 2 MP चुनकर आए थे, उस प्रतिकूल स्थिति में काम करने वाले कार्यकर्ताओं और नेताओं का स्मरण हो रहा था। उन कार्यकर्ताओं को, उन नेताओं को मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता।
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मैन ऑफ इंडिया, बहुपक्षीय राजनेता, सपने देखने वाले और कड़ी मेहनत करने वाले नितिन गडकरी एक प्रतीक हैं जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के। वो एक प्रतिबद्ध राष्ट्र कार्यकर्ता और एक दूरदर्शी नेता हैं। नितिन गडकरी का जन्म 27 मई 1957 को नागपुर शहर में हुआ था। पहले हिंदी और बाद में अंग्रेजी मीडियम की शिक्षा सरकारी स्कूल में पूरी करने के बाद उन्होंने GS कॉलेज से M.Com और नागपुर विश्वविद्यालय से लॉ किया। लोगों की सेवा करने का भाव उन्हें अपनी माताजी से मिला।
मेरे जन्म के बाद परिस्थिति बहुत खराब थी। लोअर मिडिल क्लास की स्थिति में उस समय था। खेती थी, मैं खेती भी जाता था, पर परिस्थिति अड़चने रहती थी। पर प्रतिकूल से माँ का मुझे प्रेम मिला। माँ बहुत सोशल थी, गरीबों के लिए थी, लोगों की सेवा करती थी। मुझे याद है मैं लॉ में गया, मैं लूना चाहिए थी। बहुत पीछे पड़ा माँ के कि मुझे लूना ले दो, लूना ले दो। पैसे नहीं थे। उसने अपने सोने के बैंगन, बड़ी जाड़ी एक पाटली बोलते हैं, उसको निकाल के दी और मैंने शिक्षक सहकारी बैंक के गांधीबाग शाखा में वो गिरवी रखकर, मुझे उस समय 4,500 रुपये मिले थे, उसकी मैंने लूना खरीदी की थी। वो माँ ने मुझे दी थी। मेरे को माँ कहती थी कि लोगों को कहती थी कि ये अपना परिवार का नाम बहुत बड़ा करेगा, बड़ा होगा। उसके आशीर्वाद मेरे साथ थे।
देश में आपातकालीन स्थिति युवा नितिन के राजनीतिक जीवन में एक महत्वपूर्ण मोड़ था। वो भूमिगत राजनीतिक गतिविधियों में सक्रिय थे। उनका घर विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए भूमिगत आधार था। वे आपातकाल के खिलाफ पुस्तिकाएं मुद्रित करते थे।
और उसी के बाद में लोकतांत्रिक युवा मोर्चा करके जनता पार्टी की एक ऑफिशियल विंग तैयार हुई। उसका मैं फिर विदर्भ का प्रमुख बना और उसके कारण ही बाद में जनता पार्टी में एक्टिव था, जनता पार्टी के लिए काम करता था और वही मेरे राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत है।
RSS और ABVP के साथ उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी और सहयोग ने उन्हें इस स्तर के नेता के रूप में विकसित करने में मदद की। राष्ट्र और समाज की सेवा करना उनका मुख्य लक्ष्य था। 28 साल की उम्र में उन्हें पश्चिमी नागपुर से चुनाव टिकट मिला।
चुनाव तो हार गया, पर मुझे बहुत लोगों ने कहा कि तुम बहुत अच्छे नेता बन सकते हो। मैं काम करते गया, दीवारों पर लिखने का काम मैंने किया, पोस्टर चिपकाया। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी और जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस दोनों का मेरे ऊपर प्रभाव था। अटल जी का स्वभाव, बड़ा दिल, स्टेट्समैनशिप, इनसे बहुत सीखने के लिए मिला।
मंत्री के रूप में महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा में उनका प्रवेश उनके दृष्टिकोण और सपनों को लागू करने का एक आदर्श अवसर था। उन्होंने विधानसभा में विधायी सदस्य और मंत्री के रूप में कार्य किया। बाद में उन्हें महाराष्ट्र का बीजेपी प्रमुख नियुक्त किया गया। अंत में वो पार्टी की वरिष्ठ जिम्मेदारियों को पूरा करने के लिए दिल्ली पहुंचे।
और इस प्रवास में मेरी कमिटमेंट देश के साथ है, समाज के साथ है, गरीब के साथ है और विचारों के साथ है। मैं एक बार मंत्री बनने के बाद टीवी खरीदने के लिए गया, कलर टीवी। फिर मेरे मन में है कि टीवी अगर इंस्टॉलमेंट में मिलता है, एम्बेसडर गाड़ी मिलती है, तो टनल और ब्रिजेस क्यों नहीं मिल सकता। उसी से विचार करते करते फिर पीपीपी, बीओटी वो विकसित होगा।
वो ठाणे भिवंडी बाईपास के पूरा होने में मुख्य रूप से संलग्न थे, जो बीओटी मॉडल पर आधारित देश की पहली सड़क थी। बांद्रा वर्ली सी लिंक, मुंबई पुणे हाईवे और मुंबई में 55 से अधिक फ्लाईओवर उनके द्वारा शुरू किए गए थे। उन्होंने इन परियोजनाओं को पूरा करने के लिए बाजार से भी धन आमंत्रित किया। उन्हें इस बात का एहसास था कि सरकार के पास पर्याप्त धनराशि नहीं है, इसलिए बुनियादी ढांचे का निर्माण कर टोल एकत्रित किया जा सकता था। नागरिक इन सभी सुविधाओं के साथ यात्रा में समय, ईंधन और पैसा बचा सकते थे।
मैं जब आया तो 403 प्रोजेक्ट 3,50,000 करोड़ के लगभग एनपीए की स्थिति में थे, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बर्बाद हुए थे। पर मेरे डिपार्टमेंट ने और मेरे सहयोगियों ने, हमने मिलकर इस देश को, हिंदुस्तान की बैंकों को करीब 3.5 लाख करोड़ के एनपीए से बचाया। जो 2 किलोमीटर पर डे पर रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन आया था, वो 29 किलोमीटर पर डे पर, और अगले साल 40 किलोमीटर का टारगेट पूरा करेंगे।
पिछले 67-68 सालों में महाराष्ट्र में 5,000 किलोमीटर का नेशनल हाईवे का नेटवर्क था। अभी गडकरी जी ने 15,000 किलोमीटर का एडिशन उसमें किया है और 5,000 किलोमीटर और ऐड उसमें कर रहे हैं।
इतिहास में पहला बार ट्राइबल के एरिया में निकोबार डिस्ट्रिक्ट, छोटा सा जिला जहाँ 30,000-40,000 वोटर्स है, आज नितिन गडकरी ने उस निकोबार द्वीप में नेशनल हाईवे घोषणा कर दिया 45 किलोमीटर्स।
डेवलपमेंट ओरिएंटेड अप्रोच, फास्ट ट्रैक डिसीजन में मैं फटाफट निर्णय कर रहा हूँ, हाय आना में बात करता हूँ। दूसरा टीम वर्क, सबको साथ लेकर काम करो। और चौथा ट्रांसपेरेंसी, करप्शन फ्री सिस्टम।
श्री सुंदरलाल पाटवा ग्रामीण विकास मंत्री थे जब नितिन गडकरी महाराष्ट्र में थे। वे सड़क, बुनियादी ढांचे के निर्माण और अन्य चीजों पर चर्चा करने के लिए मिलते थे। एक दिन नितिन जी ने उनसे कहा,
पटवा जी, आपको कुछ करना है तो गाँवों को जोड़ो। और फिर उन्होंने मेरे अध्यक्षता में अटल जी को बोलकर एक मीटिंग हुई। अटल जी ने मुझे जिम्मेदारी दी, कमेटी बनी। तो नाबार्ड के उस समय के अध्यक्ष थे। 1,10,000 करोड़ का जीडीपी बढ़ेगा, ऐसा उस समय रिपोर्ट आया। उस सवाल को अटल जी ने स्वीकार किया।
2009 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी नेतृत्व में बदलाव की तलाश में थी। लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी ने सुझाव दिया कि पार्टी नेतृत्व को युवा पीढ़ी के नेताओं के हाथों में सौंपा जाना चाहिए।
तो 4 नेताओं के नाम है नरेंद्र मोदी जी, शिवराज सिंह चौहान, मैं और मनोहर पर्रिकर। और बाद में शिवराज जी मध्य प्रदेश में आवश्यक थे और मोदी जी गुजरात में आवश्यक थे। और फिर मनोहर और मेरे से मेरा नाम का चयन हो गया। और जब मुझे निर्णय पता चला तो मैं आडवाणी जी के पास गया और सबके पास गया, मतलब मुझे अध्यक्ष क्यों बनाते हो? मैं तो कभी दिल्ली आता नहीं, मुझे दिल्ली का अनुभव नहीं, यहाँ की राजनीति पता नहीं। फिर सबने कहा कि नहीं, अब तुम्हारे सेवा पर रहने, तुमको बनना है। अटल जी को मैं अध्यक्ष बनने का आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए गया तो मैं उनके पैर छुए, आशीर्वाद दो। तो उन्होंने आंखें घुमाई और हाथ हिलाया। वो उनका मुझे आशीर्वाद मिला, ये मेरे जीवन का बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है।
2014 में जब बीजेपी सरकार को ऐतिहासिक चुनावी जीत मिली तो नितिन गडकरी को विकास की राजनीति करने का अवसर मिला।
मोदी जी ने मुझे पूछा था, तो मैंने कहा मुझे रोड का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर काम दो। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम 3-4 प्रमुख लोग हैं, तो फाइनेंस, डिफेंस, होम, इसमें से भी आप सोचो। तो मैंने कहा नहीं, मुझे कौन से नंबर पर है इसके बजाय मैं जो अच्छा काम कर सकता हूँ मुझे दीजिए, मुझे आप रोड का काम दीजिए, रोड शिपिंग का काम मुझे दीजिए।
भारत में सड़क मार्गों और जलमार्ग परिवहन क्षेत्र में माननीय मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में काफी बदलाव और प्रगति हुई। सागरमाला कार्यक्रम के तहत 572 परियोजनाओं की पहचान की गई और इसीलिए बुनियादी ढांचे पर निवेश के लिए 8 लाख करोड़ रुपए एकत्रित किए जाएंगे। इस कार्यक्रम से सालाना 35,000 से 40,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत बचत में मदद मिलेगी। ये कार्यक्रम घरेलू जलमार्गों की आर्थिक स्थिति को दोगुना कर देगा। इसी प्रकार भारतमाला परियोजना के तहत देश भर में 64,000 किलोमीटर सड़कों का नेटवर्क बन रहा है।
इसमें 50% हमने 24,000 किलोमीटर का काम लिया है, जो 7.5 लाख करोड़ का है। और मैं आने वाले दिसंबर तक 7.5 लाख करोड़ में से करीब 3.5 लाख 4 लाख करोड़ के काम शुरू कर दूंगा। और इसमें कम से कम अभी 10 लाख करोड़ के काम मैं शुरू कर चुका हूँ।
गडकरी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग प्राधिकरण ने 135 किलोमीटर के इस ग्रीनफील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे के माध्यम से जिस नई कार्य संस्कृति को बढ़ावा देने का कार्य किया है, वह अन्य सभी कार्यदायी संस्थाओं के लिए अनुकरणीय होना चाहिए।
कि उन्होंने 9 नेशनल हाईवे हमारे मंजूर किए, लगभग 35,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत उनसे आएगी। तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जितना हरियाणा में बढ़ेगा, जितना उत्तर प्रदेश में बढ़ेगा, दोनों राज्यों की प्रगति होगी।
4 धाम के रस्तों का काम पूरा करना चाहता हूँ। मेरी कोशिश है कि वो पूरा होगा। गंगा को और गंगा की 40 ट्रिब्यूटरी और नदियों को मैं शुद्ध और बनाना चाहता हूँ। इस मार्च के बाद अगला मार्च आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से 100% गंगा क्लीन होगी। 3 हाईवे मैंने अभी लगभग पूरे के, मेरठ हाईवे का पूरा होगा, दिल्ली का रिंग रोड पूरा हुआ। अब शिपिंग में 7,000 करोड़ हमारे पोर्ट को प्रॉफिट मिला है। ये देश में कमी है न पैसे की न टेक्नोलॉजी की, इस देश में कमी है सही दिशा सही विजन की।
मैं आज गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि हमारे नितिन जी ने 15 महीने की छोटी अवधि में जो काम पिछले 10 साल में नहीं हो पाए थे, ऐसे अनेक नए इनिशिएटिव लेकर के पूरे पोर्ट सेक्टर को नई ताकत दी है, नई ऊर्जा दी है और नई गति दी है।
एक सामाजिक उद्यमी के रूप में वो अभी भी देश में स्वदेशी प्रौद्योगिकियों और उत्पादों को बनाने और बढ़ावा देने के लिए सक्रिय रूप से अपना सहयोग कर रहे हैं।
बांस को कानून में ग्रास लिखा है, तो मैंने पूछा ग्रास तो काटने की परमिशन लगती है क्या? नहीं। बोला आप ऐसा क्यों करते हैं? हमारे यहाँ गलत नीति आई। इस देश को और बेरोजगारी को अगर जिम्मेदार कोई तो हमारी गलत नीति है। 40,000 करोड़ का लकड़ी इंपोर्ट करते हैं, 4,000 करोड़ की अगरबत्ती की काड़ियाँ इंपोर्ट करते हैं। हम वेस्ट लैंड पे बाम्बू लगा के कर सकते हैं, बाम्बू से इथेनॉल बनेगा, क्या नहीं बनता? अप्रोप्रिएट विजन फॉर डेवलपमेंट, स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिटिकल विल, अगर 2 बातें आ जाएगी तो फिर इनोवेशन टेक्नोलॉजी सब कुछ आ जाएगा, देश बदल जाएगा। अब हवाई जहाज चल रहा है, यहाँ नागपुर में 35 बसेस इथेनॉल पर चलती है स्कैनिया की, और अभी स्कूटर ऑटो रिक्शा भी आई। देश का किसान इस देश का पेट्रोल डीजल का पर्याय दे सकता है, बिजली बना सकता है, ये मेरा विश्वास था। आज सब जगह ये एक्सटेब्लिश हो गया और इससे 2 लाख करोड़ अगर ग्रामीण इकोनॉमी में जाएंगे तो 50 लाख युवाओं को रोजगार मिलेगा और ग्रामीण भारत का चित्र बदलेगा। मैं कभी स्कूटर पे चला जाता हूँ, गलियों में घूमता हूँ, लोगों में जाता हूँ, तो ये मेरे अच्छा लगता है। मुझे सिक्योरिटी के कारण मुझे बड़ी अड़चन होती है। 50 पुलिस वाले मेरे साथ चलते हैं बंदूक लेकर, थोड़ा अनकम्फर्टेबल। मैं फुटपाथ पे खाता था, मक्के का कनीस खाता था, पानी पूरी खाता था, तो मुझे बड़ा इसके कारण अड़चन थी। रात को होटल में खाता था। ये मेरा जीवन मुझे जीना है और कैसे जीना है वो मेरा प्रश्न है, उसका समाज का राजनीति का कोई लेना देना नहीं।
1984 में नितिन गडकरी जी का विवाह कंचन जी से हुआ। अपने व्यस्त राजनीतिक जीवन के साथ साथ नितिन गडकरी परिवार में पिता, पति और नेता के रूप में अपनी जिम्मेदारी बखूबी निभा रहे हैं।
हमारी शादी 18 दिसंबर को थी और नागपुर में 23 दिसंबर को लोकसभा का चुनाव था। तब हमारे शादी में इतने लोग खाना खाने के लिए आए, इतने लोग खाना खाने के लिए कि बाप रे, मैं भूल नहीं सकती। पूरा अनाज खत्म हुआ था,
क्योंकि वो इतना रिलेशनशिप मेरे लोगों में थी कि लोग मुझे इनके घर की शादी ना अपना ही है ऐसा समझ के आए।
जब पीडब्ल्यू मिनिस्टर थे, जब बच्चे छोटे छोटे थे, तब बच्चों की और इनकी 3-3, 4-4 समय में मुलाकात नहीं होती थी।
मेरे बच्चे ने एक बार रात को सोया था, मेरे पैर बांध दिए थे, ये कल न जाए मुंबई करके।
पिता की भूमिका, माँ की भूमिका, दोनों भूमिका मुझे निभानी पड़ती थी।
अब मुझे थोड़ा लगता है कि अभी मैंने उनके साथ अन्याय किया, अभी थोड़ा न्याय करना चाहिए। मेरे बच्चे कोई राजनीति में नहीं है, मेरी पत्नी नहीं, मेरी बेटी नहीं। मैंने उनको कहा कि देखो मैं अपनी सब बातें आपको दे दूंगा, अपनी विरासत दे दूंगा, संपत्ति दे दूंगा, पर मेरी राजनीतिक अधिकार मेरे ऊपर, मेरे पार्टी और मेरे कार्यकर्ता में। मेरी राजनीतिक विरासत कार्यकर्ता के पास जाएगी, बेटे के पास नहीं जाएगी। हम जितना काम करेंगे, जितने मोदी जी से हजारों लोग, मेरे हजारों कार्यकर्ता काम करें, तो भी समस्या नहीं सुलझाने वाली है और लोगों को ये काम करना होगा, पीढ़ियों से पीढ़ियों तक चलेगा।
हे प्रभु, नितिन जी को इतनी शक्ति देना कि उनके हाथ से भारत देश का गरीब लोगों की सेवा हो, स्वास्थ्य मिले और 2 टाइम का खाना उनको अच्छी तरह से मिले।
मैं समझता हूँ ये देश मेरा है, तो ये मेरा व्यवहार, ये मेरा कैलकुलेशन नहीं है, मेरी स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं है, ये मेरा नैसर्गिक स्वभाव है। मैं अपने स्वभाव से जी रहा हूँ। अब उससे क्या परिणाम होते हैं, अच्छे होते कि बुरे, आप जैसे लोगों का काम है। आप अच्छा कहें तो भी मुझे चिंता नहीं, बुरा कहे तो भी चिंता नहीं। मैं कोई कैलकुलेशन से कुछ करना नहीं चाहता, जो है जैसा है। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, मुझे कहाँ पता कहाँ मेरी मंजिल। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता।
मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, तुझे क्या खबर है कहाँ मेरी मंजिल। होगा कोई मेरा भी साथी, होगी कहीं तो मेरी भी महफिल। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, ये हुस्नो इश्क का जहां, ये शोखियां, ये मस्तियां, ये पर्वतों के काफिले, ये बादलों की टोलियां, पूछती है मुझसे तू चला है किधर। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता।
Welcome back to the 81st Scotch Summit on State of Governance that discusses various aspects of governance, including education, employment, environment, transport, energy, and so on. Digital is empowering India's citizens and laying a robust knowledge economy foundation. Data has now become the biggest asset for us. Today, citizen-generated data includes medical records, personally identifiable information, banking details, and digital body data from wireless health devices, and so on. We have the tools and technology to turn some of our long-standing challenges into our greatest opportunities and assets that have moved into more versatile, borderless age. This is the biggest change in governance that has contributed to the connected, participative, and collaborative governance. States have started playing an important role in the spirit of cooperative federalism, particularly health. Government knows its citizens better. This is the state of governance. To this inaugural session, I have the pleasure of having Mr. Sameer Kochhar, Chairman, Scotch Group, Reforms Historian, and author of Modinomics with us this morning. May I now invite him for his opening comments. Mr. Kochhar.
Namaskar to you all. It is the 81st Scotch Summit. The first Scotch Summit was in 2003, and that is when the first Scotch Awards were conferred. The assessment for the first Scotch Awards started in the year 2002. Today, it has been 20 years since we have been traveling across the country, talking to you all, looking at the blood, sweat, and tears of enlightened Indians, ordinary Indians, who end up doing extraordinary work in service of the country, giving us a ringside view and making India better. If you just look at where India was 20 years back and where it is today, about the only timeline study of that and only documentation of the history of what changed, what projects changed, who were the people behind it, is the only study that the Scotch does, which is called the State of Governance report. We do not want your good work to be forgotten. You know, a lot of people are celebrated or honored when they're no longer there. We like to honor and celebrate the living so that they give a model of inspirational leadership to the next generation. So 20 years back, people who were maybe, just passing out of the IAS and, today possibly they are additional secretaries to the government of India. We've seen the entire journey. We've seen institutions come up. We've seen challenges come up, and we've seen challenges being conquered. One of the greatest challenges that the country has faced in these 20 years, of course, is the challenge that we faced for the last 2 years, which is the COVID and its aftermath. The entire world was looking at India to fail. A country of 1.3 billion, they were expecting people dying in the streets. They were expecting anarchy. They were expecting nothing is going to happen. And very conclusively, India proved its leadership in the world on managing COVID admirably the way it did, with not so many resources, only with ordinary people doing extraordinary jobs, and with its technology prowess and its fantastic administrative and logistics capability. COVID was given a hand-to-hand fight in every street and every neighborhood. And it is indeed my pleasure that we have Dr. Manohar Agnani of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, who's going to be talking about it. But I would say that join me in giving a big round of applause to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for making us sit here in safety. Today, you are a beacon of hope. I don't think any award that we can confer on you would be adequate. It would possibly inadequate for the kind of work that you have done. And I hope that there are a lot of other countries who will take note of and learn from what we have achieved in India. You've actually made India a Vishwaguru. Besides the COVID problem, health itself is a big problem. Environment is the second big problem. Climate change is staring us in the face. and environment has been a much neglected area. So a lot of projects that we are discussing today pertain not just to health, they also pertain to climate, they pertain to environment management. One such beacon of hope, of course, is the sand supply chain management system that the government of West Bengal has implemented, which has kind of arrested severe damage to the environment due to illegal sand mining and also made sure that the revenue of the state has gone up many folds. Similarly, there are many, many beacons of hope that we will come across today, whether it's higher education in Gujarat, whether it is clean air project, again in Gujarat, where it is, trading in particulate emissions. It's a novel market-based mechanism to reduce pollution, breaking down of urban forests and, rejuvenating them. Many, many things that have happened across the country over the last 1 year. These are projects that have significant impact around them. Some of them have a footprint of a panchayat, some of them have a footprint of a district, some statewide and some nationwide. None of them is smaller or bigger for the kind of effort that has been put in by the people involved. I recall when in 2003 we did the first Scotch Awards, Mr. N.D. Tiwari, who was the then Chief Minister of Uttaranchal, it was not even Uttarakhand then, was awarded for a project called Arohi, which was ICT in computer education, for the work he did on e-governance. On the same stage, we honored a Gram Pradhan from Uttaranchal, a lady called Surujna Devi from Uttarkashi, who solved the drinking water problem of her village. And while conferring the award, we are saying that no act is, only a thirsty person knows the value of drinking water. No act is small or big. She solved the problem that she could within her limited resources, and you solve the problem due to the chair and the authority and the resources that you were given. Both of you have gone ahead, empowered India, made India better, worked for the people of India. I am looking forward to listening to more and more such inspiring stories from you today. Namaskar and Jai Hind.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kochhar, for those encouraging words. And in this inaugural session, we are joined by two luminaries, Dr. Manohar Agnani, who is the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and Ms. Vandana Yadav, Secretary, Industries, Commerce and Enterprises Department, Government of West Bengal, and Managing Director, WBIDC. And I first have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Agnani, who is a medical doctor and an IAS officer of the 93 batch, with a master's degree in international health from University of Copenhagen. More than 18 years of experience in the field of public health and a keen interest in health system, strengthening nutrition and gender issues. Currently working in the capacity of nodal officer for COVID-19 vaccine in the country under the National COVID-19 Vaccination Program. With over 1.85 crore doses of vaccinations already done, this makes India the largest inoculation drives in the world. Dr. Agnani.
Thank you, Dr. Gocharan, Samir Kochhar ji, my colleague Vandana ji, dignitaries. So it's a privilege to be talking to you on this important milestone which we all have achieved together. This is a victory of all efforts which have been done by Team Health India, we call it. I won't take much time, but as was introduced, I have a public health master's degree, and I have worked for many years in public health in different capacities in my cadre, which is Madhya Pradesh, and also in Government of India, where I am posted since last 4 to 5 years. I have never seen a very systematic program like one which we are discussing right now, that's National COVID Vaccination Program. I must tell you the basics. We started in a very systematic manner. We constituted a committee called NECVEC, which is chaired by even today Member Health Dr. V.K. Paul and Secretary Health. It has representations from state governments and different ministries. We went very systematically, right from the formulation of the policy to seeing the production capacities of the manufacturers, giving them incentives, and finally making a resource which can be utilized to the fullest extent. You all are aware that Ministry of Health and Family Welfare was doing vaccination earlier also, but it was limited to the vaccination of children largely and pregnants. We had a system which was digital. It used to monitor the vaccine management called EVIN. And I remember clearly that when we started this vaccination drive, people had a lot of apprehensions that will Government of India be managed to do a vaccination of entire population, which requires huge logistic arrangements. Probably we do not have any system to record every capture, every vaccination. We have been doing only the vaccine logistic and management. We have never done a name-based tracking of vaccination and so on. So we were very confident. It's not, I'm saying today, but we were confident for the reasons. We had reasons to be confident because we had experience of doing universal immunization program in the country. We also had experience of managing the adult vaccination in campaigns mode. You remember the measles rubella campaign and the Japanese encephalitis campaign. So we were very confident. We were also confident about logistic management. But this COVID vaccination gave us another opportunity to revisit our entire effort. We actually went on seeing our infrastructure in terms of the cold chain and augmented it as and when required, state-wise, district-wise, region-wise, even the cold chain point-wise. 29,000 cold chain points we revisited again, seeing what are the gaps there, how we can strengthen them. From day one, we were very sure that we will try to track every individual because we don't know what is the nature of vaccination. Today, we are starting for the primary vaccination. Tomorrow, we will need boosters, additional doses, precaution doses, time intervals, and this is very critical for a new vaccine. It is not a simple thing to do. So we graduated from even to COVID. We started with creating a beneficiary module where a name-based tracking is possible. You all are witness to this. You all have got vaccinated. You know when you got vaccinated, which vaccine, by whom, which CVC, on which date, what was the number of that vaccine. Everything is available. So I must say that we created a beautiful platform called CoWIN, which we gave to the international exposure. It is freely available for all other countries to do that. I must also say that when we started our vaccination drive, we came out with the guidelines. We calculated what is the HR, numbers of people, vaccinators do we have in public sector, in private sector, how many we need, how many vaccinators we need to train. We got the training modules done. We came out with the vaccine strategy, communication strategy, because we wanted to focus on 4 things. There was, normally you encounter a hesitancy when you go for the vaccination, but this was different in a sense that along with the hesitancy, you had eagerness also. People were wanting to get vaccinated first. So we came out with the guidelines. Who will be vaccinated first? Of course, it would be healthcare workers and the frontline workers and 60 plus, which are the most vulnerable population. And we systematically expanded this population to be covered. Then we covered 45. We all are witness to this. And eventually 18 plus, 15 plus, and 12 plus population, entire population is now eligible, who is 12 plus of our country. I must say that 185 crore vaccination is not a small thing. 96% of our eligible population has got at least 1 dose. 83% have got the second dose. And we were constantly monitoring And I must remind here, those are new to the vaccination journey of country. We have a systematic and beautiful model which was given by Honorable Prime Minister of India. We call it Mission Indradhanush. You are aware of that. When we try to do the line listing of all those who are missed by the vaccination, we do it for the children. The same vaccination strategy of Mission Indradhanush, we adopted for COVID vaccination, and we started with the Har Ghar Dastak Abhiyan. We train our manpower to actually go and do a household visit, try to see who are left with the first dose, who are those who are eligible for second dose and have not come for the vaccination, try to remove the vaccine hesitancy, and let's bring a system where we give them the best possible opportunities to get vaccinated. Har Ghar Dastak campaign, we started on 3rd of November last year, was a huge success. This was actually based on the model of Mission Indradhanush, which was given by Honorable Prime Minister. And that is not a small thing. If any policy is to be formed, all these components which I am saying, a systematic policy formulation is very, very important. And so is the implementation. And I must tell you, if I recall the days when the vaccine availability was less in comparison to the demand, how we distributed it, how we used every drop of vaccine, how we managed this vaccine to be equally distributed as per the demand and the cohort which is available in districts, in cold chain points, in vaccination centers. We could do it successfully. And I'm very proud of this journey. And the entire credit of this journey goes to Team Health India, which includes public, which includes private. And I must say, the private hospitals, private CVCs, people volunteered, people came together, and a combination of a vision of Honorable Prime Minister, a strategy devised by NECVEC, systematic work done by state immunization officer, state teams, district teams, Government of India teams. I must also bring and acknowledge the various partners, World Health Organization, UNICEF, UNDP, Bill and Gates Melinda Foundation, many civil society organizations who are working in the field, in the states, in the district, in remote areas, how they helped us in reaching this last mile coverage of vaccination. We also use drone for that matter. We are all witness. We have done excellent work. And if I have to compliment, if I have to give credit, it is all of us together who deserve a big success. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Privileged to be here. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Well, Dr. Agnani, thank you very much for apprising us on the efforts made for the COVID vaccination program. This is indeed, not only world's largest, one of the most concerted and monitored program. Nothing has fallen out even as a dry leaf from the program which has not been noticed. So my congratulations to you and look forward to further scaling. And this is going to be a learning for almost every single other government in the world. Thank you very much for being with us. I now move on to invite Mr. Raju Mishra, who is Joint Secretary, Industries, Commerce and Enterprises Department, Government of West Bengal. He is speaking on behalf of Ms. Vandana Yadav, who is Secretary of the department. Mr. Mishra.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to all the distinguished members, especially to Mr. Kochar, Dr. Dhanjal, who is our moderator, Dr. Agnani sir, and all the other distinguished panelists who have joined us today, and all the delegates who have joined this particular session. At the very outset of this, I would like to thank once again and our deep appreciation with the way Dr. Agnani and the entire team has taken up the COVID vaccination program. Moving on to our project for which I am here to speak specifically. So we all know that sand mining in general, in comparison to the other minerals, the biggest problem which we faced with regards to sand mining was that sand is available everywhere. And as was pointed out by Mr. Kochar, that that has led to environment degradation, that leads to a lot of issues. And time and again throughout the country, we have seen various reports regarding the illegal sand mining operations that occur and the issues therein. So our biggest challenge that was there was that till now we had a very fragmented system where each district had a separate way of handling each challan and enforcement, and how the royalty and other revenue was collected from the sand mining thing. So a mandate was given to the West Bengal Mineral Development Corporation, which forms under the Industry, Commerce and Enterprises Department, to streamline this entire process with the major objective of an environment-friendly sand mining practice, and to provide affordable sand to the development sector. So for this, the first thing, we went part by part, and let me tell all of you that whatever estimations we had in the beginning, when we started the project, all of them were far outbeaten by the final numbers which we arrived to, which I'm going to come in the second part of the presentation to you. So when we started, we had an estimation that maybe around 5,000 or 6,000 vehicles would be plying or would be involved in this process. So we went for a vehicle registration, and we created our portal in such a way that if a vehicle is not registered, then they will not be able to transport sand in the state, or for that matter, any other mine and mineral in the coming days. So the estimation which we had of around 5,000 vehicles, when we went for registration, it rose up to nearly 60,000. 60,000 plus vehicles were in fact registered on our portal. The most important thing that we did from an enforcement point of view and to ensure sustainable sand mining practices was a uniform system was implemented across the state. A QR enabled challan system was implemented, so that any district authority, anywhere, any enforcement agency, be it the transport wing, be it the police, be it the district authorities, be it the revenue administration, they can buy a single QR code. By scanning it, they'll be able to know whether the challan is genuine or not. These challans, they were timestamped, and they were also geolocation based. So for instance, depending upon the distance over which you are going to transport the sand, on that basis, you were allotted a specific time within which you had to transport the sand. Coming to the most important part of ensuring the legal mining, we created an online system of registration of all the existing sand carts, and we provided them the option of making a single window payment for all their royalty and all their other statutory payments. Now, this in fact reduced the business compliance from a lessee point of view to a huge extent. So the legal sand miners were incentivized to come into the system, and earlier they had to go to various establishments. For instance, they had to go to the bank to submit their income tax, they had to go to the treasury to submit their royalty, they had to go to the DM office to collect the royalty challans. And now the entire thing was made online into a single window system, so that heavily reduced the business compliance part for the legal sand miners. And at the same time, any and every illegal miner was thrown out of the system. So none of them were allowed to legally be a part of our system, and therefore it made easier now at the district authorities and at our enforcement level to check any of these illegal mining system. They did not have access to any e-challan, they did not have access to our portal, so they were sidelined. And that in fact has over the past 6 months, our revenue figures from these legal miners, it has now come to nearly 4-folds. So we have increased our revenues for the state from the sand mining portal. We have increased the amount of legal sand mining and the sand that is being provided at a very affordable rate through sustainable sand mining to all the developers. A very big issue that needs to be understood, that for this particular sector, many people are not very well versed with the online system, and many of them are very small time players. So we had to undertake very thorough training of these people, and we had to make our software very, very simple, OTP based software. We created a secret PIN for them, which they could use again and again. And we also had to make a lot of tweaks to the software, because we are also operating in very, very remote districts of West Bengal, where sand mining happens. So all those unique innovations were a part of a system, and we changed it on the go after speaking to the various legal sand miners. And the second thing was that sand mining, which I've said right in the beginning, it is not restricted to a single zone like coal, where it is easier to control. So using ICT, which is our biggest power, and along with the training of our enforcement team, along with the sand miners and the district teams, we have been able to achieve this project. And we are hopeful that in the future, so because of the success of the project, now the state government has decided that we are going to implement it uniformly across all the other minor minerals. In addition to that, we have brought in other layer of enforcement in the form of drone surveillance and RFID tagging, so that each vehicle can be tracked. And we can also go for night surveillance of these specific zones and areas. So we are building upon the success of the project. And I hope that we can learn some other best practices from all the other projects that will be presented today, and we can take this project to new heights. I thank you all once again for this opportunity to present our project to all of you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for taking us through your experience. The interesting part, which is what I find, that you have incentivized these sand mining businesses. How did you actually go about doing it? I mean, if you could tell us a bit more about it.
Thank you. So what used to happen earlier was that if there is an illegal mining going on, so these legal sand miners who have paid legally to the government to carry on the sand businesses, they were at a disadvantage. And second, since there was no way of differentiating because the challans and all were offline, so at times it was very easy to counterfeit it. And third, for the legal sand miners, they had to visit various establishments to make their respective payments for their royalty, cess, DMF, IT, and other returns. So the first thing we did for them was to make it into a single window system where they could go and make the entire payment at one go. Second, we made the centralized uniform portal across the entire state, which did not allow access to any of the non-legal miners. And third, by the security features in our e-challan in the form of QR code, having dedicated enforcement module with our enforcement teams, the problem of counterfeiting of these challans was removed. Therefore, through these three steps, we have incentivized our legal miners, and that has led to a huge increase in our revenues and the legal sand mining.
Well, thank you very much. So I sincerely thank Dr. Manohar Agnani, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and Mr. Mishra, Joint Secretary, Industries, Commerce and Enterprises, Department of Government of West Bengal, for sharing your thoughts with us. So with this, we move on to our next session, which is a state of states with focus on education, forest and environment. We have this morning with us Mr. Nagarajan M., Commissionerate of Higher Education, Government of Gujarat, Mr. Anil Kumar Vasant Lal Shah, Member Secretary, Gujarat Pollution Control Board, Mr. Pushkar Singh, Managing Director, MP State Minor Forest Produce Cooperative Federation Limited, and Mr. Kaushlendra Kumar, Executive Director from Chhattisgarh Rajya Van Vikas Nigam Limited. Let's first understand the important initiatives undertaken recently by the Government of Gujarat when it comes to higher education. The state has an employability enhancement initiative as well, imparting training on skill development for students of higher and technical education to make them industry ready. It has 60 universities, over 800 colleges, and around 1.5 million students pursuing higher education. And for this, Mr. Nagarajan, who is Commissioner from Higher Education, is with us, who has experience of 22 years in various government departments, including Indian Railways.
Nagarajan sir is on leave, so I am a Joint Commissioner Higher Education. Narayan Madhav is here.
Mr. Narayan Madhav. You're welcome, sir. But since I've already started introducing Mr. Nagarajan, let me complete it.
Yes.
And Mr. Nagarajan, in fact, made major interventions in health, education, and rural development. And he believed that technology can be a game changer in India's development, and conceived programs like Digital Village, Smart Village, Rural Startups, mHealth, and eHealth. And I welcome the department. And on behalf of Mr. Nagarajan, I hand the mic over to you, sir.
Myself, Narayan Madhu, Joint Commissioner Higher Education. We have introduced a Cogent platform. Cogent में हमारे पास जितने 6000 फैकल्टीज है, 6000 फैकल्टीज के पहले कोई डेटा नहीं था, ना फोन नंबर था, तो हमने सभी फैकल्टीज के डेटा की कब से वो सर्विस में ज्वाइन हुए और उन्होंने ग्रेजुएशन किस में किया, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन किस में किया, पीएचडी किस में किया है, कहाँ से कहाँ ट्रांसफर हुई है, पूरा सब डेटा एक मिला के एक प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार किया है। तो इसके कारण क्या हुआ कि हमको पता चलता है कि हमारे पास एक्सपर्ट कितने हैं, कौन कैसे काम कर रहा है, और अगर स्किल ट्रेनिंग देते तो हमारे स्किल वाले लोग कितने हैं हमारे पास, स्टार्टअप अगर और हम सबका जो फैकल्टी है उसका इंटरेस्ट कहाँ है, मतलब एक सिंगल डेटाबेस पूरा एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट का, हायर एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट का हमने तैयार किया है। इसके कारण हम कोई भी अगर एप्लीकेशन करना है, कोई डेटा एनालिसिस करना है तो अच्छी तरीके से हम कर सकते हैं, और इसके कारण पूरे डिपार्टमेंट का काम अच्छी तरह से हो रहा है। थैंक यू। सॉरी सर, यू आर नॉट ऑडिबल।
आपका एक और प्रोजेक्ट है उदिशा करके, जिसमें कि जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो डायरेक्टली इंडस्ट्री के साथ जुड़ते हैं, एम्प्लॉयर्स के साथ।
वी हैव आल्सो वन प्लेटफॉर्म कॉल्ड उदिशा, मतलब प्लेसमेंट पोर्टल है। हम सभी इंडस्ट्रीज को उसके ऊपर रजिस्टर कराते हैं जो पूरे गुजरात में फैली हुई है, और हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो रजिस्टर होते हैं और बाद में और उसका मैच करते हैं प्लेसमेंट के पोर्टल के ऊपर, और बाद में हर एक कॉलेज के जो टीवाई के स्टूडेंट्स हैं उसका 3rd ईयर में उनका इंटरव्यू होता है हर एक कॉलेज में, मतलब ऑल ओवर गुजरात ये होता है, और एक बड़ा सा डेटाबेस हमारे पास आ जाता है और इंडस्ट्री को भी नए लोग मिलते हैं। तो ये काफी 3 साल से चल रहा है और धीरे धीरे एस्टेब्लिश हो रहा है ये पोर्टल, और काफी इंडस्ट्रीज अब हमारे पास सामने से आ रही है कि इस बार कब है, मतलब ये अच्छी तरीके से ये भी एक डेवलप हो रहा है।
तो इसमें पिछले 3 साल में क्या क्या उपलब्धियां हासिल हुई आपको?
करीब 1 लाख स्टूडेंट्स है वो रजिस्टर होते हैं, और ज्यादा से मतलब 60 और 70% लोगों को प्लेसमेंट मिलता है इसमें, प्लेसमेंट पोर्टल के कारण।
एक चीज मैं और जानना चाह रहा था आपसे कि हाल ही में आपने काफी थोड़े समय से ये एजुकेशन को प्राइवेटाइज करना शुरू किया है, तो उसमें आपको लगा कि बढ़ोतरी हुई है एजुकेशन स्टैंडर्ड में, या फिर आपका जो अपना सिस्टम चल रहा था विच वाज गवर्नमेंट कंट्रोल वो बेहतर था?
हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म में हमने एक क्या कि जो कोरोना में हमने सबको माइक्रोसॉफ्ट पोर्टल है वो सबको लाइसेंस उसका फ्री में दिया था सभी फैकल्टीज को, और इसके कारण क्या हुआ, जब ऑफलाइन हुआ तो ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन दोनों मोड में वो चला सकते हैं, तो असाइनमेंट है उनका अपना उसको दे सकते हैं, असाइनमेंट जो स्टूडेंट्स है वो दे सकते हैं, ये भी हुआ है। और कितने फैकल्टीज क्लास शेड्यूल कर रहे हैं, कौन नहीं कर रहा है, वो भी एक पता चलता है। तो काफी इसमें एक ऑफलाइन और ऑनलाइन मोड दोनों के कारण एक व्यूहात्मक चेंज आया है और लोग उसको सीरियसली लेने लगे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच। I move on to the next. In addition to the regular pollution contributed by road, rail, aviation, etc., industrial emissions, dust and brick kilns, the regular figure in Gujarat has risen to a substantial 70,000 tons. The practice of burning of stubble after harvest is a huge contributing factor to the poor air quality. Gujarat Pollution Control Board of late has been keeping a hawk's eye on the rising levels of pollution. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by Mr. Anil Kumar Vasant Lal Shah, who is Member Secretary, Gujarat Pollution Control Board, having 30 years of experience in the field of prevention and control of pollution, apprising Indian environmental laws. Past positions have included in regulating environmental laws, including inspection, decision-making on applications for consents, grievance redressal, coordination with district administration for various tasks, including public hearing and so on. So, Mr. Shah, would you like to take apprise us of the efforts which are made at the state level, fighting the pollution, changing the laws, and creating a healthy and cleaner society?
Thank you very much to all participants and the organizers for inviting us for this discussion. Gujarat being an industrialized state, the development and environment are both are the two sides of the coin, and that is maintained as a sustainable development. Then and only then the country and the state can progress. So Gujarat is a front runner state in the entire country, and the only state which has adopted the e-governance in somewhere around 2008, which was the first of its kind in environmental governance through its XGN portal, and which was replicated in the almost 7 to 8 states in the country. That project we have implemented with the help of the NIC. Secondly, we are pioneer in, or we are first in the world to implement the emission trading scheme for the particulate matter. Now we are implementing in Ahmedabad. The project was started in the Surat. Then co-processing of the hazardous waste. As you are aware, when more and more number of industry, there will be a more and more generation of the waste. So waste to be disposed in environmental friendly manner and with the technically sound technologies to be adopted in this. So with that, following the guidelines and rules and regulations published by the central government, co-processing of the hazardous waste, Gujarat is the first in the country to use the waste as a fuel. Then disposal of the effluent is also concerned. So for that, we are also the first in that aspect also for providing the deep sea disposal line. So Gujarat is the state where industries are enjoying the good set of environmental infrastructure in the form of disposal lines, treatment, air quality, and the waste disposal. And as you all are aware that air pollution is one of the biggest environmental challenges in India, and dates according to the global reports. So all the pollutant particulate matter is far the most problematic air pollutant in the national scale. Presently, the air pollution is regulated by command and control system, that is through the Air Act 1981. But effectiveness of this system is a bit complex, and therefore we were compelled to think out of the box how to control the particulate matter, for which we studied the global mechanism of this emission trading, and we think fit that the emission trading to be the game changer, and we implemented it first in the world in India, in Gujarat, in Surat city, and the results of which are very encouraging. And we collaborated with the Harvard University, University of Chicago, University of A, and JPAL, South Asia. They have helped us in achieving this. And as a result of this, the polluter pay principle has been followed in this system, and the results of which were encouraging, and somewhere around 18% of the air pollution we are able to reduce in the city of Surat. And by this encouraging result, now we are shortly implementing it in the city of Ahmedabad as well. Also following this, the Honorable Ministry of Environment and Forest is also going for some CO2 emission trading based on the results which we have gathered for the particulate matter. Now, with the success of this project in Ahmedabad, which we are going to replicate, somewhere around we are starting with the 200 participating industry, and maybe in a month or so, we will be announcing its launching. Then this ETS, which is delivered, that is a win-win situation, because the project proponent are trading when they are releasing more emission, they have to purchase their permit from the market, which is like a stock exchange. So that is to be done. And accordingly, the industry are not punished unless and otherwise the trading is very high. So they are also benefited, and the industry which are emitting less, they are selling the permit. So thereby, they are also getting some monetary benefit. Then this project is a paradigm shift, and that is how we are regulating the pollution in this innovative scheme in Gujarat. And this is a landmark project, and I think this will the result of Surat and now the Ahmedabad, and we will expand it in little more states of the more district of the state, and hope this will be replicated at the national level as well. Thank you very much.
So in fact, you also have a national clean air program, which is based on which you seek to tackle the problem of lack of information between cities regarding air pollution. How is it that you are leveraging this?
In NCAP, there are two components. The earlier component, government has granted some fund, and now in NCAP this year, 15th Finance Commission, they have given something around 400 crore to the Ahmedabad, Vadodara, Rajkot and city, the 4 million plus cities, where this amount is to be handed over to the corporations, and the corporation will tackle the pollution which is generated in the city area. The study of this source apportionment has indicated that contribution of, because out of these 4 cities, the 2 cities has completed the source apportionment study, which indicate the industrial contribution is about 20 to 30%, as against the other pollution, that is vehicular, domestic, fossil fuel burning of waste in open, through the waste which was collected by the corporations. So all these things need to be tackled in a holistic manner, so that the target given by the Finance Commission and Ministry and Central Pollution Control Board can be achieved, and slowly, as per the target, they will reduce the 25%, 30%, 40%, 50%, and ultimately to get the final destination to reduce the pollution.
And you mentioned about Surat, wherein nearly 350 plus industrial units around the city and in the city. You started tracking them, and you have gathered high quality data. It is monitoring almost in real time, and the data is also available in public domain. So, what have been the learnings from there? How is it? You also mentioned that you're moving to the city of Ahmedabad, but there are a whole lot of large number of cities in Gujarat itself.
In Surat, in initial phase, we did get the resistance from the industry, but our collaborator has made several meetings. They explained the benefits, merits, demerits that were discussed at length, and industry were convinced that it is in the benefit of the nation as well. So initially it was started with somewhere around 100 industry. Now more than 300 plus industry are participating, because this is a trading system, and which is taking place to the larger emitters. The small industries we have not taken into the consideration, and their benefit and environmental benefit which we concluded, because in this scheme it's called trade and cap or cap and trade. So depending upon the standards, we are putting a cap that this much ton of the emission can be emitted by the participating industry. Then the continuous monitoring of their chimneys, which is a bit costly equipment, and regularly calibrating it, we are getting the good set of the data. And by analyzing that data periodically, the cap can be revised and then permits can be issued. And by that, the industries are trading among themselves, and we are keeping certain amount of the permit reserved with us so that it can be released in the case of emergency. So this has resulted the cumulative effect of that and the effort which we put with the help of the industries and the collaborator of this program, that has resulted into 18% sizable amount of the reduction of the air pollution in the Surat. And by inspiring that, this sizable amount of reduction of the air emission, we are now moving this scheme to the city of Ahmedabad, and work is already started. And about 300 industry. In Surat, we have started with 150. Here we are starting with the more number of industries, 300. And by that, I think we will definitely achieve some good result, even more than the Surat.
One more thing that comes to my mind, pre-COVID, in the name of handling pollution in large cities, these smaller units were being relocated to further far areas, and that was something which probably was not a very good move when it comes to the small and medium enterprises, because then the supply chain, the market access, the infrastructure development, then that becomes an issue. And a whole lot of MSMEs did suffer at that time. So I hope in the name of now these 300 plus units, which is what 100, 150 and so on and so forth that you're looking at, you're only making them compliant by being in the city rather than making them relocate again.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because the development and environmental compliance cannot go simultaneously. One has to make compromise at one point so that the sustainable development can be achieved. If there is a more polluting industry, that can be definitely, yes, needs to be shifted, not at the cost of, because if you look at the Ahmedabad city, in earlier days, because I am working in the board since last more than 30 years, I have witnessed the earlier industrial estate which are in outskirts of the city. Now the development has taken in such a way that all these are forming the part of the city. So the people are approaching towards the industry. When does the industrial development, definitely the livelihood is going to be changed. People are getting more and more richer. So they are finding the way and they are approaching towards the expansion of their houses and all. So all these things are reaching towards the industry. Industry cannot be relocated. But at the same time, when the industry started surrounding by the residents, definitely we have to protect the residents also. So industry has to comply with the stringent standard. If they cannot achieve the stringent standard, then definitely yes, they have to relocate. So that is how the sustainable development.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you.
We'll interact with you once again. Madhya Pradesh is endowed with rich forest health. There are many important non-timber forests produced, including medicinal plants found in the forest, including tendu leaves, sal seed, gum, chironji, and seeds of mahua, so on. Madhya Pradesh is processing and marketing herbal products and honey under the brand name Vindhya Herbals. Here is one organizing that is propelling that in the state, which is Madhya Pradesh State Minor Forest Produce Federation. We have with us Mr. Pushkar Singh, its Managing Director, who is an officer in the rank of Principal Chief Conservator of Forest in Madhya Pradesh. He's worked as Commissioner Horticulture and Food Processing Department and as Chief Executive Officer of MP Ecotourism Development Board, where he conducted Anubhuti program for school children in which more than 1 lakh students took part, taken from the forest area, and gave them first-hand information about the environment. Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Dr. Gursaran ji, and good morning to all. As has been briefed about our organization, Madhya Pradesh is a rich state in terms of forest and biodiversity. Of the state is forest area. So naturally, large number of people are connected with the forest villages which are living near to the forest, and more than 40 lakh people are directly connected with the forestry activities, forest produce for their basic livelihood. So we as are into the field of minor forest produce collection, its processing, trading, and all these things. So through our cooperative system, we produce the tune of 1,000 crore every year. And last year, I would like to mention that during last 2 years, we had a pandemic time during May and June, when there was lockdown everywhere. Through minor forest produce collection, we have been able to provide employment to the tune of 400 crore each year to the poor villagers, which are mostly tribal people. And secondly, we are not only collecting and giving them collection prices, we are sharing our benefit also with the villagers. So whatever benefit we get, 75% of the net benefit is plowed back to these villagers. So that way, we are creating an environment of livelihood generation through our minor forest produce collection and trading activities. So beside collections, now we are into processing also, primary processing basically. And this we do through our self-help group. More than 20,000 people through self-help group are connected to us, and they are getting benefit of this facility. Thirdly, as you know, most of the minor forest produce gatherers, they are very poor people. Almost the last section of our society living near the forest. So we ensure that there is no exploitation of these people by traders or by other social elements. So for this, we have a system of minimum support price for the minor forest produce. So we have declared minimum support price for 32 minor forest produce of our forest area. So whenever the prices in the market goes down, we have a system of collecting these minor forest produce MSP, which we have declared. So that by that MSP system also, we are supporting our villagers in a big way. Besides doing all these things, a small part of our profit, we do village development programs also. We construct a stock tank, we construct tanks, we construct roads, school building, Anganwadi, community centers for the villagers who can use it for their personal purpose or for their social activities. So that way also we are helping them in their various social needs. Apart from that, we have an insurance scheme also for our minor forest produce collectors, which as I told you, there are more than 40 lakh people. So we have a social security system also for them. And other than this, we help their school children for getting, we provide them a scholarship up to 10 and then 10 to 12. And if some student from these backward places, he wants to join some engineering college or some medical or some technical education, we help them to help our local villagers. So this is one part which we have put the presentation. Second topic of our submission was creating awareness about the minor forest produce. As we all know, the COVID pandemic, it has given limelight to the minor forest produce and to the Ayurvedic system of medicine, and shown that how this system is so much useful to cure all these types of viral. So to create the awareness of these minor forest produce, we organize a big international herbal fair in Bhopal. It's a 5-day event which was organized in December last year, and I am happy to share with all you that in that event we conduct buyer-seller meet also, and in our event just in 5 days we could get an order of 14 crore rupees to supply the medicinal plants and their derivatives, and by now we have almost supplied more than 25% of that. So that way we give employment opportunity to our villagers and we do the value addition of their products also. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to put forth my point of view.
Thank you very much. In fact, that prompts me to ask one question that, you said that you have made the community as, a participant as well as a partner in the program. So how did you decide upon the transfer of ownership of NTFP to the Gram Panchayats under 73rd Constitutional Amendment and Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas Act of 1996?
Nicely you asked, Dr. Saranji. Why, when the PESA Act was implemented and later on when Forest Right Act also came into existence in 2006, we have given the all proprietorship, ownership of all minor forest produce to our villagers. They are free to collect it, trade it, process it. We only support them. We support them in finding a better market. We support them in finding a better price. If they get a better price somewhere else, they are free to sell it anywhere, except for one minor forest produce, which is Bidi Tedupatta, because it is a specific kind of thing and not much market is there. So we support these villagers through our cooperatives are also cooperatives of the villagers and the gatherers. So we support them in trading in that sense. For other minor forest, they want to do with that. Earlier we used to have transit permit of system. They required a transit permit to transport. Now we have done away with that system also. So villagers are free to do everything.
Very nice. How do you distribute the profits?
Profit is distributed. We have a system. We calculate our profit and whatever net profit is there, 75% of this profit goes back to the account of the gatherers, their bank account. And remaining 25%, we use 10% for their village development, for infrastructure in the village, as I told earlier, roads, school building, Anganwadi, like that. So 10% goes to that thing, and the another 10% we keep it for forest development, because we want that this minor forest produce, the sustainability of minor forest produce is maintained, so that we collect this year, so we are able to collect in the next generation also. So for that we keep 10% for the forest development, and now we have decided to give 5% to the Gram Sabha also, the concerning Gram Sabha from where this minor forest produce has been collected.
So how have the financial health of Gram Sabha improved after this 5%? I mean, what is the quantum of this?
Gram Sabha, we have made provision just last month only.
Okay.
So with that provision, we will be providing Gram Sabha more than 20 crore rupees every year.
Okay, great. That sounds good.
And as I told you that during the collection season, we provide employment to the tune of 400 to 500 crore in just 1 month. And profit, another 400 to 500 crore to their account.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for being with us. I'll come back to you in case we have more time left for interaction. And move on to our next participant from Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh has one of the widest forest covers in the country and also the largest iron ore reserve. The balancing act is precarious and is the primary responsibility of the Rajya Van Vikas Nigam Limited. To talk about it, there is, more than 4,000 plus million tons of iron ore reserve, accounts for 19% of the total iron ore reserves in India. It also poses at the same time a big challenge to the ecology. So Mr. Kaushlendra Kumar, who is Executive Director of Chhattisgarh Rajya Van Vikas Nigam Limited, is going to be talking about as to, what efforts have been made in order to do this balancing act, also saving the regions in the south of Chhattisgarh, which is the heavily area dominated by indigenous and so on and so forth. Mr. Kaushlendra Kumar.
Good afternoon, all of you. Sir, first I would like to inform you that our AD sir and MD sir unable to join because some urgent meeting was there. So myself, Amit Agustin Barwa. Sir, first I would like to introduce about Chhattisgarh Rajya Van Vikas Nigam Limited. Sir, वन विकास निगम की स्थापना 1976 में हुई थी, जब उसके बाद 2000 में छत्तीसगढ़ अलग होने के बाद इसकी स्थापना हुई है। सर, इसमें हमने एक ऑक्सीजन का निर्माण किया है, जो छत्तीसगढ़ की राजधानी रायपुर के सेंटर में, सिटी सेंटर में लगभग 55 सरकारी ऑफिसेस और 115 आवासीय कॉलोनियों को हटाकर और 70 दुकानों को हटाकर ये ऑक्सीजन डेवलप किया गया है। और इसमें लगभग 2700 वृक्ष लगाए गए हैं और इसमें सिटी के लोगों के लिए सुबह शाम घूमने और बच्चों को खेलने के लिए और एक्सरसाइज के लिए ये करीबन 20 एकड़ की जमीन में ये निर्माण कराया गया है। इस प्रोजेक्ट में लगभग 12 करोड़ खर्च हुए और इससे यहाँ के लोगों को बहुत फायदा हुआ है। और इसके अलावा छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य वन विकास निगम ने एक और अच्छा काम किया है। यहाँ कोरबा एक इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया है, जहाँ की हमारे डंप एरियाज हैं, वहाँ पे छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य वन विकास ने प्लांटेशन करके बहुत अच्छा डेवलपमेंट किया है।
जी, आपका आवाज आ रहा है?
जी सर, थैंक यू। 2017 में इस प्रोजेक्ट की शुरुआत की गई थी और 5 साल कंप्लीट हो गए और ये 2 फेज में हुआ था। एक 12 हेक्टेयर में फर्स्ट और सेकंड 8 हेक्टेयर में हुआ था। और इसमें एक पर्यटन के लिए भी सुविधा बनाई गई है, बम्बू हट्स बनाए गए हैं और लगभग यहाँ पर कोशिश ये की जाती है लोगों की, बिकॉज ऑफ ऑक्सीजन के नाम से ये फेमस हुआ है, तो लोग यहाँ इसका फायदा उठा रहे हैं। और ये बनाने में बहुत परेशानी हुई थी क्योंकि सिटी सेंटर में यह निर्माण कराया गया, तो सबसे परमिशन लेना और वहाँ के लोगों को हटाना एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम थी, जिसको कि हटाकर हमने बहुत अच्छा डेवलप किया है सर। और ज्यादा एक्सप्लेन तो नहीं कर पाऊंगा सर, मैं इतना ही एक्सप्लेन करके मैं
जी
आप लोग को अपॉर्चुनिटी के लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया ज्वाइन करने के लिए। So, well, this brings us to the end of this session on the state of states, which is with focus on education, forest and environment. And I thank the Commissionerate of Higher Education, Government of Gujarat, Gujarat Pollution Control Board, MP State Minor Forest Produce Cooperative Federation, as well as Chhattisgarh Wan Vikas Nigam Limited joining us for this session. Welcome back to this post-lunch session, and we kick this off with the announcement of the next round of Scotch Order of Merit. Gentlemen, I have the pleasure of inviting our next Andhra Pradesh Southern Power Distribution Company Limited, High Voltage Distribution System. Mr. Vanraj Singh M. Parmar, EDP Manager from Bhavnagar Municipal Corporation, Online Professional Tax Software. The next one also goes to Bhavnagar Municipal Corporation, BMC's IT Infrastructure and Data Center. Mr. Parmar, well, congratulations to you and the entire team. Yet another one for online COVID-19 bed occupancy. Mr. Parmar, congratulations once again. Mr. Neerab Kumar Prasad, Chief Commissioner, Land Administration and Special Chief Secretary. Me Bhumi, Chief Commissioner of Land Administration, Revenue Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh.
Good afternoon to everyone who are connected here. My name is Rachna and I am Project Director for Computerization of Mandal Revenue Offices from the Office of Chief Commissioner, Land Administration. So I thank you for giving us this Order of Merit on behalf of the CCLA organization. Thank you.
Congratulations. The next one also goes to the Chief Commissioner of Land Administration, Revenue Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Crop Cultivators Rights Cards.
Thank you so much for this recognizing the effort that we put in for the CCRC cards.
And the third one for Bhu Shodhak, Chief Commissioner of Land Administration, Revenue Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh.
Thank you once again. This is also from the Office of Chief Commissioner, Land Administration, Government of Andhra Pradesh.
Congratulations again. House sites for poor families. Chief Commissioner of Land Administration, Revenue Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Once again.
Thank you so much. This is one of the major prestigious program of the Government of Andhra Pradesh and Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh as well. For giving 25 lakh house site pattas for the landless poor over there in the state of Andhra Pradesh. So thank you so much for recognizing us with this Order of Merit certificate.
Congratulations once again. And we move on to invite Dakshin Gujarat Wijh Company Limited, Ms. Rita Pereira, for digitization of Statue of Unity by upgradation of distribution power system. Dakshin Gujarat.
Thank you, sir. Myself, E.G. Patel, Superior Engineer Technical, Dakshin Gujarat Wijh Company Limited. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations. Sachin GIDC overload to underground network conversion. Dakshin Gujarat Wijh Company Limited.
Myself, Gaurav. Once again, thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Department of Power Development, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, back to village, Mr. Rohit Kansal, Principal Secretary. Sustainable Environment Conservation, Irandol Municipal Council, Mr. Vikas Ramesh Nawale, Chief Officer. Economic Value Add by Gujarat Maritime University, Mr. Alan Jacob, Consultant. Sustainable CSR Practices by Gujarat State Electricity Corporation Limited, Mr. Ravi Parikh, Company Secretary.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
I express my heartfelt gratitude towards the whole team of Scotch for providing us such an esteemed platform to showcase our sustainable CSR initiatives. We are a company who not only generate power but generate aspirations as well, impacting millions of underprivileged lives across Gujarat state. Thank you to the whole team of Scotch for giving us this opportunity.
Well, congratulations to you. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Gujarat State Electricity Corporation Limited for unique initiative in renewable energy project. Dinkar Jethawa, Chief Engineer.
Yes. Thank you. Myself, Dinkar Jetwa, Chief Engineer Project and Planning, GSECL, and thank you for giving us the opportunity. And this is very unique program for state farmers, cheap electricity in daytime. This is project is very unique and very useful for the farmers of state of Gujarat. Thank you. Thank you for all jury members and all of you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jamshedpur Notified Area Committee for Swachh Jal Swachh Jeevan, Mr. Krishna Kumar, Special Officer. Karnataka Solar Policy 2014-21, Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited, Managing Director Mr. Rudra Paya KP. Madhya Gujarat Witch Company Limited, Mr. Chandrakant N. Pendor, Superintending Engineer for strengthening of IT solutions for betterment of consumer satisfaction.
Sir, we have developed many systems, but this system was for facilitating our consumers through our complaint management system, mobile app, and other applications. So we are very thankful to Scotch for recognizing our efforts.
Congratulations. Madhya Pradesh Paschim Kshetra Vidyut Vitran Company Limited. Mr. Amit Tomar, Managing Director, for deployment of smart metering along with AMI system in West Discom Indore.
नमस्कार सर साहब, हमारे एमडी साहब बाहर गए हुए हैं. मैं DS चौहान, हमारे डिप्लॉयमेंट ऑफ स्मार्ट मीटर इन इंदौर सिटी के लिए जो सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ मेरिट मिला वो सेमीफाइनलिस्ट में आया. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, इतना अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म दिया. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार.
आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू.
Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution Company Limited, Mr. Vijay Singhal, Chairman and Managing Director for Document Management System with Electronic Signature.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Prasad Reshme, Director Projects MSCDCL. I thank to all the juries of this Scotch Award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Mr. A. Gopal Rao, Chairman and Managing Director, Northern Power Distribution Company of Telangana, for implementation of innovative IR/IRDA metering technology. The next one also goes to Northern Power Distribution Company of Telangana for distributed solar generation. Padma Kunvarba General Hospital, Mr. Ketan J. Pipalia, Superintendent, providing quality services under maternal health.
Thank you, sir. Myself, Dr. Ketan Pipalia, Superintendent, Padma Kunvarba Hospital. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity by Scotch panelists, and consider our maternal health services as we providing our best quality for the maternal services. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations, Dr. Ketan Pipalia. GPRS Billing, Paschim Gujarat Witch Company Limited, Mr. J. Gandhi, Chief Engineer.
So myself, Gaurav Waghela, Deputy Engineer, due to unavoidable circumstances, J. Gandhi sir not available. Sir, Scotch has provided a unique platform, and we have received this one of the GPRS Billing award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Mr. Waghela.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Rajasthan Renewable Energy Corporation Limited for maximum solar commission capacity in India, Mr. Subodh Agarwal, Chairman and Managing Director.
So, I am representing from Rajasthan Renewable Energy Corporation. Myself, Sunit Mathur, Director Technical, Rajasthan Renewable Energy Corporation. We have installed total capacity of the renewable energy in the state is more than 17,000 megawatt, including solar is having a 12,564 megawatt, and whereas wind is 4,338 megawatt, and third renewable source, which is biomass, that is 120 megawatt. So in this way, total capacity is more than 17,000 megawatt, and we are standing in the country also. We are having a first rank. So I would like to thank you very much for the Scotch Group to give us this.
Congratulations.
For providing this platform and to share our this success of attaining the maximum capacity of renewable energy in the state. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and congratulations once again. Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana, operational efficiency improvement measures. R. Gauravarao, Chairman and Managing Director.
Yeah, so good afternoon, sir. On behalf of TSSPDCL, my name is Lakshmi Narayana, Division Technical. The Chairman sir is busy with other works. Thank you for the jury for choosing and giving the opportunity for TSSPDCL. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana, the next one for performance improvement measures.
Thank you very much, sir. Recognizing this performance of TSSPDCL and giving the opportunity and choosing this award. Thank you for the jury, sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. And now invite the West Bengal Power Development Corporation Limited for 5 megawatt floating solar power plant. Mr. Samir Chandra Roy, Executive Director.
Good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of WBPDCL, we are thankful to the Scotch Board for recognizing the effort of WBPDCL in implementing the floating solar project in one of the 5 power plants of WBPDCL, and we are implementing as much as possible of renewable power within our overall generation basket. Well, thank you once again for recognizing the efforts in implementing the renewable power.
Tumakuru Smart City Limited, Mr. Rangaswamy BT, Managing Director, Integrated City Management Command and Control Center.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Rangaswamy, MD and CEO of Tumakuru Smart City. We are thankful to you for recognition of Tumakuru Smart City for this shortlist and also providing this opportunity for us to get this.
Congratulations. The next one also goes to Smart City, housing with basic services for urban poor and Mariamma Nagar.
Once again, I am thankful to you, sir, for recognizing us to regarding this project of slum improvement. We have developed one major slum which is in the heart part of the city, and we rehabilitated 87 families from that place, and also we recovered around 2 acres land by clearance of that slum. It has got a lot of value. Nearly 30 crores properties we have recovered. It is very good project, and already some people are moved to their this one newly constructed houses. It is very fruitful project. Thank you once again. I'm thankful to you, sir.
Mr. Sabyasachi Roy, Director Operations for West Bengal State Electricity Transmission Company Limited for Sustainability.
Good afternoon, everyone connected. Myself, Shobik Banerjee from WBSCTCL, Additional Chief Engineer, WBSCTCL. I express my gratitude to the jury members and team of Scotch to choose us as semi-finalists in this prestigious award. Our director, sir, Mr. Sabyasachi Roy, and our MD, sir, they are in a important meeting in Power Department with Asian Development Bank today. So I am representing WBSCTCL. It's really an honor for us to be to getting this particular opportunity to express our gratitude to all the Scotch team and the jury members, and to say some words about the projects where we are qualified as semi-finalists. Thank you.
Congratulations. The next one also goes to West Bengal State Electricity Transmission Company Limited for digital inclusion.
Yes, here also I will like to express my thanks to the Scotch team, and I am representing here the company, and thank you again.
Congrats. The third one for West Bengal State Electricity Transmission Company Limited for management of power transmission network.
Yes, here also I am representing the company, and thank you all for giving us opportunity for we are selected in 3 categories, and for that we are expressing our gratitude. Thank you.
Congratulations. This brings us to the end of the second round of announcement of Scotch semi-finalist order of merit.
কি বলবো as semi-finalist.
When I wanted to join politics, my uncle took me to one Mr. Anam Venkat Reddy, former Congress minister, who is close to our family. So my uncle told him that this boy is going to join some party. So he asked me what party it is. I said, I have not joined any party, but I like somehow Janasangh, Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Advani and all. He said, Janasangh? Yes. So he said, this is a North Indian party. Then he said, it's a urban party. Then he said it's an educated party. Then he said it's a Brahmin Banya party. Then he said it's a vegetarian party. I laughed at him and told him, sir, there is no such thing. So I became MLA in 1978. In the election, there was a Indira wave. 10 seats went to Congress in my district. I alone won on behalf of Janata Party. I was very active in Assembly. And then in 83, second time, the Congress people wanted to defeat me. Indira Gandhi came all the way to my constituency by a helicopter. They could not succeed and I won with double majority. In 1985, I was made state president of the BJP. There they wanted to make somebody from South as All India General Secretary. Pramod Mahajan and all suggested, why not Venkaya? In 96, when first BJP government came, Vajpayee became Prime Minister. All my other colleagues went to government. At that time, there was a discussion, who will look after the party? I volunteered. Again, when BJP government was formed in 98, then also the issue came, who will look after the party? I volunteered. In 2000, Rangaraj Kumaramangalam, he died. So Atalji and Advaniji called me and told me, there is nobody senior from South in the central government. He asked me, you become power minister. Because Kumaramangalam was holding the portfolio of power, energy. I said, Atalji, I'm sorry. They said surface transport. And I said, sir, I don't know anything about engineering. Then Prime Minister called me next day morning. He was looking, it is rescue. He said, Krishi. Then he called Brajesh Minister. Bhai, Krishi. He said, sir, Nitish Kumar is the agriculture minister. So Atalji said, bhai, he is our ally, we can't disturb him. Then, aur batao. Then I said, Gramin Vikas. As I hail from village, I thought, what about our roads? Because I used to walk 3 kilometers a day to go to school. The original idea came because the Prime Minister told us one of the days saying that he is coming out with a new scheme called as the Golden Quadrilateral. Then I discussed with my colleagues. They all said it's good, but how can you think of rural roads from Delhi? That has to be done by state government. We went to the cabinet with a proposal. It was not favoured, but there was a discussion. Then in the next meeting, I argued very strongly, emotionally. Then Nitish Kumar supported me. Yashwant Sinha, who was a little earlier firm that this should be done by state, he was getting reconciled. Then halfway through, Atalji said, "Bhai, isko bhi dekh lijiye na, अच्छा hai." Some people like Chandrababu Naidu, they were of the view the money should be given to states. I was not in favor of it.
Within the Planning Commission, there was a lot of fear about this scheme, that this is too much of centralization and everything is being decided in Delhi. Why not just give money to the states and let the states decide and they will construct roads? And I said that, look, let us start with this.
Venkaya ji came all the way to Konkan, my constituency that time, launched this program. I can see the huge benefit that has accrued to the people.
ग्राम सड़क योजना ये अपने आप में अद्भुत और क्रांतिकारी कदम था गांव के विकास के लिए, समग्र विकास के लिए.
It has created very good impact. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana.
We have prioritized the entire scheme. In this scheme, naturally the poorer states got more funds.
In the 30 years up to 2003, agriculture production in Bihar was less than 0.5% per annum. 0.23% in fact, that was the rate of growth, which means it was almost stagnant. And between 2004 and 2014, it has been growing at 6% per annum.
We have come to this level can be solely attributed to such leaders like Venkaya Naidu, who just not only handholds you, but he also grooms you to take positions and responsibility.
The reform is a software which has to be marketed, has to be accepted, it has to be implemented in a manner that the reform will not be seen as a threat but will be seen to be as an enabler for helping you to do business better. So Venkaya understands that very well.
His foresight and his imagination has shown that a lot of poverty has declined because of PMGSY.
There is not a district in the country he has not visited. There is not a people's issue on which his heart doesn't throb. I feel proud to see him as an efficient leader of national stature.
हर रूप में उन्होंने न केवल पार्टी की मजबूती और पार्टी की सेवा की, बल्कि देश को मजबूत रास्ते पे ले जाने का एक संकल्प और उस लक्ष्य को लेकर आगे बढ़े.
He puts up his 100% effort on that and make it a success. That time he was there as a rural development minister. He is responsible for all those programs of Vajpayee ji. Now as an urban development minister, he is doing all these urban housing.
In the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, there are three distinctive features. One feature is that the house, particularly if it's a new construction, it should be preferably in the name of a woman. The second important issue is we are making it mandatory that whatever the dwelling unit is going to be set up, it must have a toilet.
We are going to fund the housing for the urban poor in a big way, 6% interest subvention, something unheard in the history of the country. We are now coming out with this program of smart cities, where you are enhancing the urban facilities and also creating economic opportunities for the people. The Atal Mission for Urban Regeneration and Transformation, Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, uplifting the poorest of the poor.
For the first time, I would say there is emphasis on every household should have water connectivity, every household should have a sewage connectivity. So these are all fundamentals which need to be incorporated in our urban scheme of things.
Suddenly, my father became sick. Our relatives told, no, it's your duty to take care of our father. How can I take care of my father? So then they said, you better get married. In such a family, who will be taking care of your father? She has helped me to fulfill my responsibility towards her by that Pitru Dharma, whatever you call, and also enabling me to have the dream of my mother to study law.
ప్రజాసేవ చేయాలని నిర్ణయించుకునే ముందు నన్ను అడిగినప్పుడు తెలుసుకుని సరేనని చెప్పాను. మా తల్లిదండ్రుల సహకారంతో ఆయన నాకు దగ్గరగా పిల్లలు నేను ఇప్పుడు ఆలోచన లేదు. దేశానికి ఉపయోగపడే పనులు చేస్తున్నప్పుడు మా బంధువులందరికీ పిల్లలకు సర్ది చెప్పాను.
I must tell you, I could not do justice to her individually, to the family, even to the children also.
Myself and my brother, what we used to do is we used to carry his clothes to the airport or to the bus stand or to the railway station, and we used to spend some time where he used to change his clothes and get ready and take the luggage again to go for another journey.
We used to see our father who was sticking posters of the party on the walls in the Nellore, this thing. From that stage, he has come to such a big stage. It is only due to his hard work.
With the support of my brother and my husband, we came together to work for the empowerment of the rural masses. And this happened when father was the rural development minister, because one day when we were discussing, we did this, that and all for Nellore or for the public. I said, Nana, fine, you have done this as a minister, but what are we going to do? How are you going to be remembered as an individual in the future? We are working towards education, empowerment and health in these three fields, and to support it, we have started a foundation called Mupvarpu Foundation, which is our house name, which supports the activities of Swarna Bharat Trust.
He initiated social service. It is going on very well. Number of centers is starting. This is where I appreciate him. Service is his motto.
His dedication to the people's cause stands truly exemplary. This dedication led him to launch Swarna Bharat Trust in his hometown Nellore and Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh. It is also imparting employment skills to men and youth, enabling them to get good employment.
మన దగ్గర ఉన్నాడు. తర్వాత వాళ్ళ అమ్మ నాన్నతో గమనంతోనే డెవలప్ అయినాడు, ఎక్కువ వచ్చాడు. ఈ ఆట కూడా వాళ్ళ అమ్మ నాయన గమనంతోనే ఉన్నాడు.
పెళ్ళైన తర్వాత 2 సంవత్సరాలు లాజాతో విశాఖపట్నం పోయినాడు. 2 సంవత్సరాలు ఇందిరమ్మ జైల్లో పెట్టింది. అప్పుడు దాకా బిడ్డలు తల్లి మా ఇంట్లోనే ఉన్నారు. తర్వాత కాపురం పెట్టుకున్నారు.
9 years అప్పుడు వచ్చినప్పటి నుంచి 9 ఏళ్ల వరకు ఇంచుమించు పైనే ఇంకా ఎప్పుడు వచ్చినా నా బిడ్డలాగే పెరిగాడు. నా ఉద్దేశంలో ఒకే ఒక్క మాట చెప్పగలుగుతుంది. మాకు తెలిసింది తెలుగు తల్లి గర్వించదగ్గ బిడ్డ అంటారు పాట కదా, చాలా గొప్ప బిడ్డగా పెరిగినందుకు నాకు చాలా 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 హ్యాపీ.
This is a fulfilling journey. It's been 23 years since I joined him. I don't go to temples, I don't do puja, but he's a living God to me.
We have a hero and we call him Tatya.
My Tatya is a hero for me. Despite his busy schedules, he finds times to spend with us, takes us to movies, holidays and many more. He's too disciplined and wants us to be the same like him.
He's very youthful, energetic, and we play badminton regularly with him.
I love him so much that I cannot express in words, but if you ask me to say it in one line, I would say he's my center of my universe.
Born in a small village of Chavatapalam in the Nellore district of Andhra Pradesh. Having then moved to the Nellore town and becoming a school leader, and then to the VR College for further studies. But as a child, the loss suffered was beyond imagination.
My father had a friend by name Mr. Venkat Reddy. Both of them used to go to different places to purchase Ongol, oxen for competition, etc. So he sent a vehicle to fetch my father to my village, Chavatapalam. And my mother called the Dhobi to fetch her his Angavastram. That fellow delayed, so my mother went to the backyard and started calling him. She did notice there was a buffalo. She just pushed it aside. While coming back, the buffalo hit us, and the horns have gone from this side to the other side. She was just carrying me in her arm, and she dropped me. Then my grandparents took me away to their native place. I was 3 months, 6 months exactly, I don't know. Though I lost my mother, earlier it was my grandmother, later my wife, then subsequently my daughter, who is taking care and substituting the role of my mother. I love my mother like anything because she has given me this beautiful life. I drew inspiration from my mother's wish, and then people used to say how my mother used to talk about me, saying that my son will become very great, he will become a good advocate, he will get a good name. Like that, villages, they talk among the family members.
He retired, my column appeared, which titled Rangarajan column, The Philosopher King.
It was that Rangarajan who recognized me as an economist.
and encouraged me to go further.
He's devoted most of his working life to public policy, and I think the country is better off for it.
I was more interested in economics than in other subjects. And therefore, and I also decided quite early in life that to be a teacher. I taught for a year, even as I was finishing my PhD. I was at the Wharton School of Finance and Commerce at the University of Pennsylvania. I came back to India, and it was at that time I taught for a time at University of Rajasthan. Went back again, and I taught at the Graduate School of Business Administration of the New York University. I taught for about 2 years, then came back to India and went straight to the Indian Institute of Management at Ahmedabad.
There were very few people who were willing to teach with Dr. Rangarajan as a co-instructor, because Rangarajan was always rated as the best professor by successive batches.
All those economic theories have to be grounded in a business implication, in a management implication. And to do that when you are talking about macroeconomics is difficult. And Dr. Rangarajan was wonderful at doing that.
His drawing room faced our kitchen. And in the morning at 9 sharp, Dr. Rangarajan would be walking to the office. And I always used to get pulled up by my wife saying that, look, it's already 9 o'clock, you don't need to see the watch. And she has been telling me that she would like me to be as punctual as Dr. Rangarajan.
When I was at faculty at Bank of Baroda Staff College, during those days we used to invite him as a guest faculty in our college, some of my faculty colleagues. And I was amazed to see that he will not accept the usual formalities of sending a car and waiting for the official car. He will just take an auto rickshaw and come in auto rickshaw and go back in auto rickshaw to IIM Ahmedabad.
He may be a banker, he may be administrator, he may be governor, he may be a global person, nobody, but compared to his academic work, I feel that I had greater happiness in that rather than in all these positions.
There was talk. This is the first time an academic was coming in as a deputy governor. His approach was essentially remained academic. He never forgot his basic academics. So what he would do is he'd always work with first principles. And what then very quickly, within a short while, developed was he became a problem solver.
Check clearance was one area in which the Reserve Bank of India at that time took the lead to introduce computerized sorting system. And there was a fear that computerization would lead to displacement of labor, it will reduce the number of people who are to be recruited, and so on and so forth. And that is why that in some sense the committee number 1, very often called the Rangarajan committee number 1, did not even use the word computer. It was called mechanization of the banking system.
He had to take a lot of flack from the unions, and he stood there with the courage of conviction, patiently, and tried to push it through. And that's something which you don't normally credit an economist with.
The period of the 2 years, 1990 and 1991, were years when the balance of payments crisis had hit the country.
Dr. Rangarajan was a very cautious man, so he would not make a brash statement. He had foreseen that the measures which we were taken will have a time lag. So before we could get into a default, the recovery would start.
One of the things that could be done was to pledge the gold. The Reserve Bank of India Act permits us two things. One, to keep gold outside India, and also permits us to borrow from the other central banks. So the gold was pledged only to the Bank of England and to the Bank of Japan, and the money was raised. And as you all know that it was redeemed very, very soon.
I've sat hours with him where he was in like a commander of a ship, seeing every little bit of the gold operation.
It was outstandingly well managed. We've never had a situation where you had a crisis of that seriousness, and 2 years later, I mean, we were able to tell the IMF, we don't need the third year of your loan. And if you look at it historically with other countries, most stabilization programs have been associated with a growth recession. This is a stabilization program that led to a big upswing in growth.
From a system in which we were determining, the Reserve Bank of India was determining the exchange rate, we moved to a slightly modified system in which there was a dual exchange rate system. But within a year, by February 1993, we moved on to a system in which the exchange rate came to be determined more or less by market forces.
He designed how to liberalize the current account, have a sustainable current account deficit, and insisted on hierarchy of capital flows, and in particular how to keep the short-term debt under control and external debt under control. And this was the original contribution well before the Asian crisis.
We deregulated the interest rate structure. The government also had to go to the market to borrow. As a result, new institutions had to be created. But the dismantling of the regulated or the administered interest rate structure and freeing of the interest rate itself had some impact on the way the banks were functioning.
In the relationship between the Reserve Bank and the Finance Ministry, this shift which was introduced, getting away from automatic monetization of the deficit. I think I was the Finance Secretary signing the agreement with Dr. Rangarajan on the other side signing the agreement that basically the Reserve Bank would no longer automatically issue treasury bills to monetize the finance deficit.
He's a very strong believer in women's rights, and he's a very strong believer that women must gain financial independence and must become decision makers in the family, in the house, everywhere. And that's an enduring value that he passed on to us.
Very dynamic decision that was taken at that time, and all the received wisdom on it said don't do it. He did allow banks to open bank accounts for self-help groups. Self-help groups who were amorphous, non-registered bodies having no legal existence of their own. And it was not accounts in the name of the individual women, it was in the name of a self-help group.
As a result of this single initiative, the SHG movement has now touched more than 2.2 million groups in the country. Dr. Rangarajan was also deeply involved with the reforms in the regional rural banks. At that time, the regional rural banks were bleeding at the rate of about 1 crore a day. and 196 banks, most of them were loss-making. It was Dr. Rangarajan's foresight which saw the recapitalization of the RRBs and the loosening of controls for them, including relocation of branches at better place of business, changing the mix between target and non-target groups, providing them better avenues for investment facilities, and so on.
In Andhra Pradesh, when he was governor, as an economist, he had a deep interest in our work also at the cess here. We used to interact with him. He suggested a number of activities for our work also here. But I could see him far more exposed to grassroots realities here, because he used to visit various parts of Andhra Pradesh, meet people, common people, the poorer people. He told me a number of times how he was struck by the work being done by the Dwakra groups, the poor women, the self-help groups. And he had a very good impression about these self-help groups.
Whatever work he has done and whatever merit he has got, it is for his work, for his efforts, for his thinking and for his academic work and social work. All round development he had, for that he deserved.
When we met with the Finance Commission, we said this is the right way to go about it. To get away from the central government taking loans and passing on loans to the states. It's much more sensible to have the states themselves raise the loans, and we, in effect, the Planning Commission got out of the business of getting a whole lot of loans from the Finance Ministry through the budget and then passing them on as loans to the state government.
Fiscal responsibility at the state level was sought to be ensured through a mechanism of providing a carrot. We had a scheme of debt write-off which was linked to the states passing an appropriate fiscal responsibility legislation.
Which basically implies by 2008 and 9, you would have a situation where the overall fiscal deficit would be somewhere around 6% and there won't be any revenue deficit. In fact, on the contrary, there will be revenue surpluses, because when each of the individual states reduce the revenue deficit to zero, there will be some which would have a surplus.
We interact very often. The Economic Advisory Council submits reports, very often issues that the government is struggling with and you need a third opinion, get referred to Dr. Rangarajan, and on several issues, issues that I'm myself aware of, sometimes when we have a difference of view, let's say between the Planning Commission and the Finance Ministry, consulting the view of the Economic Advisory Council gives another perspective on how these matters can be resolved.
He has devised a term called the optimum inflation. A country should have this much inflation. So according to him, 5% inflation should be the optimum.
Recently, Dr. Rangarajan has been appointed as chairman of a committee on financial inclusion, and I think that in a way is a fitting tribute to a man who has done enormous financial inclusion without using the label as part of the reform itself.
Fair play to an extreme which could go against him. Fair play to the other person. Compassion for others. Generosity to people. Helping people who hurt him. What I'm saying is, in this kind of dog-eat-dog world, which is the reality outside. This is why I had labeled him and summed it up as the Philosopher King.
गोविंद गोपाल गाते चलो, कृष्ण गोविंद गोपाल गाते चलो, अपनी मुक्ति का मार्ग बनाते चलो। लोग कहते हैं भगवान आते नहीं, लोग कहते हैं
I grew up in Pune. I studied in Pune. I did electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, and then master's in industrial engineering in the United States. And when I was doing that, I realized that I got attracted to economics. My father was a very distinguished member of Maharashtra Police Service. He's a role model for me. And from mother, really committed for education and knowledge. I thought I went to the United States to increase, now to use modern language, my human capital, and come back and work in our own country. My karma bhumi is, that's my country. In 1917, I joined Administration Staff College. I was teaching. I was also teaching Staff College at Hyderabad and also teaching a course at Usmania University. Then I taught for 2 years in Nepal, in Center for Economic Development. And there I met D.P. Dhar. He was visiting Kathmandu. And he told me, what are you doing here? Because come and join Planning Commission. So that's how I joined the Planning Commission.
I think amongst his early contributions that I recall were on India's trade policy when he was economic advisor in the Commerce Ministry, and he was the member secretary of a very important committee which gave a report outlining reforms in India's foreign trade policies.
In many ways, the reforms of trade policy started with Alexander Kaminski.
Dr. Kelkar is a visionary, and he is one of the best economists, thinkers this country has. He doesn't just think short term, he thinks long term.
He contributed a great deal in his role as chairman of the Bureau of Industrial Costs and Prices, BICP, where a lot of excellent sector studies were done under his stewardship.
Dr. Kelkar decided that he will ask the National Council of Applied Economic Research to quantify the impact of the reduction in import duties on steel on the whole economy. And what came out there was that we were able to show that a 20% reduction in import duties would lead to a substantial gain in economic activity and welfare.
And I remember that one of his papers that he had then published in the Economic and Political Weekly, pointing out the abuse that had resulted from the discretionary system, pointing out misallocation of resources and things like that.
He's been one of the important players in economic reforms for the longest time. He was secretary of the Ministry of Petroleum.
And there he was the principal architect and the motive force for move away from the administered prices mechanism.
The first time I came in touch with him in Petroleum Ministry, we had been assigned this job of framing the policy of Government of India for inviting offshore oil companies to come and explore here.
New exploration licensing policy. I think that is one of the most fundamental and path-breaking reforms that the Petroleum Ministry was able to bring about during this period.
And look what happened the next few years. These public sectors, starting with Bharat Petroleum and then HPCL and the others, they started going from strength to strength in introducing new formats for retailing, new standards of customer service, new ways of engaging their own people.
And it has brought in the largest amount of investment into the country as compared to any other policy.
It has created more than $200 billion additional wealth for this country, the economic value. And it has come from essentially Indian companies. So we are giving a depth to our Indian oil industry. I was following one of the great finance secretaries of India, namely Monty Kalivale. He called me and said, Vijay, you have to come back when he wants to be the finance secretary. So I told him, Monty, I'm a bit worried because your shoe size is too large.
His focus was on the fiscal reforms. Most people are aware that 3 important reports got done in that period. There was one report on direct taxes, one report on indirect taxes, and there was one on the implementation of the FRBM Act.
We worked very closely and very effectively, particularly in the budget. Mr. Sinha, Yashwant Sinha was the minister, which made a lot of forward movement.
The challenge was to keep the government's budget as balanced as possible, reduce the fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit overnight cannot be achieved except by reducing drastically your expenditure, because you can't raise incomes suddenly. So the whole idea was to go for major expenditure reform.
We went all over India, discussed with the Chamber of Commerce, discussed with universities, discussed with research institutes. And based on this, created the new sort of revised reports and gave these 2 tax reforms, which fortunately was accepted by not only by him but also by a successive government, namely Mr. Chidambaram.
It's a very tough process of rationalizing, of reducing all excise down into a small number of rates, ideally towards a single rate, of shifting away from an excise towards a VAT.
We had a dubious distinction of import of 150%. It was brought down, so beautifully done. I mean, trade reforms and import tariff reforms, they're a great success story.
I think it's very important because then businesses can plan. They know where tariffs are heading. And after that, it's been steady progress in cutting down custom duties.
The idea of the FRBM was hatched, that we would have a law which was passed in Parliament, where Parliament would pre-commit to tie down its hands and agree to fiscal discipline. It sounds like a crazy idea.
That people say that India is a soft state, but the passing of FRBM Act, where Parliament accepted discipline and fiscal discipline, is, I guess, a remarkable feature of a democracy. That it was accepted by our political elite and it was implemented.
The second key message was the role of computer technology. In that time, Kelkar pioneered the establishment of something called the Tax Information Network.
The trail was established, it was all TDS. So we then got willy-nilly deposited into treasury. Transaction costs went down. So TIN was a great success story and it was implemented by NSDL thanks to Mr. Bhave.
Concept of tax information network and the ability to see that that project comes to execution was where I think he made a huge contribution, and that is not a contribution to NSDL, that's really a contribution to the country.
Dr. Kelkar was very keen about the configuration of the goods and services tax.
When goods are exported, you refund all indirect taxes within the country to the exporter, because the way the world works is that the high sea price is stripped of taxation. When goods leave your country, your domestic tax is out of the picture.
Today, India manufacturing sector is one of the highest tax in the world. The total state versus centers goes between 26 to 28%.
Finance Commission is a unique constitutional institution. It is created by Article 280 of the Constitution, and it has essentially two primary tasks. One is sharing of taxes between union government and the states. Second, sharing of taxes between the states.
He made a special grant provision of 50,000 crore which would become payable to states for any revenue shortfall that they suffer by virtue of having accepted the GST regime, but it was conditional on there being a model GST in the country.
Now the third task has been added after 73rd and 74th Amendment, which is also give additional support to the third tier of the government, namely Panchayat Raj institutions and local bodies.
In conception, local bodies have been brought up to par with state governments, thus highlighting a very, very important requirement of India in the years to come, namely that urban habitations and rural habitations should be able to provide acceptable water, sanitation, fire protection and so on, as is done in the rest of the world.
I'm sure we will see lasting impact in the 13th Finance Commission as well. He thinks of where India needs to go in the long term, and with that in mind, what are the steps that we need to do today? And that's why he's had tremendous impact in modernizing, changing the tax system in the country today.
An excellent policy economist who has, throughout a long and fruitful career in public policy, at each level, at each stage, made signal contributions to economic policy, its management and economic reforms to bring about a better India.
I think of him as an economist who is extremely practical.
He allowed everyone to have a say, everyone to express his opinion, and I think everyone blossomed under him.
Whatever little bit I have done in my life, three people would take much credit. Two are my parents and third is my wife. And she has been sort of really important part of my life, and her support has been very important.
Nothing has changed him. The person that I first met is the person that he continues to be, at least for me. So I think that's what sustains our relationship, and it's the biggest comfort, I think. And I've just been myself. I don't think I've done anything great at all.
His tremendous optimism for life. He's enormously optimistic, despite all odds. He's been optimistic about his country, he's optimistic about the future, about everyone's future. And that is something that I'm constantly striving for, because I think that drives his passion for his work, for life. And that's something that I'm constantly wanting to be more of, the optimism.
I believe that India is a threshold of a golden age of growth, with India's democratic framework being a key growth fundamental, such as demographic transition, human capital accumulation, improved incentive structures, diffusion of new technologies such as IT, total factor productive accelerators through network industries, and an improved security environment will be growing at growth rates which can be above 10% per annum, that is double-digit growth rates. There is an ineffable sense of joy for me personally and professionally to see India embark on this growth odyssey, a journey that I call India on the Growth Turnpike.
Welcome to our next panel discussion on state of states with focus on energy. Let me introduce our moderator for the show, Mr. Bhushan Mohan, who is Senior Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation and former Principal Consultant with PwC. He is an industry veteran and worked as Principal Consultant NEGD Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. He was responsible for policies, guidelines, and strategy for implementation of NEGP with a vision to bring public services within the reach of every citizen. He's contributed extensively in areas of policy formulation, strategic planning, business development, procurement, and technology assessment. Welcome to the show. Our panelists, Mr. Sunit Kumar, Director Technical, Rajasthan Renewable Energy Corporation Limited, who is a BE and MBA Finance and also a certified energy auditor, having an experience of more than 28 years in the field of renewable energy, more than 10 years in energy conservation related areas. Mr. A. Gopal Rao, Chairman and Managing Director, Northern Power Distribution Company of Telangana. Prior to joining TSN PDCL, he served as OSD from August 2003 to July 2004. He is on company board of directors as chairman since 20th of October 2016. His efforts and outstanding performance in efficient disposal of applications with TS iPass that has been widely acclaimed by the Chief Minister himself. Mr. Prasanna Kumar Motupulli, Managing Director, Gujarat State Electricity Corporation Limited, Masters in Business Administration, Postgraduate Diploma in Operations Management, Marketing Management, Human Resources and Financial Management. During his tenure, he has worked in the maintenance of super thermal power stations at NTPC. His responsibility included the maintenance of high pressure boilers, operation and maintenance of coal handling systems, heading coal transportation, fuel coordination systems, to name a few. Mr. Satish Chandra Roy, Executive Director, Engineering, West Bengal Power Development Corporation. He's an industry veteran of project management and has vast experience in executing various projects in power, mining, port, and state sector. He started his career in Larsen and Toubro and executed power projects for BHEL, NTPC, Steel Authority of India, and also for Paradip Port Trust. With this, I hand over the mic to Mr. Bhushan Mohan.
Thank you very much, Prashara. It's really a pleasure to be a part of this group and to be part of Scotch discussions. I think that's really a privilege to be a part of all this, and especially talking about the core sector like energy with the industry stalwarts who are present today, you have just introduced. As we all know, energy, especially the electric power, is one of the core infrastructure as far as our country is concerned. It is this particular infrastructure which is directly responsible for the productivity and the industry in the country. Not only the industry, but also the agriculture. Agriculture today really depends upon electric power for not only for irrigation. Yes, irrigation, it depends for almost 80-90%. But with the mechanized farming coming, it really contributes a lot. Power is really the backbone as far as the agriculture is concerned. It is the backbone as far as the manufacturing is concerned. It is the backbone as far as the transportation is concerned, because yes, we have had a lot of fossil fuel till so far, but moving towards the green energy, it is the electric power which is important. And electric power, if we really see, starts off from the generation to the transmission to the distribution. And the way we are going about it, we are moving out from slowly. It will take time from the fossil fuel to more and more of renewable energies, be it in the form of, we always had hydropower earlier, but now it is in the form of the wind power and presently the solar power. So the renewable industrial power really makes a lot of sense and has a lot of direction in the time to come. Let me now start off with Mr. A. Gopal Rao, who is the managing director of the Northern Power Distribution Company of Telangana, to briefly talk about what are the key challenges in the distribution, which really goes to the end user, and end user is really the one who is using this particular thing. So keeping the end user in mind, what does he feel about what all he has achieved over the last few years, and what does he feel about where we are going to be in the next 5 years? Mr. Gopala Rao, over to you.
Good evening, sir. This is Gopal Rao, CMD NPDCL from Warangal. At the outset, I extend my warm greetings to you all on the occasion of the conducting a panel discussion, and I congratulate the Scotch Group for organizing this coveted program of panel discussion, which is envisaged as a national platform to share innovative ideas for the transformation of PSUs to realize the vision of New India 2030. For all, first, I would like to extend my heartiest thanks to Scotch Group for recognizing the all-round development of TSNPDCL and confirming the 2 prestigious Scotch Awards for implementation of innovative IRDA metering technology and distributed solar generation system. It is immense pleasure to receive these 2 awards on virtual platform. See, this is all what happened because of the visionary Honorable Chief Minister. We have got a, see, on the first day of his exemption as the Chief Minister of the newborn Telangana state, he has signed a first GO to appoint a chairman and managing director to the electricity organization. That itself is clearly indicates how the Chief Minister has a vision to develop the state which was reeling under the darkness. So this is the major planning of Honorable Chief Minister, and under the leadership of Honorable Power Minister Mr. Jagdish Reddy, and with the able participation of the CMD, Transco, Genco, and guidance for the distribution companies. This is all happened because of the Chief Minister's visionary. Because you all know that this Telangana state was reeling under the darkness and having so many power cuts even to the industries. At that particular time, there was a huge demand to shift all the industries from Telangana to other states, because there was huge number of power holidays, huge number of power cuts, and the power supplied is also not reliable, not satisfactory. So under these circumstances, the Telangana state was born, and Honorable Chief Minister has taken a real concrete decision to improve the state with the development of the electricity organization. See, in this, what I want to tell is the contracted capacity of the state has been increased from 7,778 megawatts to 17,228 megawatts during the last 7 years. Substantial amount of 35,968 crores has been invested towards strengthening of the T&D system. As a result, probably everyone of the electricity consumer is very well aware that per capita consumption of Telangana is the #1 in the whole India. This is a real indication of how the electricity has progressed in Telangana state and how it helped in development. As you all know, the electricity is one of the prime to gauge the development of any state or country or anything. So this is what happened because of the Honorable Chief Minister's vision. Telangana, see, this state has been transformed into the brightness from the darkness as a result of the visionary Chief Minister. And he has given sufficient support to for development of this organization. So this is how this has developed. Coming to the how we are really interested in to serving the end consumers. This is the distribution companies are formed to serve the electricity consumers. See, as you all know, this state is having 26,000 agricultural consumers, and totally there are about 2.5 lakh total consumers. So this is the rate at which we are progressing day or year on year. There is a 14% growth in the connected load, 14% growth in release of services, but probably India is Telangana is one of the states which is only giving a 24/7 power supply to agriculture consumers freely. This is why happened because of the, see, earlier this Telangana was having a dried lands, and there was no sufficient water for irrigation of the and the production of the paddy or the other crops is very, very meager, and we are all dependent on the Andhra. So this was transformed because of the Godavari, which is just flowing downstream of the Telangana, was made to lift the water to the level of 600 meters, and all storage tanks were constructed at different levels, made Lower Maneru Dam, Mid Maneru Dam, Upper Maneru Dam, and Mallanna Sagar. These are the huge dams constructed, and all dams are full of water, and now the agriculturists are very, very happy to have this Godavari water for irrigation of their agriculture. Probably everyone in the country knows that how our paddy cultivation has gone up. It is amazing. It is amazing. So this way, end consumer of 26,000, 20 lakhs of agriculture consumers were benefited by the use of this Godavari water, and the lift. It is possible only with the infrastructure development at the 400, 220 and 132 kV substations. And it is having about 130 megawatt pumps at various lifting stations. This is almost unique in even in the total states. So this way, the Honorable Chief Minister's vision has really realized. As a result, the groundwater level has increased by 2 to 3 meters, and the agriculture pump sets, agriculture borewells, which were defunct, were all now brought into service. As a result, paddy cultivation has increased like abnormally. Even it has crossed, even reached the level of Punjab. So this is the state of affairs in agriculture. Similarly, we have not stopped at satisfied with the development of agriculture. Similarly, in case of IT, number of IT companies have come to the Hyderabad state, and now we are about to cross Bangalore, which was having a very good facility earlier. Now Telangana is going to be one of the important place for these IT companies. Similarly, industries also, we have given now we are giving a reliable, satisfactory power supply to all industrial consumers at a reasonable prices. Please see, our industrial prices are comparatively lower than all other states. Recently, this was, everybody is very well aware of it. Still, we are trying to give, even to some industries, government is giving this, what we call subsidy. And one more thing, end consumers, what the panel the coordinators have said, end consumer, as far as end consumers is concerned, because Telangana happens to be poor state, having a 30% of the area covered by the forest, and most Adivasis and tribal people are living in the nook and corner of the forest. We are now giving total electricity to all the places wherever the Adivasis or tribals are living. As not only that, we are giving a free supply to these SCs, STs, and these Adivasis and other things up to 100 units per month. Similarly, we have also given to the backward classes like washerman, hair cutting salons, all this. So all these measures also taken by the government to see that the end consumers are satisfied with the developed electricity. As everybody, even to the hospitals, we are having alternate supply to all these hospitals, and there is no case where damages have taken place because of the non-availability of power supply during the corona period. See, this is one of the major achievements as a result of the development of the electricity in Telangana state. This is how we are flourishing. This is how we are all committed to serve the consumers on the advice of the our government. So this is how our developed nation. See, not only this.
You have done an excellent work, I can clearly see. How has been your T&D losses? Anything on the T&D losses?
See, there were 14 or 15% losses before formation of this Telangana state, and now we have brought down to the level of 10%.
Okay.
10%. But there is a still scope for reduction of the T&D losses. We are trying our level best. See, we have installed about the capacitors to reduce the reactive power. As a result, our voltages have improved. Our losses have come down. Our loadings on the feeders have come down. As a result, your interruptions have come down. See, this is the vision. See, and not only, we have constructed about 400 kV substation in the state. I think it is the 13 or 15 substations of 400 kV. You can just imagine how 220 kV. Recently, we have constructed Raya Durga. It's a substation where we have used monopoles. See, because it's a dense populated area of the city. So to avoid all this ROW and all this problem, this is a gas insulated substation with a little amount of land. We were able to construct a 400 kV, 220 kV and 132 kV substation at Rayadurg in Hyderabad. Hyderabad is a vast developing state, city. So we are now able to give a total supply to each and everybody, whoever wants the electricity within a reasonable. See, our ERC also specified standards of service in release of services, in maintaining the supply. All these standards of service were communicated by the ERC, and a regulator is always pursuing and always monitoring this figure. So this is how we are trying our level best to.
Good. Excellent, excellent. We'll come back to you after others finish their things. We will again come back in case we have more questions on that. But I must say that you have done an excellent job. I'm really impressed with the way the end user and especially the agriculture sector has been taken care. And I've actually been seeing the agriculture production over the last 7-8 years have really gone up, I think primarily because of the irrigation power which they have received. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll come back. We'll come back.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me now quickly go to the next speaker, Mr. Prasanna Kumar Motupalli, Managing Director of the Gujarat State Electricity Corporation. And let us have his views on what Gujarat has done for the power sector.
Good afternoon, everybody. And first of all, we are thankful to Scotch Group and jury members to recognize our project. And this is very unique project for solar. As we know, solar is now future demand of our country, and what goal is set up by our country and Honorable Prime Minister. We have to aggressively go for the solar, and in that case, Gujarat State Chief Minister of Gujarat and other higher authority of the Gujarat discussed how to go ahead with the solar with new idea. And for state farmer, we want to do something. And the main goal for this project is farmer of the state during the daytime power and cheaper power to the farmer. And looking to this system, we discussed, and now Government of Gujarat has published one notification to allocate the land at token rupees 1 to Gujarat State Electricity Corporation Limited to develop the solar project in Westland near substation of Gujarat State. And our target is 2,500 megawatt, and we have already awarded more than 600 megawatt order to various parties, and 400 megawatt under tenderization, and another activities is going on. And this is the very unique. Why it is unique? Because it is in this case we are utilizing wasteland, not useful land for the solar. And everybody is knowing wasteland is very unused and unidentified area and remote area of the state. And we are developing this area. So and near substation, we are developing this area for solar generation. And we have commissioned recently second project near Khandia. First of all, we have commissioned 30 megawatt in Chandarwa. We have mentioned in this project, and now again we have commissioned Khandia in Bhavnagar district, and another 2 projects we are going to commission in this month. So this is a very important, and for this innovation, we use wasteland in vicinity of transmission substation, optimization of land uses, using outland acquisition, provide daytime and cheaper power to state farmer, no evacuation challenges, a very minimal and insignificant transmission losses. This power is directly fed to transmission substation, because we are developing this to near transmission substation. So transmission loss is also reduced, and reduction in cost of power supply to consumer, minimization of demand and supply gap during the daytime. And our main target of state is providing the 8 hours electricity in daytime to farmer, Gujarat State farmer. This is main motto of this project. Also, as we know, a lot of challenges with these projects are there. Initially, when we are started Western identification and applying to state administration and collector and everybody, then they will allocate to land to GSCCL, and we are developing this area. And so many challenges, because Westland is a very uneven, near lot of distributed in parcel and lesser area, and various kind of problems with soil and other activities is also there. But we successfully commissioned this project, first project at Chandarwa, and another project at Khandia, and now Haripur and Palitana. Both projects will commission in this month. And next month again we 55 megawatts and also we will commission. This is very important, because useful land we are save in this project. Also, for as I would like to give the technical details. 30 megawatt Chandrabha we have commissioned in 178 acre land. 1,21,000 around module we have installed, and cost of the project is 19 crore, and annual energy potential is 76,000 MWH. This is the main point of this project, and out of this cost, government of Gujarat funding 50% to GSECL. So whatever cost of generation is coming, we are going for a PPA at half rate, because 50% of government of Gujarat funding is there. So Chandrabha project is 1.43 paisa per unit, and Khandia is 1.23 paisa per unit. We did the PPA and this is very cheaper rate for the project. And I would like to also say around 60,000 tons CO2 per year for 30 megawatt Chandrabha project, and if we are commission 2,500 megawatt capacity, then around 50 lakhs tons CO2 emission per annum we will reduce. So this is very good, and saving of the fertile land and minimum ecological unbalance, and also very interior part of the state area will develop, and throughout the 25 years O&M will there. So villagers also give the. This is our main part from GSC.
So this has been excellent effort which you have made out there. A couple of small questions. Most of this power is generated, they are coal based, or you're also using gas and oil fired generators? What is it? How is the distribution?
In our state,
how much is coal based and how much is gas and oil?
Yes, in our Gujarat is a surplus energy state, as you know, and Gujarat having more than 30,000 megawatt capacity generation capacities, and just now we touch 21,000 megawatt peak in summer, and our GSECL having around 7,000 megawatt capacity of generation. We having thermal, all kind of thermal power station, gas based, hydro, wind and solar, all types of power generation we having.
Okay, all are included. I know, I appreciate all are included. I just wanted to know what's the distribution of what's the thing, how much is the thermal, how much is the gas, and how much is the non-conventional or the renewable. How in what way the direction in the power generation is moving, in case you could. If you have some data, it would be really very interesting.
Yes, I'm having the data, but I will give you within 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay, that's okay. We'll get back to it. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now go over to the next. I think that's the point which I raised on the various type of power generations. So let us look into a little more on the renewable side. So let me invite Mr. Sunit Mathur, who is the Director Technical, Rajasthan Renewable Energy Corporation. Let us have his views on what all has been achieved and how he sees the direction in which the power generation in the renewable energy would be moving ahead over the next 5 years.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bhushan Mohan sir.
Yes.
And first of all, I would like to thank to the Scotch Group, those who have given me this opportunity to share my experience regarding renewable energy development in the Rajasthan state. So I'm very much thankful to them. So first of all, I would like to say something brief about the introduction regarding RREC. Rajasthan Renewable Energy, we are working as a state nodal agency for the promotion of renewable energy in the Rajasthan state. and state nodal agencies of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. So we are working in this capacity. And apart from that, we are also working as a state designated agency for the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Because as you know that we are keeping on this talk continuously regarding generation side, but we are also supposed to take care about the saving of energy. So that's why that is on the that is a other side of the coin. We have to think about the savings of energy also. So we are working as a state designated agency, and we are supposed to enforce the provision of the Energy Conservation Act in the state also. As you know that Rajasthan is basically having an advantageous position regarding certain points, that we are having some highest solar insolation that is up to the tune of the 5.72 units kilowatt hours per meter square per day.
Oh, that's great.
And maximum sunny days are available here, fortunately. That is, we generally consider out of 365 days, we are supposed to take care about the 325 days in a year where we can get the clear sunny days. And apart from that, the most important resource, which is now a supposed to be a gift for this Rajasthan state, I should say, that is the large chunks of the barren area. So that's why it is a very important point. So these are the three basic resources which are supposed to be harnessed by this Rajasthan state, and we can move for the maximum renewable energy installations. And as per study of MNRE in some past years, some RE potential for the Rajasthan state was 142 gigawatt. And for the wind, particularly, that is 127 gigawatt at the hub height of the 100 meters. So these are the, I think it is a quite good potential, and we are supposed to harness as much as possible. And so in that way, we are trying to push these harnesses through our investor-friendly RE policies. And in that, we have in 2019, we have released two important policies, that is Rajasthan Solar Energy Policy 2019 and Rajasthan Wind and Hybrid Energy Policy 2019. And it is very common that these are supposed to be considered under the industries category. So from that viewpoint, these industries means solar and wind energy are supposed to be considered in the Rajasthan Investment Promotion Scheme. Again, this policy was launched in 2019. So now these are the solar and wind when we consider it as an industry. So whatever the benefits they are supposed to get by the industries, these industries, solar and wind, also supposed to avail those facilities. So that is also a very important point. And with that, particularly pushing these areas through these policies, that is very important contribution of these policies to promote RE sector in Rajasthan state. Apart from that, we are having some provisions of storage promotion and RE based EV charging stations in solar policy. And so that is why, again, a very important point which we have included in this Rajasthan Solar Energy Policy. So now we are working on the EV charging stations, which are RE based. And we are trying to get, as you know, that all of our fraternity of the energy, or rather I should say that is renewable energy fraternity, they are also trying to get some solution regarding solar storage promotion. So that is, I think, when storage option will be there, or rather I should say that some commercial viable operation solution will be there, then definitely RE will be boosted up, and we need not require to up to maximum extent of this thermal power. So that is why my assumption, what I should say something, because I am confident about RE, rather some other facilities which we have provided in the our policy, that is some online facility for applying registrations of RE projects. As I already told you, that we are working as a state nodal agency. So every investor is supposed to get their registrations at our RREC website, so that they can directly get the registration from our side. Apart from that, developer can also avail benefits under RIPS, that is Rajasthan Investment Promotion Policy 2019, through this one-stop shop, because they are supposed to give their proposal there, and if they want to get some specific concessions, so they have to submit their proposals there, and further they move to Renewable Energy Corporation. Now I would like to throw some light on achievements, that is installed capacity, in particularly what category you have gave this award up to the semi-final stage to RREC. That is solar, its installed capacity is 12,564 megawatts, and wind is 4,338 megawatt, whereas biomass capacity is 120 megawatt. So total RE installed capacity is more than 17,000 megawatts. Or I think that is also, I would like to connect it with that the total installed capacity of the Rajasthan state is approximately 31,000. And out of that, more than 17,000 is of RE based. So I would like to mention here that more than 50% of the capacity, in terms of installed capacity, we are having a RE installations. Some few more achievements I would like to share with you. That is, Rajasthan is the first state to commission 5,000 megawatt capacity solar in a single financial year in the country. Another, we are also the first state to achieve 10 gigawatt benchmark in solar commission capacity. And now, yesterday, I think MNRE has released the data of the RE installed capacity. You might be aware of that. That is more than 17,000 megawatt. So now, throughout the country also, RE capacity, Rajasthan is on the top first. And I think Kusum scheme is, you are all aware that in particular this capacity, Kusum A component rather I should say, because we are dealing with that scheme only, in which solar plants of capacity of 500 kilowatt to 2 megawatt are supposed to be installed at a nearby area of up to 5 kilometers from the particular GSS of the distribution companies. So in that category, we have also, I think Rajasthan was the only first state who have installed 22 projects having a capacity of 21 megawatt. Yesterday, 2 projects were further added in that, and including those projects, 22 projects as of now of having 21 megawatt capacity have been commissioned so far under the Kusum A component. So that is also one of the very important scheme. And I think with this particular scheme, the distribution companies may reduce their distribution losses up to maximum extent. So as the end users are there, and directly they can supply the power generated to the particular grid, and from there only they can distribute the power to the further end users. Apart from it, rooftop solar is also a very important aspect right now, because in some residential category, as you know, that MNRE is providing this subsidies for that. And under this category, so far as on date, means up to 31st of March, we have installed 748 megawatt of rooftop capacity. So this is also one of the good achievement, and we are having a second position at the national level for the rooftop solar installations. Solar parks also, we are working on that area. As on date, largest solar park which has been installed at Bhadla in Jodhpur district of Rajasthan with this having a capacity of 2245 megawatt, 2245 megawatt, and it is the largest solar park. Apart from that, we are also in the process, or we are also under the execution work of the solar park of having a capacity of 925 megawatt at Nok district, Jaisalmer. Because as you know that western part of the Rajasthan is the most preferential area for these installations, because maximum solar insolation is available there. And apart from that, private solar parks having capacity of 21,500 megawatt capacity has been registered so far. So further in future, we hope so that it will be definitely will be installed under the State Energy Policy 2019. So now further, we are also, as a way forward, we would also like to share that these RE policies, some land policies are also under some discussion at the level of the government. And we are all hopeful that if the land policy will be there, then definitely this land policy is particularly for those category of the developers or investors, those who are having not the allocation from any area, means they are not covered under the bidding category, or they are not having the tied up with the end user, those who are going to purchase that power from the RE generator. So in that category, land policy is under preparation. So I think hopefully that will be another major helpful area in which I think we get very much help from this area. Apart from that, recently Invest Rajasthan Summit 2022 was there, and in that summit, more than rupees 8 lakh crores investment. We have signed the MOU and LOIs from different CPSUs like NTPC, SJVN, THDC, SECI, Reliance Energy, and Axis Energy. These are all means CPSUs, and Reliance is also another private group. Axis Energy is a private group. So this is also one of that. Apart from that, as a growing new sector is green hydrogen project. We are having in Bikaner area 3.1 megawatt capacity of which has been installed by Acme Clean Tech. So that is again they are producing ammonia, green ammonia. So this is also one of that important aspect. And apart from that, one more point which I want to give you this information, that under customized package for private developers, under again it is a RIPS policy, that is Rajasthan Investment Promotion Scheme, approximately 34,000 megawatt capacity of solar, wind and hybrid and storage with total investment of 1.67 crore we have approved in this under customized package. So these are the all, I think we want to not take much more time of you, and definitely these will be helpful for
I think
future
what
also.
you have covered is a very, very comprehensive approach which you have adopted. It's not only the solar, it's the primarily the renewable, and also going to the customer side, how he can reduce his or be more efficient in his utilization, so preventing the losses there. Just one small question. You did talk about the generating capacity. It has exceeded the conventional capacity today. But as far as the megawatt hours, the energy is concerned, what is the ratio right now? What is the ratio right now? How much percentage is being generated?
That is approximately 8%.
8%.
Yeah, in terms of energy, if we talk, that is why I have mentioned that that 50%, more than 50% is of the installed capacity, not
I can understand, because as far as the solar is concerned, your production is not more than 8 to 9 hours in a day.
Exactly.
24 hours. We all understand that, but still 8%, I think it's a long way to go. And I'm sure with the storage techniques and other things which
Yeah, definitely.
you would be
Once-
able to improve
Definitely.
on this number, and by exploiting the wind energy also you would be able to exploit.
Once I think storage solution will be there, then definitely we will be.
Because
we can
today you
boost
are
this.
limited to what the grid can absorb at that particular time.
Yes, yes,
So
yes,
you may have higher capacity, but it will still not be
Right.
used because
Right,
of
right.
the limitations of the grid. We appreciate that. And I think those are the things in the policy which also have to be looked as you go forward on this particular thing. Thank you very much. In case there are questions, we'll come back again. Let me
Definitely.
now move over to Mr. Sameer Chandra Roy, Executive Director Engineering of the West Bengal Power Development Corporation. Well, I've come to know you have done a lot in many areas in a very, very innovative way. Sir, we would like to have your views also on this particular thing. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon to and warm regards to all the respected panel members. And we have really been enlightened with a lot of perspectives of power generation which is happening in various parts of the country. I am representing West Bengal Power Development Corporation, and we are producing more than 60% power in the state of West Bengal. And as you might be knowing, West Bengal is the second in power generation as of today after Mahagenco within the country. We are around 9,000 megawatt of power generation, million unit generation, a little bit less than Mahagenco. But among the state Gencos, we are able to produce power because of one aspect, that we are close to the coal belt. So our power generation, as you know, is mostly 95% plus is coming out of the thermal, West Bengal Power Development Corporation. Though we have been nominated here for the floating solar projects, which is in one of our power plants in the intake pond, we have made a 5 megawatt floating power. And for West Bengal, most of the projects which we are planning to go through is on the floating solar, because land availability is a problem on this side. So whatever power renewable power we are building, West Bengal Power Development is building around 50 megawatt. We are building in 5 plants. Those are mostly floating solar projects. But we have one big upcoming project in Bokreshwar. Bokreshwar is one of our thermal power plants, and adjacent to that we have Bokreshwar Dam. So we are coming up with a 500 megawatt single point floating solar project. Though looking into perspective of Rajasthan, it's looking very small, but for us, a 500 megawatt is a big project, and there may be some more projects which will be coming up for permission from the ministry as well as from the environment clearance, because as you know, we have got multiple of different type of projects which has been built, like the Purulia pump storage project. It's also kind of renewable energy, where we have the upper dam and the lower dam, and we connect it and get the power. Though it is not being controlled by PDCL, it is from West Bengal SCB DCL. But we are trying to attack the problem of the thermal versus non-thermal in other perspectives, like I explained to you in the floating solar projects, or maybe the bigger hydel projects. Now, in terms of West Bengal Power Development Corporation, who is producing, whose generation capacity is around 4,750 megawatt, we are able to continuously produce power because of one effect, that we have got 5 coal mines within the state and a little bit in Jharkhand also. We have got in Pachwara North, Pakur. All these plants, we are able to transfer around 12 to 14 rakes of coal on a daily basis to the 5 power plants which we are having. We are having Sagardigi, which is around 1600 megawatt. There is Bokreshwar, which is around 1250 megawatt. Kolaghat is around 800 megawatt, and 500 megawatt is at Sauntaldi. and also 300 megawatt in Bandel. Now, all these power plants, our productivity is good to the level that our generation, if we see, our PLF factor is practically the highest in the country. We are running, last year we have done around 79.55 as the PLF factor, which is pretty high. And this has been ensured by keeping a continuous tap on the mining supplies and the movement of the coal through the railways. Because nowadays, as you know, in last 1 year, the production from Coal India has not been very much supportive for all the power gencos. Everybody has suffered, not only we. But due to the mining capacity and ensuring the transportation is done effectively, we have been able to maintain a very good position during last year from April to September period. Our Sauthaldi power plant was #1 in terms of the generation, and within 1 to 10 we are having three units, Sagardigi, Sauthaldi and Bakreshwar, who has got over the full year the position 3, 5 and 9, I think, in terms of the PLF, and that shows that effectively we are able to utilize the plants. Now, going forward in terms of the renewable energy, we already have installed in all the power plants rooftop solar, land-based solar, as well as the floating solar. And we are trying to make the PAF also, power availability factor also, as greater than 80. We expect by next year presently our internal coal consumption out of the kitty of the total generation is nearly 75%, and next year we expect that we should be able to utilize at least 90% plus in terms of our kitty for the power generation through internal coal movement. I think that is in short of our capability in terms of WBPDCL. And overall, within the state, as I told you, generation from us is helping us in profit also, because from 2016 to 2019, our profitability was in the range of around 18 to 20 crores. And 2021, our profit was around 240 crores, and 21-22, our profit will be more than 500 crores. So this profitability we have achieved in terms of the efficient operation from mining, as well as the efficient operation for the plant itself, wherein the power, whatever the CA has fixed up the power rate, we could manage well within the cost, and also keep the cost of the generation lower by controlling the O&M cost for the plant. And that has helped as an organization, as a power genco. I think our profitability is nearly the highest in the country in terms of operational efficiency.
Excellent, excellent. I think that's a great job that you have done. We very well understand West Bengal is not that sun-rich, but it is a water-rich area where you have almost 3 to 4 months of rain. So naturally, it is difficult to exploit the solar. But of course, you can exploit more of tidal power in your hilly area. Anyhow, but you have a tremendous...
We know around 2,000 megawatt of various projects are in the drawing board. Today itself, Asian Development Bank is meeting our Chief Secretary, and there are various propositions which is going on. I cannot divulge that, but we are targeting some 1,500 megawatt of various big hydel, as well as around 2,000 megawatt of the solar projects, which may be mostly 60% will be on the bigger dams. We have the dams in Bakreshwar, we have the dam in Maurakshi. All these bigger dams we are targeting to make floating solar, such that the land crisis does not come in and we get a better generation, because floating solar, the power loss is less, as you know, compared to the land.
That's, I know your floating idea is an excellent, innovative idea. I think that's really worth appreciating. That's fantastic. I think that's a great job that has been done. As far as West
Thank you very much, sir.
You really exploited the pit heads where you can really exploiting the proximity of coal. I think that's an excellent job done. I'm very, very happy.
Thank you very much, sir.
We have, in a way, cut across the power generation, the thermal, the non-thermal, the renewable, the transmission, and the distribution. Yes, one thing has really not come up in today's discussion, which is also important. It used to be very, very important. That's the nuclear power generation, which again is very important as far as the country is concerned. So I really don't know. Much of it is being done. I know in Tamil Nadu. There is a nuclear power plant in Rajasthan also, Maharashtra also. But it has not progressed as the traditional power generation is concerned. I really don't know how it is going to be in future. But in future, what I know, as far as one of the major infrastructure transportation is concerned, that will depend more and more on electric power rather than the fossil fuel. As I read today, Indian Railways have already electrified 80% of their tracks and more are on the way. Similarly, on the road transport, more and more of electric vehicles are coming up, especially in the cities. And I know in North America, even for the long distance journey, people are today using their electric cars. So maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, we will see transportation as one of the major consumer of the electric power. And I feel the energy sector and the electricity sector has to be aware of that particular new opportunity which is going to come up in time to come.
Sir, I can share a little bit information here because for West Bengal, it has been told that we have to put up EV stations in every 15 to 20 kilometers on both sides on every highways, and as well as in the cities also within certain coverage area, say like 1 or 2 square kilometers, so many EV stations which we will means West Bengal State Board will be putting up, may not be WBPDCL, but ACDCL would be putting up around 6 to 8,000 EV charging stations. And since these EV charging stations also will be a little bit costly, so we are talking to the financiers for financing the same on a 10 to 20 years return of investment basis. So there is a government stipulation for building of EV stations all across the country, and all the state electricity boards has been mandated to put up such things. Though the private people may be consuming more, they may connect it from their home, but looking into the two-wheelers and the commercial vehicles, this infrastructure will be coming up in the country within next 2 to 3 years time.
Excellent, excellent. I'm sure
already
the things are going to drastically change over the next 4
It is changing, sir. I can tell you, you know, this auto in Bengal, they call it Toto. So they have put in, they have put some improvised, they have removed the main motors and all, and they have put the battery system. And outside of Calcutta, it is very popular now. People get down from the suburb trains and take the Totos. Okay. So, and it is not waiting for any multinational to put up the plants. They are doing it all locally. They are just putting the batteries which is required for the regular car or regular other commercial vehicles, and with that they are doing it.
You know, nothing can beat our own ingenuity and innovativeness.
That innovativeness is already in work, and we can see a lot of people here keep on utilizing, and it's the risk is that when it just passes by, then only you know there is a sound. Otherwise,
that's right.
We are used to a lot of honking and all.
I will request Sports Group, Dr. Gurcharan, to actually focus on that area also. It's a very, very irregular, it's not a regularized industry, but that's a very, very great innovative area where people in this country are really working on. I think we need to publicize.
Common people are working. The biggest
common people, not the industry. I think that
they are not working. If I tell you that there may be 50,000 Totos working within 50 kilometer or 100 kilometer stretch of Calcutta, people will get shocked. 50,000. But yes, just go and count. It's a big number, and common people are using it.
Yes, I know. Both milk and other deliveries come to my house in the morning in an electric vehicle, and it's very impressive. I'm very happy to see that.
In fact, that's an increasing trend now for all these, short distance deliveries are being done using electric bikes.
Yes. That is all being done by electric bikes.
Different avatars of.
Only thing is that they are charging it at their home, but once they get the assurance that yes, it is available within 500 meters of my journey distance, then people will start more utilizing that. But it is another 2 years where this infrastructure will be built.
Next step, naturally, it has to come because the critical mass would be generated by then, and the demand will start fueling the economy.
Okay.
Yes, certainly. I would once again express my thanks and gratitude to the Scotch team for selecting us for one of the awards.
Oh, you're welcome.
And this is a continuity. We got it in 2019, and I think after the COVID now, this year we have again got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Blessing be added to your work. I only wish that, the good work keeps on happening and keeps on building year on year, so that we continue to meet at least once in a year to celebrate yours.
Sure, sir. With all your best wishes.
Bhushanji.
Yes. I think the session is now almost at the end. Unless there are any questions, any of the panelists would like to ask any question or clarification or anything? I think.
Sir, with your kind permission, I would like to add something.
Yes.
In our India, we are focusing on the battery storage also. Solar with battery storage, BESS. And recently we have awarded 35 megawatt solar with 57 MWh battery storage in Kutch, our Kutch power station. And future is peak after daytime, night or in early morning, we are giving power from the battery to the consumer. This is recent our development. And also I would like to inform all jury members and our Scotch group that GSECL is going to develop 3,325 megawatt in Khavda. Honorable PM vision is there, 30,000 megawatt. Now the 30,000, we are developing 3,325 megawatt. We are also going for 500 megawatt floating solar.
Oh, that's good. That's excellent.
And 500 megawatt with battery storage. This is our within 3 years planning.
That's excellent. That's really, really very good. I think that's
yes.
Good. I think with this we come to the end of the session. I would now hand over back to Dr. Gurcharan to continue the next one.
This has been very interesting, various aspects of, the sector, which once upon a time, people only would talk about the problems and, solutions were still too far-fetched. But today we have reached a situation wherein there's a lot of innovation going on. Leveraging of technology was limited perhaps to only a few areas, but now it has gone down to the doorstep of the consumer. And whether it is to do with the TND or TNC losses, everything is kind of being watched with very sharp eyes, and with the renewables coming in, I'm sure in times to come, our dependence on the regular electricity supply, generation and supply will be much complemented, and hopefully the outages, which is what we see today, will be the talk of the past. So congratulations to all the participants. Thank you very much, Bhushanji, for so beautifully steering it through, and such takeaways on the achievements are really very, very encouraging. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With this, we move on to our next panel discussion on the state of states, with focus on transport and governance. And I invite our moderator for the panel discussion Dr. Shefali Das, who is Distinguished Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation and former Director General of National Informatics Center, who is PhD in physics and specializes in planning and implementation of management information systems and decision support systems, development and implementation of e-governance programs, informatics development services, and setting up of computer centers. Local area networks and computer communication infrastructure in rural areas have been our forte, particularly to do with the transport, computerization of the nationwide transport system, whether it is for the registration or for licenses, have been the ones which NIC has taken lead, and everyone today stands beneficiary of that. Thank you very much for joining us. And our panelists today, Mr. Trilok Chand Gupta, Chief Commissioner, Haryana Right to Service Commission. His mandate is to ensure delivery of notified services in notified timelines to the public. He's brought about tremendous changes in the functioning of the government departments, notified services in a short span. He has headed a number of departments, including town and country planning, school education, welfare of SCs and the backward classes, administrative reforms, skill development, and so on. Mr. Adil Khan, Commissioner, Transport Department from Government of Assam. He holds the portfolio of State Project Director, Assam Inland Water Transport Development Society, Managing Director, Assam Industrial Development Corporation, and Mission Director of Assam Skill Development Mission. Previously, he worked in the Health and Family Welfare Department, and additional responsibility that he shouldered was as Officer on Special Duty for National Health Mission. Ms. Archana Singh, Managing Director, Rajasthan State Industrial Development and Investment Corporation Limited, and ex-officio Commissioner, Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor. She served as Commissioner Industries and Commerce and Corporate Social Responsibility, Government of Rajasthan, and Commissioner Investments and NRIs. She was also Secretary, Jaipur Development Authority, and Additional Registrar, Cooperative Department. She was the Chairperson, Jaipur Metals and Electricals Limited. Mr. Suhas Jadhav, General Manager, Traffic, Maharashtra State Road Transport Corporation, MSRTC, with more than 36 years of work experience in corporate strategy, technology implementation, project monitoring, budget assessment, monitoring cost and analyzing variances for MSRTC. He has in-depth experience in e-governance and transport domain, and excellent analytical communication, complex problem solving, and decision-making skills. Mr. Dilip K. Brahmbhatt, General Manager, Corporate and HR, Dholera Industrial City Development Limited. Instrumental in representing Dholera at various fronts, and has led delegations to showcase Dholera in countries like Japan, South Korea, UAE, and vibrant Gujarat. He earlier served as Senior Manager, DMIC Coordination for a period of 10 years, where he was involved in coordination between various stakeholders associated with DMIC, including state government, central government, PSUs, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all once again to this panel discussion and hand over to Dr. Shefali Das.
Thank you, Dr. Gusharan, for the introductions. And I must say, Scotch summits are always very interesting, and probably one of the most popular platforms where the experts as well as other stakeholders can share their views and talk to each other, come for discussion, and finally the Scotch group comes up with a good paper, white paper, which gives details all the problems, issues, and the solutions and best practices. So this is always a very informative and gainful experience for me, at least whenever I participate here. Now with this, this particular session is focusing on state of governance as well and transport. When we talk about governance, delivery of public service and transport are the most important factors, which are expectations of citizens. And it is very heartening to see that many states have strengthened their transport sector in the last few years, including introducing multimodal transport systems, streamlining their traffic system in the cities, etc. And also, we see that public service delivery has also taken a front seat now, the driving force for most of the government. And state government have come up with a act, a right to service act. In most of the states have already come up with, and some states have come up with their commissions and regulatory bodies who ensure that these rights and mandates are actually implemented and people do get service. With this brief introduction, I now invite Mr. Trilok Chand Gupta, Chief Commissioner, Haryana Right to Service Commission. So what I suggest is the panelists may make a short opening comments, and then we can have after all the 5 panelists complete their presentation, we can have a discussion, all-round discussion with everybody. So please keep your statements little short so that we get more time for discussion.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Shefali Das. Thank you, Dr. Gurcharan. As Dr. Shefali rightly mentioned, this is a very Scotch Awards is a very useful platform where a lot of useful deliberations takes place, and after that some white paper is published, which is useful to the citizens as well as to the policymakers. I'll straight come to the point, that is the governance. Now, not many improvements have been made over the years, but still you see a lot of people are dissatisfied. I have served in the administrative service for more than 34 years, and still I am not satisfied with the kind of governance or kind of service delivery which is there to the citizens in the states, different states. And as you rightly said, there are certain states where this Right to Service Act has been enacted. In fact, let me put it, most of the states have already enacted it. 25 states have already enacted it. In some states, there are commissions to oversee whether these services are being delivered in time or not. And in some states, there is no commission. For example, UP, there is no commission. In case of Haryana, there is a commission. Punjab, there is a commission. Maharashtra, there is a commission. So there are some states, but Madhya Pradesh, there is no commission. There are some designated officers who are looking after these things. But why this need for these commissions and these kind of acts? Because people are not getting the services. Now the aspirations of the public, it has now increased manifold, and we have not been able to keep pace with that. That is why the kind of, if you see the social media, if you see the newspapers, it is full of complaints from the general public, citizens. Now, why this is happening? Because the clear-cut process flow, requirement of documents and the forms which the citizen is required to fill up, that is not there. That kind of information is not available. If that information is available in a transparent manner, in that case, a lot of problems of the citizens that can be obviated. Now, that is number one. Number two is that there are no defined timelines. There are so much of discretion is vested in the lower level officials or the senior persons that they reject the cases at the drop of the hat. If a particular, for example, if I say, if he is applying for a approval of building plan, if some affidavit is missing, in that case, he will reject it. If he's applying for some kind of a benefit under his benefit scheme, the cancelled check is not available, even though the bank account details are available, he'll reject the application. So these kind of things, a lot of discretion is there. There is no defined instructions. What are the instructions which have to be followed by the different officials? There is a lack of that. And thirdly, the commission itself, wherever there are commissions, in some cases, I may admit for Haryana, the commission is there right since 2015. The act is 2014. The commission was constituted in 2015. The commissions, they have become safe haven, safe places for the retired bureaucrats like me. And generally, they have not been performing their role. There are only, I can say, Maharashtra is doing well. Haryana is doing well. But there are some other commissions where the work has to be done. Now, in case of Haryana, for example, what is there? There are 572 services which are notified. And you think of a service, it is there. If you think of, okay, if there is a solid waste lying in your street, there is a service available, it has to be cleaned in 2 days. If the power goes, in that case, it has to be set right in 4 hours. If the transformer is burnt, it has to be replaced in 24 hours. If you apply for a birth certificate, it has to be given in 14 days. If there is a death certificate, it has to be for each and everything. There is a timeline defined, and we are actively monitoring that these timelines are adhered to. Now, how do we, in most of the acts, there are provisions that if the services are not delivered within this timeline, then you can file an appeal. Now, how do the citizens file an appeal? There is no mechanism which is available. The online system is not available. So in that case, people are at a loss to understand where and how they have to file an appeal, whether they will need the services of an advocate, whether they have to file some kind of a fees for filing the appeal. So what we have done in Haryana is, that is a historic step which we have taken, and it has been taken cognizance of by Government of India also, that all online delivery platforms, they have linked to a particular portal. We have developed a portal which is called AAS, Auto Appeal System. AAS in Hindi also means hope. So it has been linked there, and as soon as the notified timeline is over, the software files an appeal on behalf of the citizen with the first appellate authority. The citizen is not doing anything. Now, in 7 years from 2015 till 2021, only 7 appeals had been filed in 7 years in the entire state of Haryana. And now, in a short span of 4 months, the number of appeals as of now, more than 60,000. 60,000. So this is, we are getting approximately 7 to lakh applications for services, for notified services every month. Now, with the implementation of AAS, it will be ensured that either all these services will be delivered in time, or an appeal will be filed for which responsibility will be fixed. And generally, the officials in the state are scared of this AAS. And that's why the performance, on-time performance of various departments has increased to 99%. And we are imposing penalty in one case today. Also, we have imposed a maximum penalty on a sanitary inspector who failed to clean the road in time. We have imposed penalty on SHOs also who have failed to verify the application for a gun license in time, building approvals, occupation certificates, whatnot. So we are monitoring it very closely, and we are at the forefront in the entire state in ensuring that the benefits to the citizens, they accrue in time. So this is a brief statement which I wanted to make in the beginning. As you have rightly said, we'll keep it to very brief, and I'll be very happy to answer any questions in this regard later on.
Fantastic presentation, Mr. Gupta, and I must congratulate you for actually understanding the details of the problem faced by the people. And you rightly pointed out the well-defined procedures are actually not laid out. Even if we do have acts and time, SLAs and everything defined, but then how to do it, who to do it, and if not done, what to do. Very rightly, these 3 points are very nicely brought out by you. And your excellent work done in automating the system with who, where if the timeline is crossed, automatically the complaint is filed. So may I suggest you that why don't you bring it up as a case study, because this is what needed by everybody, every state will require it. So if you can just have a case study, nicely bring out the details in a case study and publicize it, maybe through the DAPRG, who anyway right to information and service delivery also they can do, or maybe Scotch Group. And this is a very good platform because all the practitioners of governance, they somehow or other come to this platform. So this will be a very nice way to distribute your knowledge and experience among others. Thank you very much, Mr. Gupta. We'll come back to later.
Let me add here, Dr. Sefali, thanks for your suggestion. In fact, we had nominated this particular project in the Scotch, which has got this Order of Merit Award. That's number one. Number two, whenever Chief Minister mentioned it to Honorable Prime Minister, then the Secretary Government of India called me and I had made a presentation regarding that to him on 14th of December 2021 in Delhi. Then he asked me to make a presentation in the national conference, which was National Conference on E-Governance, which was held in Hyderabad on 7th and 8th January 2022. So there I had made the presentation about us. So, and later on in a Government of India meeting, we have made this presentation in a group of, small group of 7 states also. So we are carrying it forward. The thing is, in Haryana, people are very happy in the sense now people are scared of us and people are scared of the RTS Commission, and we are getting 1 or 2 thank you and happy mails every day from the harassed citizens.
Yeah, great. You got so many participated in so many awards and all that. Why don't you go to apply for the CSI also, because that is also another platform for electronic governance.
Right. Thank you.
So you can think about that also.
Right.
Now, okay. Now I invite Mr. Adil Khan, Commissioner Transport Department, Government of Assam.
This is Bhaskar Ratto, Assistant Commissioner of Transport. CT sir has to leave for an urgent meeting, so I am attending this meeting on his behalf.
Okay. Okay.
And regarding public service delivery, what sir said. We have since Adil Khan sir joined as Commissioner of Transport, he emphasized on the prompt public service delivery, and in this regard, he has already under his patronage, he has already launched 13 Aadhaar-based contactless services, transport services like learner license, duplicate driving license, no objection certificates, and on this on account of these initiatives, lots of public gets its benefit. For example, while it was 2 years ago, while about 2 lakhs people applied for learner license and got learner license, so it's about 3 times around 6 lakhs people got a learner license in this contactless manner, Aadhaar-based contactless manner, where people do not require to go to DTO offices. Now they can apply online, get their documents uploaded, scan and uploaded from their laptop from anywhere, and pay the required fees online through digital mode. Thereafter, the documents are received at office, which are scrutinized and approved online without the requirement of the visit of the candidate. So this how through this contactless Aadhaar-based contactless services, people are hugely benefited, and lots of their mandates are productive mandates are saved. Suppose पहले एक काम के लिए 2 बार 3 बार आना उसे पड़ता था, लेकिन अभी it does not require to visit DTO office at all. And one more thing, that out of the 13 services, 10 services were integrated with the RTPS portal. That is Right to Public Service Act, what sir said, and these are notified services now, and people's public service delivery is ensured with a specified time limit, and we are also monitoring this, and thanks to our initiatives, that almost 90% of the applications which are received through RTPS portal, Right to Public Service portal, has been disposed within time. And we are also monitoring those applications which are yet to be disposed. And apart from these contactless services, we have also taken initiative for skill training of 50 youths per LACL per constituency, for making them expert as a driver, to take driving take driving professionally, and get themselves engaged in their livelihood. Moreover, we have also launched one COVID relief scheme. During the COVID period, most of the public transportation vehicles were not in flying condition, and the transport workers suffered a lot. That's why the government of Assam has initiated one COVID relief scheme for almost 200 numbers of driver, handyman, and conductors, and they were already given 10,000 rupees per beneficiary for their sustenance. And these are the initiatives done from our end.
Okay, so I think this is good good work done by you and your department, especially during the COVID times. And I'm sure your contactless learner license really helped during COVID times. Otherwise, people wouldn't have got them. Those who wanted to have it. And
Madam,
integrating the services to the right to public service portal is another good step, because then at one place people can really see and the services are ensured that the service has been delivered. I think you have done very good work. So keep it up with your good work.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else you wanted to add?
And not just learner license, we have already launched 13 contactless services otherwise.
No, that I know. You told that 13 server, but I just hinted at learner license because learners are the ones who go for the first time. Others would have gone before. So they know the system. But learners are the ones who are hesitating, and the first time they are going, they don't know. So that is much more comfortable for them to do from home. Yeah, good job. Good job.
Okay, thank you.
Now, thank you. We'll come back to you again. Now I invite Ms. Archana Singh, Managing Director, Rajasthan State Industrial Development and Investment Corporation.
Very good afternoon to all. I am Managing Director, Rajasthan Industrial Investment Development Corporation, RICO. This is a company which was established in 1969 and has been a pioneer in development of industrial infrastructure in Rajasthan. Right now, we have over 389 industrial areas at various locations in the state. As everybody is aware that Rajasthan is a landlocked state which has scarcity of water. It had been considered as a Bimaru state till some time back, so the level of education is also low. However, due to the efforts of RICO, massive changes have happened in the past, and RICO is looked upon as one of the pioneer SIDCs across the country as of now. I would like to very briefly focus on some of the interventions that we took in the last 3-4 years. And it is a coincidence that during the same time this COVID happened, and though there was a distress in the market among the industrialists, but due to the efforts of our organization, we have seen an unprecedented growth in the industrialization level of the state, which is reflected by the number of plots sold by our authority, by the number of employment which has increased, and the GST collection that has increased in the past 2 years. So because in Rajasthan, the development of industries was focused at very particular areas like Jaipur and the NCR region of Alwar. We focused on development of MSME industrial areas for inclusive and equitable growth across the state. So there was a decision that was taken that we should have one small industrial areas for MSMEs at each subdivision, and we are progressing in that direction. Till now, we have included those industrial areas in our budget announcement, and we have developed over 35 industrial areas in the past 2 years in the subdivision level industrial areas. So these industrial areas are up to 45-46 hectares, and they have small plots up to the limit of 750 to 1,000 square meters, and it is available to the entrepreneurs through the e-auction mode. So the process of e-auction is also a very recent one. Till now, there was a process of first come first serve basis, wherein anybody who was aware of the functioning of the organization could come up and ask for a plot. But with the e-auction in place and with the kind of air that we have created through our social networks, the e-auction has been popularized greatly, and it is a very simple process. We put in the 360-degree photograph on the portal as well as the Google location on the portal, and somebody can see their location, the plot that they want, where it stands in the broad geography, where it stands in the master plan, where it stands in the concerned layout. So it is easy for somebody who's sitting even in Kolkata or Chennai to see if they have a plot of their requirement, and they can come on an e-bid. Even if somebody wants a plot that we have not put on e-auction, if they suggest that you have some plot and I would like to buy that, so we put that plot on e-auction so that it is available for them to purchase. So this is a very transparent procedure, and with this intervention, we have been able to increase our sale of plots from 200, 250 in the last, maybe in 17, 18, 18, 19 to 2,500 and 2,800 in the last 2 years. So that is one drastic jump which has happened. And like on one side, we are focusing on development of MSMEs and small plots. Government has also been very cooperative and very sensitive about the needs of the industry, and we have come up with an MSME Act which provides that no state clearances are to be required for an MSME to establish itself, and for a period of 3 years. And recently in the last budget announcement, that period has been increased to 5 years. So for 5 years, one can start construction of their factory without undertaking any state level clearances. And we have a very good loaning scheme of MLUPY, Mukhyamantri Laghu Udyog Protsahan Yojana, which is considered to be the best in the country. So apart from these interventions, we are also focusing on large scale infrastructure projects, like you must have heard about the PCPIR project, which is coming in Pachpadra. So RICO is anchoring that project also, which will become the 4th project in the country after Dahej and Visakhapatnam and Paradeep. So also we are in the last 2-3 years, we have also put an impetus on the DMIC projects, which were not working so well in the country in the state for the last 7-8 years. In the last 2 years, we have put a push on that also. We are also developing very high scale with a very high level of infrastructure project, which is called as the FinTech Park, which is in the heart of the city, and it is expected to provide high grade infrastructure as well as high scale employment to the residents of Jaipur. So these are some of the interventions that we have taken. I'm also happy to inform that RICO has recently been awarded as the best SIDC in the Costly Sai Award. And in the IPRS 2.0 survey of DPIIT, 25 industrial areas out of 69 were from RICO from Rajasthan, and they were given the leaders category. So we have a very diverse presence as well as very high level infrastructure, and we are focusing on small scale industries as well as large scale industries. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much.
Yeah, congratulations for bagging so many awards and your great achievements. Especially during COVID, you have been able to increase your GST collection, and that's something really praiseworthy. And your interventions has not only increased the industrial output, but also has helped the people, especially when you are focusing on the small and medium sector, medium scale industries. I think great work done. Please keep it up so that you can do even better.
Thank you so much.
So now I invite Mr. Suhas Yadav, General Manager Traffic, Maharashtra State Road Transport.
Good afternoon. I'll be presenting my corporation, which is one of the largest fleet owner in at present. It has 16,000 plus vehicles, buses, and now it caters to about 67 lakhs passenger per day. It was before COVID, of course, and it has a staff strength of employees of around 1 lakh. Now we are one of the oldest corporations. It was formed in 1948, and around 30 districts or 31 districts are covered by our corporation. Whole of the state is nationalized, and we cater to nook and corners of our state. This is our strength, that we cater to all the small villages and towns of the state. Now the challenge to us is that we have to compete with the private fleet owners, and we need to have a mixed fleet wherein the private owners are brought in all the latest variety of models of buses, whereas we have to come up with the rural operations where there are bad roads and not so good roads, and also the cities, metro cities, where the requirement of the passengers is different from what is required by the passengers from the Muftisal area. Secondly, we cater to a large number of passengers or social strata where all kinds of concessions are given. We give 27 types of concessions, right from the senior citizens, students, and even medically for requirement for medical emergencies and treatments, also handicaps and school-going students like girl students. All these have to be catered in a single model of MSRTC. Now we have been trying to upscale the things, and now we are thinking of. We have already implemented two projects of. One is the vehicle tracking system, and other is the smart card system. The smart card system has both the elements in it. The one is the concession, and the other is the regular passengers can have tickets, e-tickets without having to pay any cash to the conductor. The transaction, the daily transaction also is very huge, and huge number. I already said 67 lakhs passengers travel before COVID per day. Now, by bringing in this smart card, we have now already we have distributed 40 lakh cards to all different kinds of passengers, and this has been working very good, beautifully. Just because of COVID, we are not able to utilize this system fully. But after now, the COVID has been lifted, and now everything is will be going smoothly, and we are hoping that the number of cards will reach about 75 lakhs in few days. So, by issuing concessional cards to the passengers, we ensure that the concessions given or the subsidy given reaches to the right person, and without any. It should reach to the right person. That is our motto there. Even the government has already mandated us that it should be all our cards should be Aadhaar linked. These are all cards are Aadhaar linked. Also, the school in Maharashtra have a SARL system wherein each school child is enrolled with a unique SARL number that has also been linked with the smart card. Even the physical disability or the challenged people have been linked. Their cards are also been linked with the UIDA cards. All kinds of precautions have been taken that these cards have to be very popular. There is already also a travel wallet and also a shopping wallet, so that these cards can be used for any other purposes also simultaneously. All the top-ups on the shopping wallet, all the travel wallet are given a discount of nearly 5%. And in order to popularize this, we are going in full in the near future. Similarly, vehicle tracking system. This is we wanted to bring in because we have some 1 lakh trips are operated per day across Maharashtra. And these trips have to be, the people have to come to know about these trips. Even the management has to come to know the whereabouts of these trips, how they are operated. Hence, this vehicle tracking system has been brought in, and we are being able to monitor all our trips throughout 24/7 around the. Also, we provide information to the public on the even on the bus stations through the public information system boards, as well as on the mobile apps, wherein the passengers can know the whereabouts of bus, when it is coming, when it is departing, etc. So he can manage his time properly. Instead of waiting for the bus on the bus stop or bus station, he will be able to know the exact location and the exact time, that the expected time of arrival will be known to him. And there are add-ons on this, wherein we can we can monitor the driver's habits throughout his duties of like speed violations, deviations from the routes, unauthorized stoppages, etc. In this way, we are going to bring in this system and make the passengers know the routes. Even the reserved passengers can know when the bus is coming to the stops, which number bus is coming. And likewise, the management also you want to use this information in route planning so that the correct routes are formed and a good kind of service can be given to the passengers.
Yeah, I think you have done an excellent job, especially when you rightly pointed out the requirements are different because the urban passengers, rural passengers, their requirements are different. Long distance passengers, short distance passengers are different, and you have to cater to all kind of requirements. So, and somehow from your presentation, it looks like your delivery has been very smoothly done. So, congratulations to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I invite Mr. Dilip K. Brahmbhatt, General Manager, Corporate and HR, Dholera Industrial City Development Limited.
Good afternoon, madam, and good afternoon, members. I'm Dilip Brahmbhatt. I'm General Manager in Dholera Industrial City Development Limited. About the transport and governance, which is the theme, I think Dholera Industrial City Development is a development of a smart city. In fact, when we started this project, it's a huge land. The total area of the entire city is 920 square kilometers, and out of which about 450 square kilometers is urban planning area where we can develop a city. Right now, we are working on a small nucleus of 22.5 square kilometer where we are creating state-of-the-art infrastructure, and simultaneously our efforts are there that we attract the investors there to come there to start their factories, to do the work there, and finally it generates employment for the people around there. The project itself was a challenge in a way that it was totally a greenfield development. We had to build up the entire thing from a scratch, and when we started working on this project, I think prior to the implementation, actual implementation on the ground, lots of studies were to be carried out, right from seismological studies to flood mitigation studies to water vulnerability studies to environmental sustainability studies. Several studies were carried out. And finally, when we received the environment clearance for the entire area, we formed an SPV, a special purpose vehicle, which is Dholera Industrial City Development Limited. It's a joint venture of the state government and the central government. And we started implementing the project and awarded the contract for infrastructure development. The biggest contract which is awarded is about 1,800 crores for roads and underground services in the entire city of 22.5 square kilometer. Along with that, we have our administrative building. We have common effluent treatment plant. We have sewage treatment plant. We have water treatment plant. We have canal front developments, and several other amenities are being created. The challenge that we faced was, it was a greenfield development. So right from the start of working on the soil, because that we had done engineering studies of soil and everything, it went very smoothly. Later on, because that the population in that area is also very low, the Dholera, which is situated about 100 kilometers from Ahmedabad, that was also a challenge. So what we decided that along with the infrastructure, we also started planning on the peripheral development of transportation and everything. We thought that we should have a very straight road from Ahmedabad to Dholera, which is now under construction under Bharatmala project. Similarly, we wanted to connect Dholera with a dedicated freight corridor line. So from Bhimnath railway station on Botad Bhavnagar line, we are connecting with another new railway line of about 30 kilometers, and that will bring the entire freight traffic to Dholera Central Business District. We are also developing a Greenfield Smart Airport, which is the second airport to Ahmedabad, which is outside the SIR area. The work on that airport will also start very soon. There is a separate SPV formed for that, which is looking after that. So this was about the connectivity for roads and rails and air. We also wanted to establish the connectivity with ports. The nearest port to Dholera is Pipavav port, which is about 180 kilometers. So we wanted to have a coastal highway improved, which is also being done right now. So connectivity is well established. We have good companies who have been working on EPC contract for different projects. In 22.5 square kilometer, about 72 kilometers of road, ranging from 18 meter width to 70 meter width, are also ready. Plus our sewage treatment plant, our water treatment plant, and common effluent treatment plant is also ready. Simultaneously, we have increased our marketing efforts, and we have started allocating the land also to the industrial units. And when I'm talking today, about 4 units have already purchased the land, and two out of them have already started working for their factories on the land. So this development over a period of last 8 to 9 years now has been shaping very well. And in near future, maybe about in a year or two, we will see lots of factories coming up. Simultaneously, because during the course of COVID situation, about 2 years were spent under COVID. I mean, about 2 years had gone. The pace of the work was little slow, but at that time also we ensured that all the people who are working there, including the workers from EPC contractors and all that, they are fully vaccinated. We ensured from the government side and from our company side that vaccination should be fully done for these people. We also ensured our contractors and all that those who want to stay here, we can make arrangements also for them. So that is how we worked for those people also. At the same time, we were also concentrating on corporate social responsibility aspect, because other activities are in a slow mode. So corporate social responsibility also, we started working on that front, and we started improving the education facilities in the 22 villages of Dholera SIR area. We are also providing certain water and other facilities, certain other sanitation facilities in that area, which is being done at the instance of the Dholera Industrial City development. Finally, what we aim is that the people in Dholera, around Dholera, and perhaps in the distance of 50 to 60 kilometers get good employment. So employment generation activity should also be done. Simultaneously, we have been working on skill development centers in consultation with the government department. A separate skill development center is also being arranged. So perhaps in a year or two, we'll be getting a skilled labor force also. So as I said, the entire area was a challenge. We learned a lot of things. And as earlier, madam, you mentioned that we should have a case study. And we are definitely preparing one case study on Dholera as to how you develop a greenfield city, how you build up a city from scratch. So lots of things have come by, lots of things we have learned, lots of things people have learned, and those who are working, those contractors who are working, they say it's an engineering marvel on which we are working. So this is how we are functioning right now. This is a greenfield development, and perhaps in 1 year from now, we'll be having good many factories coming to our place. Thank you.
Yeah, great work. I think the best part of yours is you are not only looking into developing that the portion which is allotted to you, you are also looking at the peripheral development so that more people can come and they can have more employment, overall development of the entire locality. I think that holistic approach is the one which should feature in your case study.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, that will be very nice. I mean, now that we have come to the end of presentations, let me invite anybody who has got some questions or some suggestions or some issues you want to raise. So I invite the floor now to come up with your questions or issues or interventions.
I have a question for Dr. Dilip. Mr. Dilip. Mr.
Yes.
Dilip, what is the rate of allotment and whether these plots are being auctioned or they are being allotted through some application?
No, sir, these plots are allotted on the basis of 99 years lease, and the present rate for industrial units is 2,750 rupees per square meter.
Is it through first come first serve basis, or what is the basis?
It is basically on first come first serve basis, sir.
Okay.
I think this is related to what Ms. Archana Singh said, that instead of doing for the first come first serve basis, they have been doing an auction so that everybody get a chance. Maybe you Mr. Brahma, you would like to consider that suggestion, because you just not talk about how this has benefited more people.
Madam, we have unencumbered land here, which is under the possession of the government. So the auction is the last option that we are preferring. First come, first serve is the one. And then there are negotiations, and finally the auction will take place. Because we have large land parcels. See, our land parcels.
You have no scarcity. You have no scarcity of land for the time being.
Yes, from
So
1
that's
hectare
why
to 300 hectares of land, a single plot is available. So for that, what we are doing is we are searching a heavy industries like defense and aerospace and other industries we are targeting. So for that, we have to approach them. Auction can be the one, but that would be the final option.
Later part, towards the later part. Yeah. Any more comments for other speakers too? Well, that means everybody has explained. They have explained their project so well. Probably nobody has any questions to ask.
No, I have a question for Mr. Suhas Jadhav.
Acha, okay.
Mr. Suhas, what is your yearly loss or profit of Maharashtra?
As a state transport, we are in loss.
How much?
No,
I'm just interested in the figures. If I can get the per
kilometer increased our fare.
No, if I can get just some idea of per kilometer realization and per kilometer expenditure. I have been Transport Secretary of Haryana, so I am interested in knowing those figures.
Yes, sir. Our pre-COVID and COVID have made a lot of difference, because we had to incur all the expenses during the COVID period, and we didn't have any income, or all our operations were locked down. So the costs have jumped very high. The present cost also, just the lockdown has been lifted, and I will tell you about the pre-COVID. It was around 48 rupees per kilometer cost, and the income was around 35 rupees per kilometer.
Okay, thank you.
We were in loss.
So as I said, this is a very good learning platform also. You can exchange your ideas and get to know more about what others are doing in other states. So I think Dr. Gusharan, I believe there are no more questions. So right on time. You said 4:30, so just one more minute. So we can still have one more question.
I don't think any more questions coming up. So Shefali ji, you can
So
summarize.
I must thank all the panelists and congratulate them for the good work. And I can only wish them better performance in future. They are already doing very good work. So, but then there is nothing like last word that this is the end of it. We can always improve. So I wish you all the success, and please carry on what you are doing so well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gurcharan. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you for
you.
your contribution.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much for this very live. And as Shefali ji said, keep up the good work, and we would like to see you again in the near future with much more that you may have achieved. Thanks once again, Shefali ji, for really very well moderating this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this makes me move to the announcement of the last round of Scotch Order of Merit semi-finalists. I invite Bangalore Metropolitan Transport Corporation, Mr. Anbu Kumar V, Managing Director for Self-Defense Training to Women Employees. Tendra Kumar Singh, Director, Department of Industries, Government of Jharkhand, for ease of doing business. Industrial Smart City, Dholera Industrial City Development Limited, Dilip K. Brahmbhatt, General Manager, Commercial, Corporate and HR. I can see Mr. Sanjay Kumar Sahu from Department of Industry.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Actually, at first I want to give regards and thanks to the Scotch Associations to give us the opportunity to highlight our projects in front of all the pan India, and it was a great opportunity. It was a model which supported our industry too much, and due to this ease of doing business initiative, we were able to speed up our industrial growth, and we make our ourselves as industry friendly state. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations. I invite Mr. Anbu Kumar V, Managing Director, Bangalore Metropolitan Transport Corporation, for self-defense training to women employees.
Sir, namaste. I'm Sunita, PRO from BMTC. I'm representing the BMTC Corporation from Bangalore. First of all, I would like to thank Scotch Association for giving this opportunity to represent us in front of the Scotch Award event. And we were organizing a self-defense program for our all the lady employees who are working in BMTC. The training is still going on. We have a plan to train all the 3,000 employees of BMTC, and it is a very beautiful training. Like we have hired an agency to give the self-defense technique and this and health related issues, everything to address to our lady employees. So on this category, this time we have participated in this event of self-defense training to our corporation ladies employees, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Mr. Dilip K. Brahmbhatt, General Manager, Commercial, Corporate and HR from Dholera Industrial City Development Limited, Industrial Smart City.
Sir, we are thankful to the Scotch Award committee for enrolling us for this award. And because that we have been developing a Greenfield City, a Greenfield Smart City, and because that we have learned a lot of things and a lot of challenges we have faced, this is a good platform that we have so that we can talk to the people can understand how the cities are developed. So this is a very good platform provided by Scotch Award. We are very much thankful to you. We are thankful to the Scotch Award committee. Thank you very much.
Well, congratulations. District Administration, Aravali. Mr. Narendra Kumar Meena, Collector and District Magistrate, for developing Anganwadi with child-centered and safety-oriented approach. District Administration, Aravali, of resources to ensure holistic enhancement of stakeholders.
Sir, I am here on behalf of respected Collector, Sir, Dr. Narendra Kumar Meena, and I am hereby representing our mission we undertook in primary education, that is enhancement and integration of resources to ensure holistic development of stakeholders. It is well said, sir. No one can whistle a symphony, entire orchestra needs to play it. Same way, so far as primary education is concerned, we target and keep in mind the stakeholders. In primary education, we have two stakeholders in terms of students as well as teachers. The basic aim behind the entire rather we can say program was to ensure smooth, transparent and value-based administration that can win and strengthen the trust between the stakeholders and the administration. Second is to motivate the teachers and students to contribute their best in order to enhance the values and quality of education. For this, sir, we have designed 4 different schemes. Very first was implementing of Shehri Shala. COVID was such a period and pandemic period, especially for entire nation, but especially for the tribal belt like Aravalli. It was supposed to leave very dangerous outcomes and learning loss had we not undertaken the concept of Shehri Shala. Under this, 3,967 Mohalla schools, street schools or Shehri Shalas were undertaken, in which nearly 5,300 teachers, every day they visited the street and they converted the street into their own class, where the students used to come in the number of 10, 20, and with the SOP of COVID, they used to arrange them and as per the prescribed timetable, they carry their teaching and learning process. So this entire program we undertook since August 2020, and we continued it till the school started fully functioning starting. And the benefits which we have covered because of this is we were successful in order to mitigate the learning loss. Second important thing, teachers assess the area where the students live. They came to know about the demographic structures of the students. And because of that, the rapport between teachers and students strengthened. Though it was out of our aiming objectives, but it came so blissful to us, sir. So this was our first project, organizing Shehri Shala during pandemic period in terms of 3,967 Shehri Shalas, covering nearly 60,000 students for 1.5 years. Second project that we have undertook, sir, that was the establishment or inception of government primary English medium school in each taluka. As per the resolution passed by Government of Gujarat, each taluka was supposed to get the English medium school, primary government English medium schools. We began it in 2018 to 2021. We started 6 government primary English medium schools in our all 6 taluka, including 2 tribal belt taluka. In this, we started in 2018 with 30 students. At present, we have 737 students learning in these 6 schools. And this could be more than 5,000 in the days to come, as the enrollment ratio would be more than 40% every year, sir. So this is our second, rather we can say ambitious project that turned to be so blissful for Aravalli. Third, for teachers, as there was a shortage of the staff in administrative offices, and rather we can say the human resource was so high. 5,300 teachers are working. So every year and every semester, and the number of teachers who are retiring, that number was so high. And our human resources were lacking in order to combat it. So we started helpline desk for such teachers, which can guide them. On each first and third Saturday, we made our 2 head teachers who were expert in doing this to sit at the helpline desk. Teachers who were supposed to retire in next 24 months, they visit this helpline desk and get their pension case ready. So this helped us in order to mitigate the impact that was due to the shortage of or the crisis of the human resources that which we were facing. And second important things, the trust of the teachers upon our office or administration that was strengthened. So this was the third, rather we can say the flagship program we undertook, that was the establishment of helpline desk for pension case preparation for teachers. And every semester end, we were supposed to prepare nearly 48 to 50 cases of teachers in this.
Well, thank you.
Fourth important flagship program we undertook in order to enhance the human
District
resources.
Administration Aravalli, this is a great achievement, and we congratulate you for this. So thank you very much for being with us, and congratulations to the entire
Thank you, sir.
Collector and District Magistrate, Mr. Meena. Thank you. The next one also goes to Aravalli for area expansion of soybean in Aravalli district. District Administration Barwani, Mission Ummeed, Mr. Shivraj Singh Verma, District Collector.
Thank you. On behalf of District Administration Aravalli, I am here, District Agriculture Officer P.P. Parmar, representing the increasing area of soybean crops in Aravalli district, work done by Sri J.R. Patel, my immediate predecessor. Aravalli is a part of earlier Sabarkantha, predominantly agriculture and animal husbandry dependent district, having a less industrialization and 2 blocks having a partial tribal population. Post BT cotton period of the Gujarat, Aravalli having a good area under cotton. But after the threats of pink bollworm in a newly formed district, farmers facing problem of crop damage and economical loss. Under these circumstances, farmers is in need of new crops to replace with cotton and their traditional cotton and castor crops. At this time, District Agriculture Department under the NFSM, oilseed and oil palm, persuade and train the farmers and give block demonstration through their extension functionaries and give know-how of the new package of practices of new crop in the district.
State Department also helped at this time and give the subsidized seeds of new varieties of soybean like JS335, NRC 3037 and JS2034. Soybean being a good leguminous crop and can sustain the irregular rainfall condition and suitability to mixed cropping due to short duration and easy to grow and less plant protection measures required as compared to cotton and groundnut. Soybean farmers can take 2 crops and add fertility to their soil. Good fodder for their livestock. Soybean also utilized as a green manuring as and when required. Government of India mixed MSP for soybean and make it cash crop. All these factors brought to the notice of the district farmers by the sincere effort of the district agriculture office extension staff under the NFSM oilseed and oil palm scheme by training result in the increase in soybean acreage in the Arvali district from 10,000 hectares in 2015-16 to 30,000 hectares in 2021-22, which is ultimately maintained and increased the income of the district tribal farmers. That adds to their lives. Thank you.
Great achievement, and I must congratulate you and all the efforts that are made at the district level. And the leadership provided by Mr. Meena in this is unparalleled. So my congratulations to everybody there.
Thank you.
Thank you. District Administration Barwani, Mission Umeed. So Shivraj Singh Verma, District Collector. District Administration Chota Udaipur, Smart School. Stuti Charan, District Collector.
Good evening, this is Stuti Charan, Collector Chota Udaipur. On behalf of Team Chota Udaipur and especially the Health and Education Department, we thank Scotch Group for providing this platform. And as both the district tribal belt, we ensured that digitalization of health services and education is given as unparalleled and as compared to the private schools. So we are hopeful that in future also we will expand the smart schools and smart integrated health and wellness sector. Once again, I thank you for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
The next one also goes to District Administration Chota Udaipur for Smart Integrated Health and Wellness Center.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations again. District Administration Hamirpur, Miss Debasweta Banik, Deputy Commissioner for Design and Development of Motorized Trolley for Carrying Oxygen Cylinders in Hospitals and COVID Care Centers.
Thank you once again. Sir, I am Jitendra Sanjta. I am Additional District Magistrate, District Hamirpur. And I have with me today here Dr. R.K. Jaryal. He is a professor from the National Institute of Technology. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the Scotch Group for considering us for this Scotch Order of Merit Award. Sir, as they say that necessity is the mother of invention. So the necessity or increased demand of oxygen during the COVID times actually led to the invention of this motorized oxygen trolley. We all know that many life-saving things were demanded in huge number during the COVID scenario. Oxygen was one of them. The transportation of oxygen from the filling plants to the hospital was a fairly easy process. But transportation of oxygen within the hospital premises or the COVID care institutes was a very tiresome process. It was very labor intensive, required a lot of people. The manual process of pushing trolley through the hospital was a very tedious process. So keeping all these things in mind, the idea for this motorized trolley was conceived, and we were very lucky that we had a very reputed institute in National Institute of Technology in our district. So with their collaboration, with the help of technical inputs from them and the help of the students there, we produced this trolley. So it is actually a revolution in case of oxygen transportation, but it's just a beginning. In the future, we plan to use this trolley for many purposes, be it medical supply of medical equipments, medicines. It could also be used as a motorized stretcher for movement of patients and all. So we have further future plans for it. And I would once again like to thank the Scotch Group for considering us and considering as achievement. Thank you.
Congratulations. District Administration Junagadh for Seva Setu, the D.I. Chauhan, DIO and Senior Technical Director. Mr. Chauhan.
I congratulate this Scotch team on this 81st summit celebration, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for this Scotch Order of Merit. Seva Satyav was organized in Junagadh district and in all the districts of the Gujarat, but Junagadh was the first among all the district in all the 33 districts. We serve around 3,29,000 beneficiaries, and this is there were around 56 schemes from 12 departments. Again, I thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations. Mahabrand. District Administration, Mahabub Nagar. Mr. Venkata Rao Sutapalli, District Collector.
Good evening to everyone who is attending. I'm Tejas, Additional Collector of Mahabub Nagar. I'm representing our Collector, sir, Mr. Venkata Rao, sir. We wholeheartedly thank the Scotch Group for recognizing our efforts. It's been a great achievement for the team as such, because mobilizing women at ground level, skilling them, and then identifying the products that can be marketed, and then increasing and providing the marketing support, skill support to them, and taking it to a commercial level has been a roller coaster ride for us. And the support that we have from ground level. So we thank everyone for this opportunity, and hope to provide greater support in future also. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Can you, tell a bit about Mahabrand, because your video got frozen and we lost the last bit that you were talking about.
Right, sir. So the Mahabrand is actually, there are around 1,24,000 SHG women who are working in Mahabub Nagar in different sectors through different groups and through Mahila Sangam, and overseen by Palmur Jilla Mahila Samakya, that is the district organization. Through them, number of products which are being manufactured at different SHG groups, variety of products are brought under single umbrella of Mahabrand, which was the brainchild of our district collector, sir. A single brand name, a single identity, and then being marketed physically and online through that. All the products are brought under single umbrella, single brand. And we are marketing it. And the major support that we are providing is the packaging and marketing support to these members, because skilling and manufacturing is something they have now got hold of it. But this is somewhere we found a gap was there, and we could actually capitalize and help the SHG members plug in the gap and see that we are actually able to provide that support and see that marketing is possible for them. And we are hoping that the numbers that are there, we are hoping that these numbers will increase, and the products, number of products as well as quantum of the turnover will increase for these people, and the women empowerment agenda that we are trying to further will be supported by everyone. Thank you, Jai Hind.
So their earnings have improved from what level to which level today?
In terms of physical, we have a number of shops that are set up at district level and mandal level. There are some of the vehicles which actually go around in terms of mobile marketing. We also have online sales to the tune of almost 2 crores that we have done through different portals, and around different products, be it agri products, non-agri products, toilet consumption equipments, and different equipments. There are actually a number of products that we are actually marketing right now, and all these products are sold through different means, and we are getting a lot of orders. It is actually possible. We had some technical support from experts also who are actually in commercial marketing and engaged in Hyderabad. These people come down to Mahabub Nagar and help us skill and provide all the technical know-hows for the support also.
Very good. Excellent. Great achievement, and my congratulations to you and the entire
team.
Thank
you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Collector, Mr. Sutapalli. Thank you. I now invite Gujarat State Road Transport Corporation for Command and Control Center, Mr. M.A. Gandhi, Vice Chairman and Managing Director. Mr. Trilok Chand Gupta, Chief Commissioner, Haryana Right to Service Commission, for Auto Appeal System called AS.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Hello, sir. This is Supriya. Sir had to leave for some urgent call. Sir, very thankful to you. Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, we are very thankful to you to have given us a chance to be in the semi-final round of Scotch Order of Merit. As we all know that Haryana, that Right to Service Act has been enacted in 25 states, and Haryana Right to Service Act was enacted in 2014. The mandate of the act itself is to deliver all services that are notified under the act in notified timelines. And a commission, the Haryana Right to Service Commission, has the mandate of monitoring these services. Auto appeal system is a historic step moving forward to make this delivery, a time-bound delivery, very ensuring time-bound delivery in the state. So basically, the auto appeal system is a system-generated appeal on behalf of citizens whose RTS timeline is breached in the delivery of services. So as soon as the RTS timeline of a service is breached, an auto appeal is generated, and then it is escalated to the first grievance redressal authority and the second grievance redressal authority. So currently more than 70,000 appeals we have received. The project was launched in September 2021. Until now, more than 70,000 appeals we have, have come to the, have been raised to the FGRA, the first grievance redressal authority, and the second grievance redressal authority. It is creating a nudge in the citizen delivery mechanism in Haryana, wherein departments are mandated to ensure that their service, which is notified under the Act, is delivered on time, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I now invite Irrigation and CA Department District Administration Mehboob Nagar, District Collector Mr. Sutapalli for check dams construction for water conservation and irrigation through recharge of groundwater.
Good evening once again. I'm Tejas on behalf of District Collector Sir Venkatrao sir. In Mehboob district, we are actually through a series of intervention and strategic planning in terms of the watershed management projects. We were able to create and construct series of check dams through which we were able to increase the groundwater level in the district from 13.28 meters earlier to the current level of 6.54 meters. This was possible through collaboration of the irrigation department and other public participation by scientific planning and people's mobilization, people's movement, because we were able to identify right places where check dams and other water conservation structures had to be constructed, and series of check dams were constructed, and it has actually 27 check dams have been constructed in Mehboob district in past 2 years, and the amount that we spent was almost around the tune of 60 crores. The storage capacity of 94.5 MCFT is created through these check dams, and the end result is the water table has gone up, the agriculture is flourishing, the paddy that is being, this area which is suitable for paddy and the paddy cultivation that we are seeing, and even the other crops, the area under irrigation has increased significantly, and it has resulted in increase in significant opportunities, agriculture opportunities and income generation activities for the people of Mehboob. It's been a really great achievement for us, and we are happy that Scotch is recognizing our contribution and encouraging us for furthering the cause of water conservation and sustainable development. Thank you.
Excellent work. Congratulations to you once again.
And if you permit, another point I want to highlight is Mehboob is a district which was known for migration, and because of this, the people are, due to COVID and otherwise getting water facilities, people who were migrating earlier are actually coming back, settling down and getting employment through agriculture and other allied activities here. That's another very satisfying thing that we're able to see at field level, and it's simply a joy for us. Thank you.
Even better. Deserves applause. Thank you so much. Maharashtra State Road Transport Corporation, MSRTC, for adoption of digital payments, smart cards for bus ticketing. Mr. Suhas Yadav, Manager Traffic. Yadav.
First of all, I thank the Scotch Group for making available this platform for presenting our projects. The smart card was one of the project where a lot across the Maharashtra it had to be deployed. Lot of employees who had been uneducated had to be educated to use the computers and all the new gadgetaries along with it. And we were able to, right now, 40 lakh cards have been registered and deployed, and people are using it. This was the most challenging part of it, and all kinds of technologies were involved. We use the latest technology, that is the MyFair chip card, which we are using it right now, and it is a seamless. And this card can be used across all for even for purchasing all in the market, and also for the buying tickets. Similarly, there were about 27 categories of concessionaires who have to be authenticate their concessions and then issue cards according to their percentage concessions. These all things have to be enabled within one single card, and this has been done very successfully. And our vendor partners have been there with us, the Timax company as well as the Fino Bank and the City Cash. This across Maharashtra, we are able to do this in very seamlessly. Thank you.
Congratulations. The next one also goes to MSRTC, Vehicle Tracking and Passenger Information System. Mr. Jadhav.
Yes, sir. This is another project wherein a lot of people were involved. The first time was the real tracking of the buses, 18,000 buses, and which were doing 1 lakh of trips during a day, had to be tracked. And another challenge was that across the Maharashtra there are more than 1 lakh stops that had to be geo-coded physically, and we have been able to do it very successfully, and we have been able to digital map of inter and interest 20,000 intra and interstate routes across Maharashtra and also neighboring states. This has been the project itself had to be customized in such a way that all the people presently working with MSRTC from very lower ranks was able to use this system, and we were very successful in doing so. Our vendor company, Mr. Rohit Malta, have been from New Delhi, has been very working along with this, our staff, and being able to successfully deploy the system across Maharashtra. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. Rajasthan State Industrial Development and Investment Corporation Limited for Archana Singh, Managing Director.
Very good afternoon to all, and I thank you very much for this opportunity of presenting our developments that we have done so far, and I am very thankful for the encouragement and the appreciation that we have got from the Scotch Group. Thank you so much.
Well, congratulations to you. Transport Department, Government of Assam for contactless online services providing COVID support and skill training on driving for youth. Mr. Adil Khan, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. We are really honored to get this award, and I thank Scotch Society for this award for our endeavors. And since Adil Khan sir joined as Commissioner of Transport in Assam, he always desired that the public service delivery mechanism needs to be smooth and simple. And for his leadership, we got this award, and we are really thankful for that. And this will definitely motivate us to work more for the sake of public service delivery in a simple way. Thank you.
Congratulations. Uttarakhand Transport Corporation, Mr. Deepak Jain, General Manager for onboard cashless ticketing, integration of dynamic QR code in Android-based electronic bus certification. This brings us to the end of the Scotch Authentic Finalist Order of Merit announcements for the day. Kindly stand by for Scotch Award. Ladies and gentlemen, time for the announcement of Scotch Awards. And time for the Scotch Awards. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the founder, chairman, author of Modinomics and Reform Historian, Mr. Sameer Kochar. The first award in district governance, the silver category, goes to District Administration Mahbub Nagar for Maha brand, Mr. Venkata Rao Sutapalli, District Collector.
Good evening to
heartiest congratulations to you.
Everyone. We are very thankful to Scotch Award for recognizing our effort and honoring with the award. We are very grateful and it's a great encouragement for us, and we'll continue our effort in this endeavor in furthering women empowerment and seeing that the initiative that we have started regarding Maha brand, bringing all the Mahila group products under one single umbrella and marketing it and providing skill training and other support to the Mahila groups. We'll be taking it forward, and thank you for your recognition that you have provided us. We are honored. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Congratulations to you. Silver in district governance goes to District Administration Chota Udaipur for Smart Scoop.
Wow! Thank you.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yet another one in District Administration Silver, District Administration Chota Udaipur for Smart Integrated Health Wellness Center.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Mr. Venkata Rao Sutapalli, District Collector. Check dams construction for water conservation and irrigation through recharge and groundwater. Gold in district governance. To Irrigation and CAD Department, District Administration, Mahbub Nagar.
Sir, we are really honored that our second award, the Irrigation Department and the intervention through check dams for increasing groundwater for our district. We are really happy for honoring our effort. We thank you, and we promise you that we continue our efforts towards water conservation and help majority of people who are actually migrating to other parts of the country. Will encourage them and provide other benefits also, so that the facilities that we are providing through increasing water facilities through our 27 check dams, increasing the groundwater level from 13.4 meter to 6 meters, and we are really honored to have honored us and considered our efforts and found us worthy. We thank you for your support and encouragement. Thank you, sir. Jai Hind.
Congratulations. In education, silver goes to Project Udyam Cogent. Mr. M. Nagarajan, Commissioner from Commissionerate of Higher Education, Government of Gujarat.
Thank you, sir, for selecting us. This is a very great honor to have a award, Silver Award for Education, and this is a very good step towards digital governance. Thank you again.
Congratulations. Gold in environment goes to Gujarat Pollution Control Board for emissions training scheme for particulate matter. Mr. Tejas Chhaganlal Patel, Nodal Officer.
Everybody, as you know, we are aware that across the world, emission trading has been found to be successful, but has been never tried in India. We tried it at Surat and made it a success. We are boasting about ETS. Surat, as it is, as the first ETS in the country, and more importantly, first in the world for particulate pollution. Let me tell you that the ETS has a huge potential for scalability. With the success of the ETS project in Surat, GPCB has scaled up the project to the Ahmedabad cluster, where there are around 200 participating industries. Moreover, we look forward to work with the UMEF and CPCB to make ETS a pan-India project in the near future. On behalf of the GPCB, let me extend my immense gratitude to be recognized for our efforts on controlling air pollution in Gujarat through our innovative market-based program, the emission trading scheme. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
In finance and revenue, silver goes to Project Me Bhumi. Chief Commissioner of Land Administration, Revenue Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Meerab Kumar Prasad. Chief Commissioner, Land Administration, Special Chief Secretary.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rachna. I'm Project Director for Computerization of Revenue Offices in the Office of CCLA. I'm very honored to be receiving this award on behalf of the Office of CCLA, Revenue Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh. And we sincerely thank all the distinguished jury members and the entire SCOTS team for having selected us for this prestigious project. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Gold in governance goes to Haryana Right to Service Commission for Auto Appeal System, Mr. Trilok Chand Gupta, Chief Commissioner.
Thank you, sir, for this giving us this opportunity. I'm sure sir would have been very happy, but he had to leave for some personal commitment. An auto appeal system will definitely bring a change in public service delivery of services in notified timeline and in a transparent time-bound manner in Haryana. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to you. Next gold in governance goes to the Ministry of Panchayati Raj for E-Gram Swaraj. Alok Prem Nagar, Joint Secretary.
Thank you very much for selecting us for gold.
And this ministry is really grateful and feeling honored in receiving the gold prize. And this ministry has been constantly endeavoring in transparency and accountability in good governance for the panchayats. And we will looking forward for such endeavors in future also. Thank you very much again.
Congratulations. The next gold in governance goes to Center for Health Informatics, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for COVID-19 India Portal, Mr. Ankit Tripad, Additional Director.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the this COVID-19 India Portal, myself, Gaurav Sharma, Deputy Director from the CHI, thank you, and it's an honor to be selected for this Gold Award. Once again, thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Next gold goes to West Bengal Development and Trading Corporation Limited and Industries, Commerce and Enterprises Department, Government of West Bengal for Sand Supply Chain Management System. Ms. Vandana Yadav, Secretary.
Good evening. On behalf of Secretary Madam, I am Raju Mishra, Joint Secretary, Industries, Commerce and Enterprises Department. I would like to thank Scotch Group for presenting this award. And I would like to thank you for this opportunity where we could showcase our project. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Congratulations. Silver in Health goes to project providing quality services under maternal health. Padma Kunja, Ketan J. Pipalia, Superintendent.
Thank you very much, sir, for consider and providing this prestigious award to Padma Purba Hospital. We would like to thank you on behalf of Padma Purba Hospital as well as Family and Health Department of Gujarat. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Silver in Municipal Governance goes to Irandol Municipal Council for Sustainable
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Sir. Am I audible?
You're audible, but you're listening from two devices.
Hello. I am joined here on the behalf of Mr. Vikas Nawaleji, Chief Officer of Municipal Council Arundel, District Jalgaon. We are very thankful for giving us opportunity to represent our environment conservation work and get honored as semi-finalist and final. We are very thankful whole Scotch Award team. Thank you, sir.
Congrats. Silver in Rural Development goes to Jammu and Kashmir Rural Livelihoods Mission for Project Saath. Ms. Saeed Sehrish Asgar, Mission Director.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank the whole team of Scotch and all the jurors who have selected us. I accept this award on behalf of more than 5 lakh rural women of J&K who are associated with us and for whom this project was launched. Saath program has been a torchbearer for a change in the rural livelihoods of women. It has helped in the economic development of the rural women because it has given them a new direction. They were already making certain things, they were doing certain livelihood activities, but with this Saath initiative, they have actually become, they are on the path of becoming a higher order enterprise, and more than 5 lakh rural women who are associated with us, they have now this hope that they can also become big entrepreneurs and big names and big brands. I basically want to thank my team also who have been there all the way, and they have helped these rural women come on board, come on online platforms, do the trainings and become what they are today. So thank you to my team members also, all the team of JKRLM. On behalf of Jammu Kashmir's more than 50 lakh rural women, I thank Scotch team for recognizing our efforts and encouraging us. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all the jurors.
Congratulations to you and the entire team. State-owned enterprises. Silver goes to Madhya Pradesh Paschim Chitra Vidyut Vitran Company Limited for deployment of smart metering, along with AMI system in West Discom Indore, Mr. Amit Tomar, Managing Director.
थैंक यू सर। मैं डीएस चौहान हमारे एमडी साहब के बिहाफ पे बता रहा हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमने पारदर्शिता बहुत अच्छे से कंज्यूमर के साथ किया, वो बहुत अच्छी सेवा के लिए जो हमें ये अवार्ड दिया है वो हमें प्रेरणा देता रहेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारक।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
Next silver in state-owned enterprise goes to West Bengal State Electricity for Sustainability, Mr. Sabyasachi Roy, Director Operations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shobik Banerjee. Our director, sir, Sabyasachi Roy, sir, is in a meeting. So here I am the additional chief engineer from the company. I am thankful to the Scotch Award organizers on behalf of WBACTCL family. Our success is a result of team game under guidance of our authorities. Every member deserves the credit. As a company, we believe life is a process of ongoing improvement, and we will continue our endeavor for future success and to lead the power industry. Thank you.
So congratulations to you. The next silver goes to Arunachal Pradesh State Council for Science and Technology for geothermal heating and cooling system integrated with solar power at CHC Himen. C.D. Mangyar, Director and Member Secretary. Mr. Subodh Agarwal, Chairman and Managing Director, Rajasthan Renewable Energy Corporation Limited for maximum solar commissioned capacity in India. Silver.
Thank you very much, Scotch Group, and definitely all these achievements which we have gained, that is due to guidance of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Ashok Gehlot and our ACS Energy, Dr. Subodh Agarwal, and our RREC team. So, very much thankful to Scotch Group, and next time also we will be, I think, getting much more capacity addition. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Mr. Sanjay Kaul, Chairman and Managing Director from Kerala Financial Corporation, for Chief Minister's Entrepreneurship Development Program, Silver.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So myself, Prakash, representing as CMD KFC, we are really honored to receive the award, sir. So we are receiving the award for our flagship program, Chief Minister's Entrepreneur Program, wherein we are identifying uneducated youth and train them, mentor them to start ventures. We have started 2,000 ventures across the Kerala now in 1 year time, and we are targeting 10,000 more units in next 5 years. So very flagship program wherein we are giving 2 crores loan without interest, and we are mentoring them, holding them, because Kerala, we know that it is not an entrepreneurship. We aim to build entrepreneurship in Kerala. That is a target. Thank you very much, coach, team. We are really honored. Thank you for encouraging us. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to you and the entire team. Northern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited for distributed solar generation, Silver. Do we have Mr. Gopal Rao with us? Madhya Pradesh State Minor Forest Produce C&D Cooperative Federation Limited, Silver, for development of public awareness about for health security, Mr. Pushkar Singh, Managing Director.
Thank you very much, the whole Scotch team, and we will try to do it better next time. Thank you very much.
The next silver goes to Minor Forest Produce Processing and Research Center, India Herbals, for Vocal for Local. Dr. Dilip Kumar. We have Dr. Dilip Kumar.
Again, I'm thanking you all Scotch team for giving us this award. We are really very honored, and in this we are trying to increase our trade up to 50 crore, and we will do it better next time. And we are really encouraged by this award. Thank you.
Congratulations. Mr. Kailash Pagare, Managing Director, Maharashtra Film, Stage and Cultural Development Corporation Limited, for Maharashtra Film Cell Single Window System. Silver.
Good evening all. On behalf of Mr. Kailash Pagare, our Managing Director, I would like to thank Scotch Committee and the jury members who have chosen us for this award. And I would like to highlight one point, that through this single window system of slimming in Maharashtra, now we have come up with a amended government regulation where we are trying to expand our footprints to the entire India. And I would like to again thank the Scotch Committee. Thank you. Thank you again.
Congrats. Dr. Malsar G, Vice Chairman and Managing Director from Telangana State Mineral Development Corporation Limited.
I would like to, on behalf of our VCMD, I would like to thank Scotch for the Silver Award, for which under the able, we can proudly say that under the able guidance of Honorable Chief Minister Sri KCR Garu and our Chief Secretary Somesh Kumar Sir and our dynamic VCMD Sir, we proudly say that all the TSMDC related activities at all levels are happening through ERP and EBS. Thank you so much for the award.
Congratulations. Mr. Vikash Kumar, Managing Director, Mysore Sales International Limited for Chit Funds. Silver.
I am very thankful to the Scotch Award jury team for this particular recognition. This definitely is a scheme which helps the middle class, particularly the lower middle class, in fulfilling their dreams. I'm sure most of us are aware what happened in the late 80s and 90s and even in the early 2000s. Many blade companies, they came and went off, taking away, siphoning off, crores and crores of money from the poorest of the poor. With government coming into this particular scheme, now we have ensured here that the money is doubly safe, because that we put in the escrow, not even us, we can have access to it once it is put in the scheme. So I'm extremely thankful, and I'm sure this whole award, the whole team of MSIL, including all our customers who are participants of the same, will be sharing with them. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you. Silver for Maharashtra State Road Transport Corporation for Vehicle Tracking and Passenger Information System, Mr. Suhas Jadhav, General Manager.
Thank you, Scotch Group and the jurist. This has been a collective effort of all my staff and who have worked to bring this project to deploy it across Maharashtra. Thank you once again for us.
Congrats. Gold goes to Rajasthan State Industrial Development and Investment Corporation Limited for Industrial Development. Managing Director.
It's a pleasure and honor. I thank you, Scotch team, on behalf of the team from RICO, and thank you very much for this encouragement. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations. Next award goes to Mahila Arthik Vikas Mahamandal for Tejaswini Maharashtra Rural Women's Empowerment Program. Shraddha Sharma, Managing Director.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the whole Mavim team and all our 1.7 million women, I really thank the team of Scotch for selecting us for gold. This is really very, very important for us. And really thankful for this. Yes. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you and the entire team. Gold in Transport goes to Transport Department, Government of Assam for contactless online services providing COVID support and skill training on driving for youth. Mr. Adil Khan, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. We are really encouraged to receive this award, and we'll try our best to do our best in every aspect in future. Thank you.
Congrats. And ladies and gentlemen, our platinum in health goes to Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for National COVID-19 Vaccination Program. And I invite Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, Secretary, to receive the award.
Good evening. This is Dr. Veena. I'm and on behalf of the I thank the Scotch for giving this award to the Ministry of Health. This program has been under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, and it has been seamlessly planned and meticulously rolled out by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It has been implemented by the states and the districts who did the actual micro planning and implemented it. And of course, the citizen of India who came forward and got themselves vaccinated. So it's a great honor that we are getting this award and rightfully getting it. And we thank the Scotch team for honoring us. Thanks a lot.
Well, congratulations to you and the entire team. This has been one of the most successful programs rolled nationwide and reached a critical mass in such a short time. Need of the hour, but yes, we put all our might behind it to make it successful. And hats off to all the efforts made by all the health workers, particularly dedicated and all the leadership which was provided by the Government of India, led by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So this brings us to the end of the announcement of the Scotch Award for the 81st edition. And can I request everyone to kindly switch on your videos? And I thank Chairman Mr. Samir Kochar for having been with on the occasion, and his presence, the award ceremony was concluded. Can you switch on the videos? Everybody, I request kindly switch on the videos so that we can take a group photograph of all the awardees as well as.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
The camera.
Sir, Mr. A. Gopal Rao, CMD NPTCL is available. Can you announce that NPTCL award, sir?
Okay, just give me a moment. Silver for Northern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited for distributed solar generation, Mr. A. Gopal Rao, Chairman and Managing Director. Silver.
Thank you very much for awarding the Scotch Award for the works we have done. Thank you once again for your award.
Mr. Rao, congratulations. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, thank you very much for joining us today. And I look forward to seeing you once again in the near future with your new achievements and your newer projects, which is what you introduce. And we would love to celebrate, love to hear from you. And this is a process, which is what we encourage, which while by way of coming onto the platform, gets recognized, but also gets the other stakeholders also get to know about your achievements, so that there could be a mutual learning and sharing process, and your achievements could be emulated and replicated elsewhere in the country. So everyone becomes a beneficiary of your work. Thank you very much once again for joining us. Namaskar.